Behind every crime lies a story waiting to be uncovered, from chilling mysteries to untold truth. This is where the darkness comes to light.
Courtroom buzz lights up the air, faces tense as stories tear, truth and lies like a tango dance. Justice here takes no chance. Gavel strikes, hearts beat fast. Witness takes, stand, shadows cast. Whispers loud like wildfire spread. In this game, none's ahead.
Hello, good morning, everybody. Hi, it's Ticia here. I'm finally back. I know you all miss me. Oh, and I forgot to unmute my own tablet. Apologies for that. I'm back. I'm back. How is everyone doing? Good morning, Zio. Good morning, Kara. Hi, Paula, Zizzy. Hello, everybody. Good morning, everyone, friends. Welcome in. We are on day 2 of our new trial. Christopher Schurr, Michigan, and Christopher Schurr. And oh, brava. Good morning, my friend. Hi. I wanted to start first of all to say thank you to Zia and to Roba to cover the live stream yesterday. I really appreciate you guys are a big great help, and you guys are amazing for doing what you did. I really do appreciate it, to finding us a new case as well. I do appreciate that a lot. I was helping my friends, some friends of ours, very close friends. They are a lovely couple. They are now awesome and very supportive couple of ours, friends of ours. They moved, and we said we would move, we'd help them, but at the same time, it was when my niece was being gonna be due to be born. So we said, oh, we probably can't help it because my niece might be born around that time. And they were like, fine, that's fine, not absolutely fine, but yeah. So yeah, then our niece was born earlier, as you all know. And then it we had the time yesterday, and I said, okay, I can help until about like 1 p.m. from my time, which was going to be like an hour before the stream. And then when we got there, I actually saw that they were desperate of help, and they were literally still struggling to pack everything and everything. Oh, hello. Hi, morning, Denise. Oh, sorry. Hi, you. I hope you have a great time today, Denise. I did read your texts. Good morning, my friend. I hope you have a nice day. I miss you all. I'm sending you all a hug, each and every single one of you. I did miss you a lot. I hope you have a good day, Denise, and everyone else as well. So like I was saying, we saw that he was struggling um in terms of getting the packing done, finishing the packing, to loading the van, because it was just them as a couple, and then my friends parents as well. So there was only like 4 of them. With us it was 6, so 6 of us, we got a lot done, even though we had a very long day. And then, and you know how moves go. I think everyone knows how moves go and everything. Hi, Stephanie. Good morning, my friend. Have a great day, everybody, as well. Have a good day yourself. I hope you enjoyed the Karen Reid trial. I know you've been watching that one, and it's absolutely fine. We do miss you. Well, like, I've missed everybody else. I've been gone for so long that it's, yeah. And I'm on camera today. I'm back on camera today as well, which is well, yeah, it's good. I miss being on camera, but I'm not gonna lie, it's been really good not being on camera too. Oh, comment is blocking my face. Oh, what a shame, Hanzia. I am so sad about that. Oh, boo. Oh, you did not see me crying on. It's fine. I don't mind the comment is blocking my face. It's fine. No one needs to see my face. It's fine. But like I was saying, so we just decided to help them out a bit more. So I asked Zio and Robert to help me out as well on here, because you know how I am. I'm a perfectionist. I don't want to let you guys down, but I don't want to let my real life friends down either. So I decided to stay and help them, which was amazing. We had loads of fun. We catched up on things. My days, we had so much to catch up and to talk about. you know how girls get together and they talk like there's no end. And then we moved all the stuff for the new house. We had to clean the old house, go back to the new one, clean that one, and set up the stuff. And oh, Paula, yay! Where's not doing it? Mouse work. Awesome. Member for 3 months. Oh, you've been a lot more, but you've been supporting the channel since the very, very beginning, and I really, really appreciate it. I appreciate every single one of you. You guys are amazing. I truly missed you. Last week was a crazy week. Let's not talk about that week. But and then yesterday was crazy. I really so appreciate that, Paula. I love you all. Every single one of you. You guys are amazing. And yes, Garden Butt is here in yeah, say ow a little. Yes, I know, it's fine, it's absolutely fine, it is amazing. And I appreciate your support, Paula, and every single one of you. You guys are amazing. But yeah, so we finished. You've been promoted to croissant. Very funny, Garden Bot. Hello, my friend and my love. Hello, hi. Nice to see you here too. Don't forget to drop your like on the channel, because it does really, really help, and it gets us a little bit more out there. Not too much. Let's not go crazy. Bad girl, hey, how are you? Nice to see you here, girl. Hello, so nice to see you. I did see you that you were in chat yesterday, and I was so happy about it. I love seeing people, new people here, even though you like we know each other kind of from a yes, but you know what I mean. But so good to see you. Hey, Sherry, missing you as well. I know. We really miss you, but it's okay, which is fine. I know KR is gonna be is crazy, and I know I said I am not gonna cover her life. I'm not gonna cover Karen Reid life. I am not. But the spiciness we might, because I've been compiling the spiciness out of it, and we might do the spiciness of it, of Karen Reid, not as a live stream, but maybe as a video. We'll see. We'll talk about it. Yeah. I thank you very much, bad girl. I really, really appreciate it. It's so great to see you here. It makes me so happy. Seeing even just one of you is awesome to see. Hey, Kara. Hi. Good morning. So yeah, so we were like I was saying the moving story. We moved the stuff, we cleaned the house, we talked, we ate, because at the end of the day we were absolutely shattered and we were so tired. We ordered food in. Yeah. Hey, bad girl, this is saying you good morning, Garden Bud. Garden Bud is just that, is my husband. So, and I have a coffee, iced coffee, because it's hot in the UK today. Oh my days, it is very warm. So trial hasn't started, don't worry, I've got the feed here. See, the feed is there. But you guys know that I like to talk before we do start, and I have got a lot to tell you. Hang on, bear with me a moment. So yeah, so we ate, we talked, and then me and Garden Bot, we got jealous, because we are thinking of moving as well pretty soon. This year is our goal. And we are thinking of moving, and it made us like really, really jealous. Because like I'm very happy, don't get me wrong, I am extremely happy for my friends, and for the fact that they got a very nice house, and they need it, and they deserve it beyond everything. But I'm definitely need the copyright now. That's fine. So we got very jealous of the house, and the fact that they got a house, even though like it's a good jealous. But it made me motivated, because before we move, I want to go through every single thing in this house and get rid of the things that we don't use anymore. And I woke up all motivated today. I woke up, I went through two cupboards and two drawers already of stuff that we had in the house, so we just can literally get rid of stuff, like streamline things. And is yeah, which is a lot better. So in terms, and then I tried to catch up on this trial as well. I was talking with our friend Zio, because she's helps a lot in the channel, and Rubber as well, both of them, everyone helps. But me and Zia, we're in the background. We do a lot of research. We do a lot of information on the case. And she was telling me, because she and Robert covered this trial yesterday, they were talking to me about how the trial go, what were the highlights of it, and what essentially what the case is about. I haven't formed an opinion. I need to listen a little bit more to form an opinion about this case. But I know we had the ME yesterday. That is crazy. That is like, this case I don't think is going to be that big at all. So we'll see what happens. I mean, we'll find another case. We always find another case, because having several people like Paula and Stephanie that helps as well, that help find cases, it is amazing, because it's a team effort. It's a channel effort, and everyone gets to help. And if you have a trial that you want to suggest, just either drop on a chat or just reach out to me on Discord, Facebook, wherever I am. I know, and then that's what I need to talk about too. So Megan Kreisab, she had a hearing yesterday, right, about her releasing plan from the mental facility, this Slenderman case, and I want to cover that on a lunch break today from this case. That's what we're gonna be covering. I only thing I need to know, and I need to ask you guys, because you guys are like the ones that were here yesterday in this case, probably know how long was the lunch break. Was it an hour, half an hour and a half? I know we are in a half an hour minute delay, which is understandable, which is okay due to the complications of this case. But uh if the length of the lunch break is enough to cover that hearing, that's what we're going to be covering on the lunch break today. It's the Megan uh, Kreisa, Geyser hearing that happened yesterday, the Slumber Man, because it's okay, we can spoil it, it's absolutely fine. The judge did not accept the release plan, but I want to hear it because it's a case I've been following, and I'm sure you guys want to listen to it as well. And I think, like, in a way, I think that is it. I mean, I've been trying to find cases. I did find one for our friend Zio. So no spoilers. Regret what? Well, it is what it is. It's fine. It's already out there. It's those people already know what happened and what did not happen. But we'll find it. We'll watch it. We're still gonna be able to watch together. But I just remember, did everyone do the homework that I sent last week? At some point last week, I sent you guys some homework, was to watch the Lori Dingbell, oh sorry, Daybell interview that you guys hi Nancy, that she did after her post conviction. Hi Nancy, good morning, I'm back, good to see you too, my friend. It's Oh, it's so, yeah. It's very, very good to see you, Nancy. Thank you for coming in to this morning just to say hello at least. Yes, Wallet, well done. I'm very proud of you for doing your homework. My days, that's that hearing, that interview. What was that? That interview, literally, tell me, guys, what was that? I don't know what in the absolutely understanding of the meaning of things was that interview. Is she that delusional that she goes and says that Tylee was unalived herself, the leader herself? Like, no, ma'am. Um, oh yeah, it is just there definitely to get more attention. That is absolutely get. She just wants more attention, and people will give it to her. Oh no, Stephanie. What have you missed? What you have been doing? Is Karen Reid being that busy that no, I'm joking. Uh, I agree. I absolutely agree, Nancy. She is crazy, and that's all, and that's the book done, and the book closed on that. I mean, oh, and then it says that I think I saw last night that there are new file. Oh yes, that's another case. Wow, it's right. This is crazy, Denise. I saw that as well on the RA Facebook chat, and I read it, and I think it's just some motions that obviously the attorneys are seeking a new appeal. They are appealing the conviction and everything, and things are moving. So the thing of the paywall, I might have to have a look into that because I am very, very interested in that Carly Gregg trial, right? I started doing um, this thing of YouTube, social media type thing from the Carly Craig trial because I was obsessed with it. I still am. So definitely we need to talk about that case. Absolutely. And 100% Stephanie. Good morning, Ivamos. Buenos dias, my friend. Hello. Good morning. How are you? Um I just need a little bit Ingon to Ingon. Sorry. A bit of ice got in my throat. My apologies. Um, but yeah, definitely gonna need to check that out of the Carly Craig documents. I don't know how to get documents from Mississippi, but I need to talk to Denise or Stephanie, and you guys can help me out because I need to get my little hands on that because I would love that absolutely for sure. That's another case that I'm obsessed. I like the intrigue of the fact that she's so young and had this all happening. So I am very interesting. Um, oh wow, definitely. I was like here right now. Hang on, I need to have a look. It is very warm, and it's like this is the summer temperatures for us. So right now it's 70 here, so it is very quite warm in the UK today, which is good. I am not complaining. This is like the temperature that I like. Oh, Nancy says, so sorry to be missing so much, but life will be back tomorrow. Whatever that is, true. Tomorrow. Oh, yeah, absolutely understand, Nancy. We all have things and situations in life that we have to deal, and real life comes first. I hope to see you very soon, my friend, and I will definitely see you very soon. And thank you very much for popping in. We do appreciate you to be here just for this little bit, and thank you very much. I will see you very soon, my lovely. No worries. It's absolutely fine. So yeah, it is weather is getting warm, but then in the UK it won't last much longer. So we're gonna be back to like 60s next week anyway. But I'll see you soon, Nancy. Hello. Hello. Good morning. It is not Thursday. I am so sorry. It is only Tuesday. It is the second day of the week. I'm back. Hello. I missed you all so much. I was thinking about you all yesterday. I was like, I wonder. I did try to pop in chat and not, but the where they moved to, they still did not have a good internet. So, yeah, I couldn't. Hey, Cynthia, good morning. Have a good day at work, my friend. I hope you have a great day. Send you a lot of love. I know work sometimes can be hard, but we are sending you a virtual hug to everybody. But have a great day. Check you with later as well, for sure. We'll be here. We'll be here until court finishes a little bit later after that, but we'll be here. Um, Stephanie, you can come out of the corner. It's fine. I'll forgive you for not doing the homework. You better do the homework for our next case, not this one. Sizzy, I am very well, thank you. How are you, my friend? I missed you. Oh my days. I was like talking to Garden Bot, and I was talking to my friend saying, "Oh man, I hope everything is all right and everyone in chat is fine and having a good time with the trial." I still think a lot about you as well, and you guys are going to be very proud of me. Not only have I been taking my vitamins daily, right? I've been taking it, I am feeling good, but I've been resting. And on the weekend, on Sunday, I did absolutely nothing. I binge watched the show whole day, do nothing. I did like a bit of investigations, see if there was a trial that we could cover or not. I did that, but I chilled. I had a good time. I watched a show. So, um What was Stefan? Oh, Denise, you were funny. Yeah, the homework was to watch the Lori Vallow latest interview, post conviction interview, because we cannot show that on stream. We would be taken down, sadly, because I would have loved to watch with you. I am trying to see if there's any other way that we can watch like certain things that they don't allow us to watch on YouTube, but watch somewhere else. I need to talk to my very good and intelligent friend Zio that she knows about these things. And we can figure that out. I think so. Yes, I absolutely agree. She sure thinks she's an attorney. She's crazy. She definitely thinks that she knows what she's talking about when absolutely not. Absolutely, she doesn't know what she's talking about. And yeah. Oh, you watched it. You just missed the work assignment. Fair enough. I got you. But see, you didn't even know it, but you did the homework. Well done, Denise. I like that kind of student. Um, that create as a firm lead on that interview, and anyone that reposted is, yeah, exactly. So I am not gonna get our channel in trouble for that. We all can get together in a way and still talk about it and still share our opinions, and you guys can show, like, telling me even privately. You can DM me which part did you like the most, or what you agree or what you don't agree, because which basically is almost everything, because she's such a cuckoo land that I don't agree with nothing that she said. But anyway, that is just not that's just my opinion, I guess. Like, so yeah. So that's it. I mean, it feels like I've been gone forever, that we have so much to catch up about. um I think that's it. I cannot find, I thought that this was my pen, but this is my pencil. Ooh, something else that you guys are gonna tell me. So on Saturday, me and Garden Bot, we went for date night, right? And we went to this arcade. Um Oh, no, 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 Zizzy, I appreciate you telling me about that interview, and I am so thankful that you did. I'm so glad that I caught that it was gonna copyright it before we showed, so it's absolutely fine. Oh wow, is it that hot? So, like I was saying, right, me and Garden Bot, before court starts, because I think starts in about 5 minutes with the half an hour delay. Um, we went on a date night, right, on Saturday night, and we went to an arcade. Uh, and by that arcade, I forgot that card. Oh, Paula, don't mind me putting on blast. The glitter card, the card that had the glitter that went all over. Yes, I did. Thank you very much, my friend. I was supposed to text you, but last week was exceptional week, was a crazy week, and I was not doing very well mentally last week. I did get the card. I got it, and the glitter that came with it too. Thank you. I got the glitter as well, so yeah. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Um yeah, she sent me basically, yeah, a glitter bomb. Yeah. Oh no, the other one. No, not that one. No. No, not the glitter. I only got the glitter one. I haven't gone to the post box yet, but has it been 7 days? Because normally it takes about 7 days to get here. Um so sorry, hang on. I always put falling out of my, yeah. I was the little. The glitter was your birthday. Yeah, it was on my, yeah. Well, I you did told me not. Sorry, a crime is being committed in my house. That garden bot just had some of my coffee. I think we need to arrest them, guys, because this is a very bad offense to commit to me. Yeah, I know you did say not to open in the keyboard, but I did listen. I forgot about it, and I just opened it. So, yeah, it was not nice. So, anyway, before trial starts, I want to tell you what I bought in the shop, in a shop that they had there of sweets. So, um He stole my coffee, Stephanie. I know. He did what? I know he stole my coffee. But look what I found. I never had this before. And I'm absolutely obsessed. I've never had goldfish. Is this kind? I don't know if it is a different kind than normal. But was the only one that there was there. But look, I got goldfish. I am absolutely addicted to it. I only opened this morning, right? Um and he's already there, like, and he was like dared something kind of like that. But I am absolutely obsessed with, oh, well, I'm a kiddo anyway. I pizza ones. I need to get the pizza ones. I don't. Oh, I'm on. I did not found the pizza ones. This was the only flavor that was there. I need to find the pizza one. It is yummy. Had to put this away because otherwise I wouldn't have eaten the whole thing, right? I put that away. The other thing that I got, right? Um, your garden looks amazing, by the way. This is there, like, I Vamos is on. I know you probably don't have Facebook, but there's on photos. Yeah, oyster crackers. We have prawn crackers. Is it prawn? We call it prawn. So I don't know. Yeah. Oh, I eat the whole bag. I had to contain myself. Probably I'm gonna eat it today. But only the other thing that I got, it's already open. It's this. I am obsessed with warheads. Um, I am absolutely obsessed with warheads. Baby, hello, good morning, happy Tuesday, my friend. Um, Oh, no, I don't think we do. No. I don't think we do them here, no. But this is my favorite, one of my favorite sweets. It's already open because of course I've already been eaten because it's candy. Candy doesn't last long with me. But this says extreme sour. That is not sour. That is definitely not sour. Ooh, coca rolls. No, I have never seen those. I need to put on my list, Kara, to look for it. Hang on, I need to find a pen because I've lost my pen, so I need a new pen. Cocoa rolls. Well, I imagine it has coconut because or I don't know. I'm assuming, right? Oh, salted caramel. That sounds nice. Wow. I need you guys. I need if I ever find an American supermarket here, I'm gonna go bankrupt, right? Because that's all my money gonna be gone. Oh, I did see in that shop, but I was a bit scared to buy because they were saying expire soon. But I did not know if I was gonna eat like them. Was Twinkies? They had Twinkies in that shop, but I might go back to see if they have like long dates or something on the sweets. So yeah, I did buy a bag of sweets as well, like loose sweets, by the way, but they all gone now. I can show you the bag that they came in for, but so oh, okay, that's fine. Then I want to try. I never had them before. What I like is Pop Tarts as well. Ooh, nice swat caramel. You have I do have butter in my bakery, but I like to try new things. And you guys, I cover a lot of American stuff. Sorry, a noise for just came and I was like, what happened? I'm fine. So but it is, I like trying new things. Throw a twinking in the air fryer for a little bit. Ooh, Kara, you coming in hot with the recommendations. Ho hos. I've heard about those. Are they the same? Like, right? Forgive me, my mistake. Right? Are they the same thing as Twinkies, or different, or completely different that they don't even have a comparison? Because I don't know. I'm just wondering. Um. Oh yes, I'm gonna need new clothes, a whole new wardrobe, um, when I come to the US because I'm literally gonna eat my way through it. Absolutely, Paula. Um, oh, my fave is, oh wow, the 1,000 bars. I think I've I've heard of those. Oh, definitely. You know your snacks, girl. You need to text me your recommendations and what do I need to do it. No comparison. They are better than Twinkies. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Twinkies are golden sponge. Yes, I know. Oh, ho hos. Oh, I probably then will like ho hos better then because I like the golden sponge stuff, but I like a good chocolate Swiss roll. Nice. Wear wear leggings, stretchy clothes. I will definitely be doing that. Uh, nice. Oh, I'm so excited! Yay. Um. So absolutely. So they is supposed to be starting soon. They still not showing anything. Still this just going on. So that was just chit chatting a little bit. Um. Okay, ho hos is better. We'll see. I gotta be done. I know food in the US is to be definitely to be enjoyed. Food everywhere. Um, deep fried Oreos, no, never heard of. I have heard about it, but never seen it in here. So yeah, sorry. My apologies in advance for the yeah. Um, Agreed. Those the best candy bars. There are so many. Oh wow, yeah. May or may have not made the giant ding dong. Oh, Stephanie, I'm definitely gonna come to your house when I come to the US or for sure. Yes, you have to, Kara. I will hold on to that. I am gonna make a screenshot of this comment and I will hunt you. If you don't, no, I'm joking. It's absolutely fine. Giant ding dong science. I know, doesn't it, Zizzy? Good morning, Mel. Hello. Oh, okay. I will be quiet. The baby's still asleep, guys. Shh. Good morning, Mel. Hello, August. Good to see you, my friend. Hiya. Hey, how you doing, my friend? It's Tuesday. Okay. All right. I'll have a phenomenal day. Have a great day. You too. Nice. We need to see some pictures. Um, I always made you laugh. Oh, that's good. I am back. I am feeling so much better, guys. It's gonna be a better week for sure. Oh, nice. I want that recipe, but oh wow, Orta still hasn't come in yet. Give me 1 second. I need another sip of coffee. Um, Paula, I would like not to answer that question. I do not speak to. I don't do not speak English, and I this is my first. No, I'm joking. It's not my first. Oh, so it's I do not speak English. I do not know. Oh, Bad Girl. That sounds awesome. I love raspberry singers with the coconut cover. Yes, I am definitely gonna plead the fifth. I will evoke my Fifth Amendment right of not self-incriminate myself. I think that's something down the lines of it. My son in. Oh, what? Mel? No coffee. I think you need to Instacart some because if I could not survive without coffee. I mean, it's not me. Definitely. Um. Oh, I'm so glad that I'm back. I really, really did miss you, you guys. Yes, I saw that, Kara. Thank you very much. I got it. I'm already looking at my phone. Don't worry, I got you. I'm so glad that I am back. I missed you all. I miss doing this. You know, when you start doing something so often and then all of a sudden you don't do it for a couple days and then yesterday was the move. I did miss it so much and hanging out with you guys, it's awesome. So definitely I'm so glad that I am back. Um the have I definitely think I will do definitely. Garden Bot needs to go out and grab stuff, Kara. I still need to see if we have any because I am a hoarder of stuff and probably have half of it at home. But we'll definitely go. Hey, it's William in the house. Good morning. Hi, William. Hello, my friend. It's so good to see you. Hello. Thank you very much for coming in today. It's so nice to see you. It's nice to see you all. Um, I'm excited to start. Trial hasn't started yet. Um, see if this is started. So there is nothing yet to show. Courtroom is still there. So it's yeah. Um, but we are gathering ring together for this day of trial. Also, You guys, I had such a nervous day as well yesterday, right? Um, so I don't know if you. Oh, hi, Marilyn. Skull. Good morning. Oh, you have a bakery. We're gonna be best friends. I found my new best friend. Garden Bot, get out of the way. I have a better friend. She has a bakery. Make gooey butter cakes. That sounds very, very nice. 70 flavors of that. I need to find where your bakery is because I'm coming wherever it is. I am coming. I know. That sounds nice. I'm coming, Marilyn. Like, save me a seat. Yeah? Okay. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. And hello, good morning. Nice to see you as well. um I was just gonna say, if you guys heard that court is in session, but we are in a half an hour delay. Obviously, court mandatory. I am gonna write it down because I am coming to Missouri, St. Louis especially. Oh, I am definitely Anne and Allen Bakery. I am gonna write it down because I'm gonna be in Missouri hopefully next year, and I'll definitely will come for sure. Because I do want to go as well to St. Louis, Missouri. Gonna be with our friend Paula in Missouri, but it's not in St. Louis. But definitely gonna do it. Oh, see you very soon. Hello. Oh, definitely. Put the picture in the chat. 100% sure. Thank you very much for popping in, Stephanie. And I'll see you very soon. Have a good day watching Karen Reed. That's gonna be a wild one there today. Oh, there's this one cake I want to make. It's called the Neiman Marcus cake. I never heard about that. Look at the videos on it, and when you get a chance, I will. I will. I need to get to write that name too. So it's the Neiman Marcus. Neiman. Why did they give that such interesting names to cakes? That's like we just call like Victoria cake. We've got the lemon drizzle cake, carrot cake. We are boring naming things here in the UK. Definitely. Now, Neiman Marcus cake. That sounds interesting. Um, uh, I think she means the Facebook chat. But I can post. I can send it to you as well. Zizi by email, or if you want to be part of the Facebook group chat, you can just join. Absolutely. I'll post a link on a chat here, and yeah, just come on up and we you can see everything. Absolutely. Hang on, let me copy the link. um the link for the Facebook group is in the chat, so yeah. Trials hasn't started, still nothing, so we just still waiting. But yeah, uh it's a high-end store. Ooh, I don't mind. Must be expensive cake then. Well, I don't know, but I'll definitely look. Um yes, that definitely join us. And yeah, I'll try to um oh, hang on. No, not that one. There we go. Approved. There, Marilyn, you are approved. You are in it. So there you go. Um me oh, that doesn't let him. Pizza. Oh, definitely need to look at that. You guys make me so hungry when you share all of your recipes and everything, and I'm just so jealous that I all I. Hey, she's oh awesome, awesome. That is fantastic. Nice. That cake looks so good. Oh my days. You are so talented. Absolutely. Every single one of you. Um, but I was just gonna say, did you guys hear what happened in Portugal and in Spain and some countries in Europe? Gladly, I wasn't affected here in the UK. But I mean, if he was, because yesterday was, I mean, I know Zio was great yesterday. William, she's always, and Robert as well. They both are amazing, and they are my lifesavers, and I couldn't do this without them as well. They are absolutely amazing because I am so glad that in a way, I mean, I could have been affected as well yesterday, but over in Europe, in like Portugal, Spain, some parts of France, and everything, they got affected by a massive blackout. And even like my mom and my sister over in Portugal, they did not have like any electricity for almost 24 hours. It was absolutely um crazy that happened, but they are okay. They have power back and everything. So yeah. So now the news, the news station that we are using to cover this trial are showing the some bits of the trial. They're showing about the autopsy that we actually heard yesterday, about everything that happened. And actually, I did not notice about the fact that he did the autopsy in John F. Kennedy. That's crazy. That's wild. And that's the results at the bottom two lines, the results from the autopsy. I don't think this case is gonna last that long. In my opinion, because already having the testimony from the medical examiner's office, in my experience in terms of covering trials, right? Medical examiner's office, MEs comes at the end of the case, and now they're just gone back to the same gentleman. So I think they are gearing up to go back to court, to for court to start, but I think they might have been a bit delayed. I don't know. Hang on, just a sip time. I need a sip of my coffee. So yeah, so because there's still no feed, there's still nothing happening right now. Court is still within the half an hour delay, but we'll wait and sit and be patient about it. It was simply delicious. It looks very, very good. Stephanie, I'm definitely coming to visit you. That is like 100% sure, because I need my share of cakes, because I am gonna go to the bakery in St. Louis, Marilyn's Bakery, but definitely I'm gonna be coming to your house too, or to somewhere you can just bring the cake to. It can be the corner of the street, and we can exchange the cake there. It's absolutely fine, because it's just cake, so we can do that at any place. But yeah, so uh oh yay, just run down to figure out what I'm doing. Well, it's craziness. We are back in the craziness. You have me on your phone. Well, at least I'm not on the big TV. Cheese, the cheesecake, Stephanie. Cheesecake. Cheesecake is my, the Superman is kryptonite. Was Lois? Don't correct me if I'm wrong. I don't know if it was, but cheesecake is my kryptonite, right? Okay, especially the vanilla New York. I can't even speak anymore. The New York vanilla cheesecake is my kryptonite. Okay, it is the thing that will make me do anything for you, because I love cheesecake. All right, I am so. Oh, I cannot. Why are you talking about cheesecake? It's not good for me. I'm gonna get crypto. Like, it's literally, don't use that on me, cause yeah, I will do anything for you for a piece of cheesecake. So, oh, but with butter. See, that's gonna be my next kryptonite then, Marilyn. That's not gonna be good. And Stephanie now is sending photos about cheesecake, I'm sure, in the chat, and I'm gonna die. She wants to see my reaction on camera of me dying because I want some cheesecake. Oh, oh, look at that cheesecake garden. It's Stephanie, forgive me, I'm showing. But look at that. Oh, you have a website? Marilyn, I'm gonna be finding it. Text on the group if you don't mind. Or you can DM me on Facebook as well. That I will be. Oh, I'm gonna lose all my money now today. My money is all gonna go, like, the money that we're saving for the house. Yes, no, it's not gonna be for nothing. It's gonna be spent on bakery, so it's not even funny. Oh my days! Oh, okay, okay. 1 second. I will go and I will accept you. I'll think about it first of all. I'm going. There's a cheesecake in my way. There we go. You are approved. Uh, oh, I don't mind. I shop at Costco, so I don't mind being a wholesale bakery. I can eat 1,200 packs of croissants. Don't mind that at all. Do not tempt me. I do work in a bakery as well, but it's just a supermarket bakery. But definitely. Um, Wait, we need the bakery webs. I know exactly. We need that like yesterday. Like it's a need like because you guys know I work in a bakery here. It's just a supermarket bakery, nothing fancy, Marilyn. Nothing like you, but uh, we like to talk about cakes. We like to talk about our pastries and all of that. And wholesale, it's fine. I shop at Costco. My whole house is sponsored by Costco. Man, our bakery, it's fine. Um, wow, it that is amazing. I do not mind at all. Absolutely. Um, so yeah, so I don't think court is good. No, the court should be starting soon. I think hang on, right, because I missed yesterday. Is court starting at 9 o'clock with the half an hour delay, or is starting at half eight and then half an hour delay? It's gonna be 9 o'clock, or they are just running late today. I don't know. um well, I mean, I don't mind be talking. I can talk until tonight at 10 p.m. I can talk for 8 hours straight, and it's absolutely um also very good question. William, where are you looking? She is in St. Louis, Missouri. That I know because I've already wrote it down. Oh, I know. We love bakeries. We love food. We love cakes. Absolutely. Um, it's a great thing. So hey, good morning, Becky P. Hi, good morning. Oh, thanks for the heads up. I want to know what kind of heads up you got, Becky P. No, I'm joking. Hello, my friend. Good morning. I'm um Marilyn. Marilyn is in Marilyn. Oh, I'm gonna butcher the last name, but Marilyn is the baker. She is in St. Louis because I've written down that the bakery. So see, there you go. Hey, back up. So yeah. Welcome in, Becky P. Well, nice to see you here. We are just waiting for court to start. So until then, we are just talking about bakery, and please feel free to share what's your favorite cake, dessert, sweet pastry. Just because that's what we are talking about at the moment. That's that and coffee. That's the things we talk about when sometimes we have a little bit of a downtime and there is not much of a set heavy subject on the horizon. So yeah, so that's what we do. I do have a little bit of a oh dry throat today, so it's just waiting court. Court is not starting on time, I don't think today. Well, I don't know. I'm confused. It's technically day 2, but I am confused because I was not here yesterday, and I apologize for that. Um, oh, nice, Pittsburgh. Um, that is absolutely fine. Hi everyone. Hey, I'm lurking, and while working, I can't add individually quickly. Oh no, don't not worry, Becky P. It's absolutely fine. We appreciate you, appreciated having you here. I hope your working day goes quick and smoothly, and we can give you a bit of entertainment. At least me talking my everyone's head off. That's absolutely fine. But I welcome in, and it's nice to see you. And absolutely, and you can just talk and share your opinion. And obviously, you don't need to act individually. We can, yeah, just reply. Everyone replies to you. I know, Paula. I am jealous. I'm jealous of that. I am definitely very very jealous of that right about now because you're gonna meet Marilyn before I do and gonna eat all the bakery before I do. That is not sir. Wow, and that is great. You guys gonna be neighbors. Oh, that is so cute. That is so awesome. That is awesome. That's Pomedi- Pomedivia. That's like Spanish and French put in one word, in one sentence. Um Oh, nice. That is awesome, really. Like it is so awesome. See, no one is neighbor of me because I'm all the way over here in the UK, and yeah. um. So definitely, no one is gonna be my neighbor. The only neighbor is Garden Bot here. That is just like literally off the screen that I'm poking. See, you can see him poking me back. Man, I've been talking for way too long. I don't know how you guys are still here. Hang on, another sip. 1 second. Bear with me. Yes, I was naughty, and I am a professional streamer. That I forgot to unmute myself. Um, I did not. Me and buttons, man. I don't like. I haven't changed anything. Um. So yeah, I have been naughty. That's why I'm in the naughty corner of the screen. No, I'm just getting ready for stream, and I like, but I don't want to put myself way too big. Because yeah, no. See, I am a little bit bigger on the screen. Just on the screen. I might be a bit bigger when I visit the US and eat all Stephanie's cakes and Marilyn's cakes and Paula's cakes and everyone's cakes and Zizzy's and everyone's. But I'm gonna be eating my way through the US and eat all the candy and all the ho hos and the Twinkies and all of it. And absolutely, I'm gonna be eating so much. Oh, another place that I forgot to take a picture and I should have. I already knew that it actually existed, and I've had food there before I even started doing this YouTube thing. Was Popeyes. I do need to do another. I might do a video, a members video maybe, and in one of these weeks about the Popeyes, the Popeyes experience on that. Oh, do you know where I live? Nah, that's scary. No, I'm joking. I know you meant Paula. It's fine. I'm just joking. I'm just who me? Are you talking about me, Marilyn, or Paula? Huh? I'm confused now. I think she means Paula. Well, you can know where I live. I don't mind. No, I'm joking. I think it's Paula that is referencing. See, I have you standing in my window. Is that you? Oh, Paula, yeah. Um, you standing in my window. Oh, that is Zio. I can see you, Zio. Oh, actually, I just saw something in the window that shouldn't have been there, but let's not talk about that. Yeah, I know. I'm sorry. I'm just gonna put mantling myself in a conversation. Uh, I know. If you guys do get together, we need pictures. If you want to share pictures, that would be really really awesome to see. That would be so cool to see. um so this is what they're showing now, and I actually really love doing this, that they're showing that this court is in a mandated requirement 30-minute delay. This is to protect the witnesses from revealing personal information. No other aspect of the live stream is going to be affected, and then it's gonna have, yeah. So yeah. Well, I think so too. You have a pretty good idea where I live, Paula, because you do have my personal address. So that would be essential. But yeah. So court should start soon because I've been talking for about an hour and I don't know how. Oh, starts in 7 minutes. Okay, right. Zio scheduled the live, right? Not me. Not me. I could have changed the time. Yes, I could have. Um, but why did you schedule that so early? So I could talk everyone's ears off, was it? Um, Oh man, that's sad. I would love to. I would love to. You're always more than welcome. Yes, I know. I miss me. I do need. Yeah. Oh, you know me. You know me. I can speak for England. I'll actually. Oh yeah, Paulo only. Well, you can still call in. Still 5 minutes to it. Hang on. I'll copy the thing and put in the chat. You could still call in. Still 5 minutes until the court starts, so we still have plenty of time. Um, but obviously, then the court is supposed to start in about 5 minutes. Ooh, is the sound good in this trial? Because I listen. I think it is, isn't it? Because you guys did amazing yesterday. Uh it's okay. It's all right. Maybe another time. Maybe later. Maybe during the lunch break. We need to do a catch up stream. Yes. Yes, it's good. Okay. I did listen to a little bit, but not a lot because then I was working on other stuff. Oh, I need to share with you guys I've got the new version of the spreadsheet that is updated, so I need to share that with y'all. Uh, about that. Okay, you guys know the sound was good. Yes, my two girls, awesome. Thank you very much. You two are amazing. My coffee's still here. My coffee's still cold, which is good because it's a nice coffee. Because if it wasn't a nice coffee, it would have been now, right about now. So, you know. Yeah. Oh yeah, where's Pickles? Well, I haven't seen her today. Definitely. Hope Pickles is all right. Miss Pickles, she's amazing. She's a great addition to the channel as well. I think I saw a bit of her in the chat yesterday, but I will text um Pickleson. So how do you guys like the background? By the way, it's the new background Zio did for us. Did she show you all the other ones that she did? Um the lawyers are. Oh yes, I know. Yeah, I'm seeing that on the other feed. Um. Now they were. Um. Oh yes. Oh yeah, that could be it, Zizzy. Thank you very much. Yes, that could be it. Um. Oh, thank you. What are you calling me dark or something, Karen? No, I'm joking. Joking. I'm joking. I'm joking. But no, I love it too. But there's others. So there's this one, the like the stars that go by like that's really good, and then that's like the stopped one, and then this one has movement in it. Dark but bubbly. That is the two one. Dark but bubbly, that is me, definitely. Bubbles is my new nickname. Really, garden pot. Bubbles. um TCA in and out of the freaking clouds. I'm always in the clouds. I'm not in and out. I'm always there. Like I live there. That's my house. You don't know, but that's my house. I'm always in the clouds. I'm like da 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 da. Um. Oh no! Oh, I did house work with. Oh, sorry. It's okay. There was live stream, but not with me. I was not here. Oh, Zizzy, housework. I'm so sorry you had to do housework and there was no stream. My apologies. Uh, I know you missed 8 hours of hanging out with Zio and Rava. The, no, man, I'm so sorry, my friend. I feel bad. It's okay. Um, well, yes, you have some catching up to do as well. I have some catching up to do as well, but uh, I will get filled on by you guys. You guys love to teach me and to keep me right. Right. Okay. So in yeah, exactly. They did show. Okay, all right. Now I'm a little bit worried. Oh, hang on. Oh, I need to stop talking. It's time to cut this to stop talking. Hang on, hang on. I'm working on things.
For us to stream 30 minutes after, we're now showing you what has been happening with court starting really about 30 minutes ago.
And that is that one of the jurors had a question when Dr. Cole was testifying, but the question was that they needed a break. So it said they needed a 5 to 10 minute break. So obviously it wasn't a question for the witness. That's what I stated. on the record, but more specifically, they requested for break, and because we were ending for the day, I just didn't address that question yesterday. So with that, is there anything we need to address on the record before the jurors come in for the people?
Good to Your Honor.
For defense?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Okay, so we'll have the jurors come back in. Okay, welcome back. And be seated. This record may be
All right, John.
Sir, before you take your seat, raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Please be ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you just state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Brian Childs, Bryan Chiles.
What do you do for a living?
I am the senior manager of Axon Forensics at Axon Enterprise.
And what is Axon Enterprise?
Axon Enterprise is a technology company for law enforcement. We're mainly known for providing taser energy weapons and body-worn cameras.
And what are some of your responsibilities in the position you hold?
My responsibilities are running my department, which conducts forensic investigations regarding taser energy weapons or body-worn cameras, pretty much anything in the Axon ecosystem regarding the logs or physical evidence, putting the story together from the device's perspective, and then producing a report.
Could you give the jury a little bit of your educational background on how you got to be a senior taser Axon administrator?
Yeah, so my education is in electronics. I have my associate's degree in electronics technology. Most of my experience is work experience. I'm a test engineer at heart, so pretty much went into electronics, but mainly focused on test engineering. And then throughout my career at Axon, I shifted over to forensics and doing forensic investigations.
Can you tell the jury a little bit, what is test engineering? What exactly is that?
Test engineering is designing tests for a certain product or widget, anything. It's designing how to test it properly to test the device's limits, make sure it's doing what it's supposed to do, making sure it's durable, weatherproof, et cetera, et cetera.
Now, is that kind of how you started at Axon?
I actually started in research and development as an electrical technician. And then within a year, I started the validation team, which is validation testing is basically what I described. It's taking product or designs and put them through the ringer, electrically, mechanically, environmentally to make sure the product does what it's supposed to do and will survive the elements that it's going to be in.
And after, describe your career path. What have you done after that? So you went into test engineering. What did you move up after doing the test engineering type?
Yeah, I ran the validation team for about 10 years, and I shifted into compliance. And also in 2013, I started doing the forensic investigations. Pretty much wearing two hats. I was in charge of compliance and in investigations. In 2020, I took full responsibility over investigations. That became my full-time position.
So when you talk about investigations, you're investigating tasers and body cams and just about anything that Axon produces, right?
Correct.
I guess maybe focusing specifically on the taser. Do you have an idea how many taser type investigations you would have done in your career with Axon?
I don't know an exact number, but it's over 500.
And those are from across the country?
Global.
Global. Okay, so
Yes.
anything across the world, they may send it to you in terms of looking into what happened with a taser or a body cam.
Correct.
And in terms of those, you've done it globally. Have you ever testified as an expert in the taser and body cam area in court at any point in time?
Yes.
How many times have you done that?
Approximately 70.
And that, once again, is that global or is that just the United States?
That's US, Canada, and the UK.
At this time, I moved to have his testimony introduced as an expert in the field of taser and body cams from Axon. No objection.
I'll be considered an expert in those fields.
I guess maybe we'll start off, get a little idea. I'm going to show you what has been kind of marked into evidence as Exhibit 23. Can you tell the jury what this is?
This is a Taser 7 energy weapon.
And tell it what Taser 7, why is it Taser 7? Is there different versions of Taser then?
Yeah, there's several models over time, and Taser 7 was our 7th iteration of the design.
So what Taser are you on now?
Right now we're on Taser 10.
Okay. So this is an older version. When did this version kind of go into use, if you will?
This one was released in 2018.
Can you maybe if you can show the jury in terms of what describe some of the things on, it kind of looks like a gun. Is it a gun?
It is not a gun. It is not a firearm. It is a handheld device, the shape of a gun for the look and feel of it. It has a grip. This part is where the battery pack will go in. It has rechargeable batteries. Has a safety switch, which is ambidextrous, so it can be used left-handed or right-handed. And then a trigger switch here. And then also on each side, there's a button on the side that is called the arc switch. I'll get into more technical what each one does. We also have cartridges that install in here. There's 2 cartridges. Each cartridge has 2 probes. So there's 4 probes total. What else? We have cartridge release. That's essentially it. There's a high voltage section and then pretty much the microprocessor and the smart section of it.
Maybe talk a little bit more. You talk about a safety switch. The safety switch, it's on there. What is that designed to do?
So the safety switch arms the weapon. So it turns it on, powers it up, but it does not activate the high voltage yet. So it just puts it at a ready. If the trigger is pulled or the arc switch is pressed, then it will activate. Also with the safety switch, laser aiming will turn on and a flashlight if it's configured.
Now, what is a taser designed for? What was the purpose of a taser?
The overall purpose of a taser weapon is to inject electrical signal into the human body or animal and override the central nervous system and tell the muscles to contract. So when activated, it produces high voltage pulsing. And that pulsing, if delivered to the body, will be received by the muscles. And all of your muscles, all movement that you make is done by electrical signals from your brain. And so what this does is it puts an electrical signal on the muscles and the muscles say, oh, I need to contract. So they contract and then release. But the weapon does it 22 times per second. So it causes a rigid muscle lockup if you have enough muscle receiving that signal.
Okay. I'm going to go and maybe help a little visual in terms of how this works. The play what's been stipulated to is Exhibit 22 of the people, Your Honor. Okay. Dim lights. And you've seen this? This is your promotional video for the Taser 7?
Yes.
And you recognize it?
Yes.
All right. I'll go through it and I'll ask you questions.
So basically, I'm just gonna talk about it a little bit. They are literally doing a lot of music. Yeah. So, um, I've muted, so you should be not listening to it right now. I have a very dark sense of your Makara, so we are just waiting to see. Yeah, I think it looks like a commercial or a presentation about it. I don't know. For me, it looks like a commercial. I'm sorry, I'm not gonna lie.
That's why you got that kind of cool music and everything, right?
Yes.
Now going back a little bit, I think there's some things that the jury mentioned. Can you describe, when you talk about these cartridges, you got the probes, if you will, can you tell the jury what they're looking at here?
So what we're looking at here is the probes coming out of the cartridge. How that works is inside the cartridge, there's a nitrogen gas capsule. Excuse me, about 2,500 PSI of nitrogen gas. When triggered, there is an electrical signal sent to a primer, which that explodes internally, and that creates pressure and pushes the gas capsule into a puncture pin. That ejects the air, the nitrogen gas, out of the capsule, going down these channels, and pushes those probes out. So it's not gunpowder as a typical firearm. The probes are launched via compressed air. The wire in the probe, the wire is actually wound inside the probes. So the metal pieces there, the wire's coming out of them, spooled inside them. And it's tethered to the cartridge, which is electrically connected to the weapon. And then the wire is attached to the probe tip.
So in terms of these probe tips, that's what's got to go into the person, if you will. Is that a fair statement?
The design is for it to go in, but the whole point of the high voltage of a taser weapon is to be able to arc to the skin, to jump through the air to the skin if the probe is close enough. So even if it doesn't penetrate the skin, it can still make a connection.
I just want to say for the record that he was testifying from the 19-second mark on Exhibit 22.
We can go here a little bit, and we'll go from record 34 seconds on the exhibit. I think right around here they talk about cross connect. Can you describe what this cross connect is? It looks like a probe is missed, but another was hit. Can you describe what cross connect is and what this video kind of part of the video shows?
Yes, so adaptive cross connect is a technology. Previous versions of the weapon, the X2 mainly, had 2 cartridges, but it had a chance to cross connect, but it was pretty much due to the laws of physics. It could happen or couldn't happen depending on what's going on, where the wires are, how far the probes are from the skin, stuff like that. With the Taser 7, we designed adaptive cross connect that force that cross connect to happen. So if a probe misses, like in the image here at 34 seconds, one of those probes missed, but we're able to cross connect from one cartridge. Well, let me back up. Each cartridge, say you deploy one cartridge, the top probe is the plus of the circuit, and the bottom probe is the minus of the circuit. You always have to have a connection between plus and minus in order for electric current to flow. With this, we allowed, say for instance, if you missed with the bottom probe of the second cartridge, the top probe of the second cartridge would connect to the bottom probe of the first cartridge. So that's cross connect.
Now here, the Taser 7, and once again, correct me if I'm wrong, the Taser 7 had something about a close range cartridge versus a longer range cartridge. Could you tell the jury what you mean by that?
Yeah.
We're at .53 now, and you're talking about the close range cartridge.
So with Taser 7, one thing new that we added was 2 different types of cartridge. On each Taser cartridge, the top probe comes out straight. The bottom probe comes out at a downward angle. The reason for that is, I mentioned before with the Taser technology, in order to cause a reaction from the muscles, you need enough muscle to receive that signal. So you need enough muscle mass between those 2 probes. So you need distance on the body. And so with the bottom probe coming out, or top probe coming out straight, and the bottom probe coming out at a downward angle, the further back you are, the more spread you have between those probes. That can cause a problem because if you are too far away, then the bottom probe might hit the ground before it reaches the target. So we designed 2 different cartridges, one with a 3.5 degree angle, and that is for long range. And then we have a close quarter cartridge that has a 12 degree angle on the bottom probe, and that is pretty much at 4 feet. In general, your general rule is you need about 12 inches of spread between the probes. There are caveats there on the location on the body because it's really about muscle mass, how much. But in general, you want 12 inches. So effective at 4 feet means at 4 feet, you'll get about the 12 inches of spread between those probes.
So that's kind of the minimum distance for the close range cartridge that's ideal for appropriate NMI.
Yeah, to create that ideal situation for NMI, you'd need to be at 4 foot.
And then so it can go this way. I think there's 111. We're talking about 111 now. It can go up to 12 feet. Is that the maximum distance, if you will, for the Taser 7?
For Taser 7, actually, the maximum range is 25 feet.
Okay, so this is even a little bit closer than 25 feet. It can go further back.
Correct.
The weapon, is it weapon designed to be with this distance then? In terms of that's the ideal way you should use it?
Ideally, we create it so that an officer can create distance between him and the subject. But we made the close quarter, so if you can't make distance, then you have those 2 options.
I'm trying lights. I'm going to get away from this for now. Now, in terms of what you talk about high voltage. That sounds like you're putting a bunch of electricity into a person. Can you go into that and describe that? What do you mean by that?
Yeah, so the weapon's designed with high voltage, but really the only point of that is to be able to jump a gap, jump an air gap, and you have to do that with high voltage. If you've seen in science class in high school, they have the Van de Graaff generator or small Tesla coils, and people put their hand on it and their hair raises up. That's millions of volts or tens of thousands of volts. Voltage is not dangerous. You see danger high voltage everywhere, but it's really the electric current that is dangerous. Now, high voltage on your utility lines, providing power, that's dangerous because there's potential for a lot of current. But on some electronics that limit the current, high voltage is not dangerous at all. It just allows the electricity to jump from one point to the other through the air. And that's called an electric arc.
So in terms of, jumping through the air, what is going, I guess, can you give an idea to the jury of what's going into a person, though, if it's successful, going into a person, what is it voltage going in, or is it something different going in, and what kind of level is it?
It's actually electric current that is going in. It's actually electrons that are flowing, and the flow of electrons is electric current. Voltage is just the potential for current to flow. If you picture it this way, picture a water analogy. If you're at your hose outside, the water pressure is like voltage. So if you turn on your hose but you don't have water pressure from the city, water is not going to flow. It's the water pressure that allows the current to flow. And then when you open the spigot, you get the water flow, and that's like the electric current flowing.
So is somebody going to get electrocuted from a taser?
No.
When you talk about the impacts, in terms of are there long-term impacts? You're putting electricity into a person. What are the kind of long-term impacts of it?
There are no long-term impacts. The impact, the physical impact of the weapon is your muscles contract and then release. So I mentioned we do it 22 times per second, so it's a rigid lockup, but the cycle lasts for 5 seconds automatically. It can be turned off early, but as soon as it turns off, your body completely recovers. And so every pulse goes in one probe and out the other. So that's the lasting effect on the body. It's in the microseconds. I think the Taser 7 is around 45 microseconds, 45 millionths of a second for each pulse. So it goes in and comes out, and it doesn't build up in the body like poison or anything like that. It's just, it goes in, it goes out, your muscle reacts, and then releases.
Now, when you say when it goes in, the 5 seconds, you say it's automatically, so if somebody holds the trigger down, it's going to shut off at 5 seconds even though you're holding the trigger down?
That depends on the settings. So you have agency settings. So by design, if the trigger is held in, it will go beyond 5 seconds until you release. However, some agencies have settings that limit it to 5 seconds only.
Now, when you talk about the contractions, you're not electrocuted. Does it like knock you out completely? Is it you're knocked out when this happens?
No, you're fully aware of what's going on. You can hear everything and feel it.
You talk about there's certain things, in terms of if you don't get it, you talk about the 12-inch spread. If you don't get it, the full 12-inch spread, can you describe what happens then?
So if you don't get 12-inch spread, we call that a short spread, then the muscles don't respond. You don't have muscles responding, but you do have sensory nerves that are reacting, and that it's the potential for pain. If someone's on mind-altering drugs or numbing drugs and they can't feel, or really drunk and they can't feel pain, it's not going to be effective on them. That's why we created the technology to lock out muscles. But if you can't get the spread, can't get enough muscle between those probes, you're limited to a pain response.
Now, part of that, when when a Taser new version is sent out, part of it is training people how to use it and so forth, correct?
Yes.
And one of the things you do is a PowerPoint presentation, correct?
Correct.
I'm going to pull it up now. Exhibit 24. This is one of the exhibits that's been admitted. Actually, part of the training documents that were admitted. I can go through the whole thing. We have it put on the screen, please. So you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And this is one of the PowerPoints that are put out with the the training when the Taser 7 went out, correct?
Correct.
Now, in terms of, can you explain here when you say Taser CEWs, that's controlled, what is it, controlled energy weapon?
Conducted energy weapon.
Are not a substitute for authorized deadly force. What is that there for? What does that mean?
So the taser weapon has limitations. Like I said, if you can't get probe spread, or if you don't get enough muscle mass between those probes, it's limited. So we put that in there to say that we're not saying don't put your gun out if there's a deadly situation. Don't rely on the taser. Like if there's close range and person has a knife, they're typically going to go to their firearm rather than a taser, because there's limitations. If you don't get the probe spread and it's a deadly situation, your life might be in danger. So we're just saying it's not replacing the gun yet.
Okay. Now, replacing it, is the taser designed to kill people?
No,
What's it? It's not designed to kill people. What exactly is it kind of designed for then?
it's designed to temporarily incapacitate.
Move down. Try to do a little quicker, but it's hard to move. I'll go to slide 37 now. So this is part of the PowerPoint as well, correct?
Yes.
And you have this warning here. You just said it's not designed to kill people, but then you have this warning here. Can you explain that?
So the warning, the first point, can incapacitate. That's what it's designed for. Can cause death or serious injury. Serious injury, you can get a probe in the eye. You can, using force, you can cause injury. As far as death, most of the deaths that have happened from falls. When a person walks up and they're incapacitated, they typically fall down, and if they're at elevated height, they fall straight to the ground. Or head injuries can happen as well. So it can, anything can cause, almost anything can cause death. But taser energy weapon, it's not designed to, but if used improperly, it can.
Now, in terms of with this, along with the slide, you just don't send out the slides. You send out instructions for the person giving the presentation, if you will. I mean, is there a script, if you will, that goes along with this slide?
Not necessarily script, but a guide. There's notes for the instructor on, notes on about the safety of about that slide. On this one, it's on warning, so there'd be notes, additional information for the instructor.
What are kind of notes are you talking about here? What are those notes that you talk about here?
Well, they're mostly notes for the speaker to talk on. So on this, there would be additional notes. I don't know exactly the word for word what it says on here, but there will be like can cause death or serious injury. There's notes that talk about falls or head injuries, stuff like that.
Does it talk about the safety studies that go into the taser?
Yes, it does talk about, there's been many safety studies done on tasers, independently and from Axon. The National Institute of Justice, NIJ, did studies, Wake Forest. There's several universities who have done safety studies on the technology.
And what do those safety studies find in terms of this technology?
As far as electrical safety, it's a safe weapon. It does not affect the heart. It doesn't cause damage to the body. There's certain things in the use of force that can, but the taser weapon itself, it causes the muscles to lock up and release them. It's really a muscle stimulator. That's really what it is.
Staying at that point, I'm going to go now to slide 50. This talks about voluntary exposure. It's voluntary exposure that sometimes that police agencies use in their training.
Yes.
Now, in terms of looking at this, when you talk about risk of injury from stress, that first paragraph, talking about muscle exertion, can you describe what does that mean?
So the taser exposure causes your muscles to contract. And so it can Repeated exposure can cause fatigue in the muscles, just like working out really hard. And so that is warning that, stress, physical exertion, falling, especially like voluntary exposures, you don't just have someone stand there and hit them because they're going to fall and hit their head. And so always use spotters. So there's several instructions that are given on doing voluntary exposures.
When you talk about those total exposures, about strong muscle contact, you talk about repeated. Is like one contraction going to cause this type of strenuous exercise, or is that repeated?
It'd be repeated.
Okay, so that repeating, jury ballpark, how many? Is that 5, 6, 2? Yeah, is there any kind of idea?
Don't really have a number. There's been studies that the taser exposure is a whole lot less exertion on the body than, like, say, punching a heavy bag or sprinting or running. So this warning specifically for voluntary exposures is just warning the user taking the exposure that they might feel soreness. It might feel like they worked out or something like that, but it's not going to cause damage to the muscles or anything like that.
Now I'm going to slide 61 now, key safety guidelines. You've talked about this a little bit, but why is this list? What is this list here for in the PowerPoint?
This is to warn users to pay attention to the surroundings before a taser is deployed. If a person is up on a ladder or up on a roof or on scaffolding at some type of height, if you deploy the taser and they get the muscle effect, they're going to fall off of that. So pay attention to that. Flammables and explosives, there have been a few out there where a person was seriously injured or killed due to fire because a taser was deployed in a explosive environment or a flammable environment, and the high voltage arc can ignite flammable fumes.
Are those kind of the top reasons people have been killed in the history of the taser?
Yes, falls is the number one, and then also fire injuries is up there.
Now, in terms of number 4, the restrain fast, avoid prolonged exposures, you kind of testified saying, well, prolonged exposures don't build up, but now you're saying avoid prolonged exposure. Can you explain why that's in there?
It's just for the situation. The device is painful, and it's a strong use of force, and so it's not causing long-term damage. I mean, eventually, a very long exposure. We had a volunteer do 45 seconds. So one activation is 5 seconds. We've had a volunteer do 45 with no damage. But eventually, at some point, you're going to cause muscle damage. If you keep lifting weights beyond you're tired, but you keep on going, you're eventually going to damage your muscles. So that's why the warnings there, prolonged exposures, you want to limit. All in all, we teach officers to use the minimum amount of force to effect the arrest. So get them under control, get them cuffed, and turn the taser off.
So you had a volunteer do it for 45 seconds, you didn't have to pay him?
I believe he got a free taser.
Oh, okay. All right, so you got something.
Right.
It's now 64. If I get a little bit better here. Let me show you a little bit. You're talking this in terms of, once again, this is a training. Can you give the jury idea why these preferred target zones? What is this for?
So preferred target zones, one, we're thinking safety, and 2, we're thinking effectiveness. And so the preferred target zones are deemed safe, won't cause serious injury, and also have the larger muscle groups to give a better chance of getting effective NMI.
So when you hit a muscle, so if it just goes like, I mean, I guess maybe your hand is kind of bony. So if it hits the hand, it gets a bone, that's not going to have the same impact, if you will, of the same NMI.
Right. You have a lack of muscle there. Another example, I mentioned 12 inches. You want 12 inches between the probes. If you put a probe from my fingers to my arm, you have over 12 inches, but that's not going to be effective because there's not a lot of muscle mass there.
Now here's this is slide number 70 on the PowerPoint. Can we talk about this? You mentioned a little bit, but you actually put this in there. The fighting or fleeing? How did Taser put this in there? What did they rely on here?
So there's a medical condition, and I can't go to, I'm not a doctor, but I know from the doctors, but there's a medical condition called acidosis, and that's where your body is shutting down due to exertion. And it has to do with the pH levels in your blood. And they did a study comparing Taser exposure versus fighting, punching a heavy bag, sprinting. There was even a dog attack in there, and pepper spray. And the Taser energy weapon was very low on that scale of causing that amount of stress. The number one was fighting, and number two was sprinting, fleeing.
Now this is exhibit 71. Why is there,
I'm sorry, you said exhibit.
Sorry, slide 71. Sorry. You talk about sensitive populations. Why is there a danger with these individuals?
Well, like children and it's not physical. Well, their bodies are developing and all that. So like small children, besides being wrong, it's developing body. You might not have the strong bones and everything. So you don't tell a little kid to go work out really hard and start, lifting weights. They're developing. Elderly, they can be frail, frail bones and frail muscle structure. Pregnant, we have falls, so you can cause them to fall down. Sickly, low body mass. So this is a weapon that causes muscles to contract. And if you wouldn't have someone go and lift weights, it's ideal. You wouldn't want to do them. If you have an elderly person, you're not going to, have them go work their muscles in the gym because you could cause issues. So.
I'm going to go to slide 96 here. You talked about some of these, you repeatedly talked about elevated platform and so forth. But in terms of these other increased deployment risk examples, water, mud, muck, how is it a drowning risk? Can you explain that a little bit?
Well, if you're in a swimming pool and your muscles contract and you can't swim. And so if someone's in water, you have to be aware of that risk. Now, if it's a situation that you have to do that, there is a video, I believe, from Lake Havasu, where a person had a weapon. They were by a pool, so they deployed a taser. They locked up and fell into a pool, and the officers jumped in and grabbed him. So life was saved there. But if the officers didn't go in and grab him in time, he could have taken a breath and drowned. Stuff like that, the elevated position, operating machinery. If it's something where you are going to lose control, you won't be able to voluntarily move your muscles. So if you are in a situation where you need to break a fall or defend yourself, you won't be able to. So we're just warning users to be aware of the situation. And if someone might be injured due to it, serious injured, think about it.
It seems to be like almost secondary impacts of, when you hit them with the taser, it's something that happens because of the NMI, not because of the taser. It seems to be that's the main danger.
Right. It's all secondary. The weapon itself is designed to be safe.
I'm going to get in here. Can you see that? talking about the drive stun. Okay. I think you mentioned a little bit. Can you go a little bit more into with the jury? What is the drive stun? What does that mean?
I'm sorry, could you identify that particular slide?
This would be slide number 124.
Thank you.
Yes, so drive stun. And first, I believe I've talked about NMI. I think it says NMI in there. That's neuromuscular incapacitation. That is when your muscles lock up and you no longer have control of your muscles. So I mentioned the point of the weapon is to incapacitate, but that is done via the probes or delivering energy to enough muscle mass. A drive stun, a lot of people call it a mode of the weapon, but it's actually a tactic from the officer. And drive stun is when the weapon is activated and driven into the body of the person to make contact. It's also called contact stun. There's tactics they teach to hit pressure points and nerves to cause more of a pain response. And that's really what it is. The drive stun without probes causes pain, but it does not cause the muscles to contract.
I think I'll try and go out of this example, go to a different one. Maybe an example. You go to exhibit 12, graduation video, Your Honor. You got an opportunity. This is about 103 in the graduation video, exhibit 12. Back it up a little bit. When we talk about this drive stun, is this what you're talking about here?
Yes, this one is actually drive stun with a probe deployment too. So this one has potential to cause NMI. If you don't deploy the probes, then it's purely pain response.
Why would you, in a circumstance like this, the probe deployment with a drive stun, why would you do this? What's the purpose of this?
Well, we had talked about like there's a minimum distance, like the 4 feet with the cartridge. That's what causes the 12 inches. If you're closer than that and you cannot get distance, then you can do a tactic like this where you deploy close and then drive stun on another part of the body to complete the circuit and get more muscle between those
So
electrodes.
if you had just done this without the probe deployment, that would just be the drive stun you were talking about.
Yeah, that would, and it's very similar. This was a probe deployment really close. That would be the same body response as a drive stun without probes, just because it's close. There's little spread between those probes versus on a drive stun, it's just the energy coming from one electrode to the other.
Now, in terms of the drive stun, you have once again, you have kind of a sensitive areas. What are the sensitive areas and why is that here?
We have the groin, very sensitive area. And also we say to avoid the neck because you can't, it's a weapon putting pressure. So, and you can crush the trachea.
But that's not necessarily the drive stun, that's just enough pressure because of pushing the weapon.
Right. It's just because you're applying the force. It's not really the weapon. And, you want to avoid the face. You don't want, an electric arc across an eyeball probably cause blindness. And so, you avoid the face, the neck, and the groin.
You talked about a little bit just to give a jury a better idea. I think you talked about a little bit, maybe a more better visual in terms of the degree, the cartridges, the angles. What angle are we looking at here? Which cartridge would this be? Excuse me. That would be slide number 154. Thank you.
This is the 3.5 degree cartridge, also called our standoff cartridge.
So this is the longer cartridge, if you will?
Longer distance rated, yes.
Once again, can you go into this that you talked a little bit about, but this is a visual demonstration of the spread you're talking about that you're looking for in a closed cartridge spread? 160, right?
Yeah, so this is showing the 12-degree close quarter cartridge, which has more spread on the bottom probe. So you can be closer to the subject and get further, more muscle mass between the probes than if you had the standoff cartridge that only has 3.5 degree, and you would end up, if at only 4 feet, you would only have a few inches of spread.
Now, part of what you did here, we probably turn that off right now. I'm going to show, maybe we enter any evidence in Exhibit 25. I think it's already in. It's already in, yeah. Okay, no objection. Now you got 23 there. I'm going to show you 25. What is 25?
This is also a Taser 7 energy weapon.
But Exhibit 25, would that be the actual weapon that you performed the forensic exam on after this incident?
It looks like it, yes.
In terms of what do you do when you get a weapon for a case like this? What do you do?
So any agency or law firm or anyone can request a forensic analysis. We'll arrange with them to ship the evidence to my headquarters in Scottsdale, Arizona. I usually ask them to ship it either FedEx or UPS, one of the carriers that does tracking and on critical evidence to keep it sealed evidence. So when I receive it, I will photograph the packaging and show that all the tape is intact, it hasn't been opened. Unpack the evidence, show how it was packed, unpack it if the evidence is sealed, take pictures of the seals and show that it was still sealed. Then I open it and photograph the weapon and any other evidence that I'm going to need to use. The reason I say that, sometimes something is sent to me that I don't need, so I typically don't even open that piece of evidence. But the pieces I'm going to use, I photograph close-up photos of all 6 sides, the weapon, the battery, the cartridges, probes, wires, anything relevant to what I'm investigating. Take close-up photos, do an inspection, and then I go and do an initial download. Talking about download, the weapon has a memory chip inside and it's recording information in it. So you can download that information to the battery pack, plug in the battery pack into a docking station and upload that evidence to our servers, which then produce logs that we can look at and tell part of the story.
Now, in terms of that, when you got this, you talked about taking pictures. I saw you 2 pictures earlier today.
Yes.
And you recognize those pictures as pictures you took of the taser that was used in this incident.
Yes.
I would move the admission exhibits 23 and 28, 29, right?
No objection.
28 and 29 are not admitted.
28 up there. Could you tell the jury what we're looking at here in exhibit 28?
That is the front of the weapon. So this is after I have unpacked it and taken photos of everything. And now I'm taking the close-up photos of the front. So that is as if the weapon is pointing towards you like this.
Now, obviously, there's apparently a lot of mud and dirt in that.
Yes, and grass.
Now, in terms of which, and I don't know if you can see it real well, what would be the close cartridge and which would be the longer cartridge, if you
The one on our left is the 3.5 degree close quarter, and the one on the right is the 12 degree
So that's why
standoff.
it's dropping down a little bit at the bottom.
Right. And so looking at it from this angle, the cartridge 1 is on the right, cartridge 2, I'm sorry, I messed that. Yeah, cartridge 1 is on the right, I was correct, and cartridge 2 is on the left.
And then going to exhibit 29, what are we looking at here?
This is 2 probes and the wires unspooled from them.
So this is when, after it's been shot and the taser's kind of left after they're discharged.
Yeah, they've been deployed from the weapon, and also the barbed end tip of the probe has been pulled from the body of the probe.
Now, in terms of you took these pictures, then you talk about getting a download or trying to tell you what the taser tells you about the incident. Could you tell the jury what you found out about the deployment of the taser in this specific incident?
In this incident, the deployment, there was 2 trigger pulls that deployed both of the cartridges. The first deployment, there was no connection between the probes. I believe it arced in air for a short period of time and then lost connection completely, and the weapon couldn't discharge.
All right, stop right there. Part of it, you did a report on this,
Yes,
and you kind of included photos of when you find the taser was deployed in that report. Is that true?
that's correct.
And you had it after you take a look at those pages, and those are an accurate depiction of what the taser looked like, reflecting when the taser was deployed. Is that true?
Yes.
Don't know if I remember, just to make sure, Your Honor, I moved the admission of exhibits 26 and 27. I wasn't sure, so that's all as we got them in. So this is exhibit 26. You're just talking about it a little bit. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is page 19 of my report, and I include screenshots from the body-worn camera from Officer Schurr. And this shows the reason 2 screenshots is to kind of show the movement. But you can see this is right when the weapon is being deployed the first time. So cartridge 1 is being deployed. And the subject is, you can see his hand pushing. So he pushed the weapon away right before it was deployed. So the probes did not hit his body.
So you can tell it didn't hit anything. Or how can you tell that? How does it register?
There's a few different ways. One is looking at the probes. The probes, the spears were bent. Typically, if they hit flesh, they don't bend. So they hit a hard surface. We don't know what that surface was, but they hit something hard. And the second way is the weapon records in a pulse log. Every pulse, I mentioned the 22 pulses per second, every single pulse that it tries to generate, it records the output charge that it delivered and the voltage across the capacitors when it was discharging. And those tell a story of what the weapon discharged into. On this first one, the pulse graph showed that it was arcing in open air for the first second, I believe. And arcing open air, that would be it's arcing across either the wires in front or just across the electrodes in the front. And then it lost connection completely and it was unable to discharge. So it's charged up, it's trying to discharge, but it can't because there's no electrical path.
Going to 27. Okay, tell the jury what we're looking at here.
Yes, so this is page 20 of my report. In figure 4.5, that's an image from a civilian cell phone recording. And this is a little bit later, and while they were struggling in the grass, the wires were being pulled, and I have the 2 red circles shown in the grass there. You can see 2 shiny things moving as they're moving. And those, I am very sure, the probes being pulled from the wires as the 2 subjects wrestle in the
Would
grass.
that be from the first one, the first deployment?
Correct.
Was there a second deployment then?
There was.
When was that?
That was, I believe, shortly after this screenshot was taken. And it was done pretty much with the muzzle of the weapon in the grass. And so the probes just went directly into the wet grass.
How can you, I mean, is that, once again, can you tell that just because of the video, or is there anything that registered on the pulses that you were talking about? Was that something on the pulses that we were talking about?
Well, the pulses were a little bit different because typically you don't fire into wet grass. Wet grass can look like human flesh, but wet grass is, it depends on the grass. I'm sure the grass in Arizona is a lot different than the grass here in Michigan.
You have grass in
Different
Arizona?
minerals. We have a little bit of grass, mostly cactus, but the resistance or the impedance of the material. So you have different minerals, the different resistivity of the water. So there's a lot of differences. In that activation, it showed it discharging into what would look like flesh, but it was also short circuiting, which means it was probably it was raining at the time. So the grass was very wet and the ground was very wet. And so the water was probably short circuiting. It didn't cause any damage, but it's, the logs were recording discharging some pulses into a resistive material and some pulses into a dead short. And that activation actually stopped early because the weapon sensed the short circuit multiple times, and so it stopped.
Now, part of your analysis also, when you talked about this photo wasn't, but the one before was from the body cam, you did an analysis of the body cam in this instance as well.
Correct.
Could you tell the jury what happened with that? Because at some point in time, it turned off. Is that when we stopped seeing anything? Could you tell the jury what happened with the body cam?
So the body camera, well, I won't say turn off because it's powered on, but it can be put in recording mode, or it goes into buffering mode where it's buffering video into a temporary memory. It started recording automatically due to, I believe it was the light bar in the vehicle started the body camera recording. And during their struggle, well, let me back up. You can start a video by double tapping the event button. If you press the event button, which is a big button in the center, if you press that twice within a second, that starts recording. It can also start via a Bluetooth signal. So this one started via the Bluetooth signal. To end a recording, you press the event button and hold it for 3 seconds. During the struggle, I gave a detailed, there was like 16 times it was pressed within a 3-second period, but none of those were 3 seconds. But at the when the camera turned off, the button was held for 3 seconds and it turned off. Analyzing the video at those points in time, it was always when the video was blocked because there was a body right in front of it. So it makes sense that as they were struggling, the button was being pressed, but the last time it was pressed for 3 seconds and it, by design, it stopped recording.
So that is more of an unintentional because there's the bodies pressing against one another than somebody intentionally trying to turn it off.
Correct.
One other thing I kind of was finishing up with, in terms of the drive stun, can you show where is the drive stun? What on the taser? Use the either one. What are the probes? What comes out for the drive stun? If both probes are deployed, how does the drive stun work? What is that on the?
Yeah, so if probes are deployed, picture we have 4 wires coming out here and probes over there. If you were to do a drive stun, there's electrodes, one electrode here and one here, one on the bottom over here and one on the top over here. And so if you do a drive stun, it will discharge that electricity into the skin and the sensory nerves.
Okay, so it's just those 4 little points.
Yeah, it's just these 4 points.
I have anything for the honor.
Morning, Mr. Childs.
Good morning.
So you did a great job of explaining that as in basic of terms as can be, but it's not necessarily intuitive to everyone, so I just have a few clarification questions here.
Sure.
Sir, for the most part, everything you testified to as far as the taser, how it's designed, the PowerPoint, is it fair to say that's in the hands of a trained person?
Yes.
And Axon's classification of a taser as a less lethal weapon, is that in the hands of a trained person?
Yes, there's a lot of caveats and warnings that need to be gone through and thought about during a deployment or even before a deployment. So yeah, I would classify it, it's really built for a professional or for a person who's gone through training on that platform of weapon.
Okay, and I want to get to that training in just a moment here, but in the hands of an untrained person, would Axon market this as a less lethal weapon?
It's designed to be less lethal, but in the hands of a person who's not trained on it or someone who has ill intent, it could be dangerous.
Now, as far as training goes, can you just give us a snapshot as far as how is Axon, do they start the training that an officer ultimately gets, within their department? Can you just, if you're aware?
Yeah, so overall, how it works is Axon develops the training program, but each agency is responsible for their own training. Typically, an agency, depending on the size, they'll have one or a certain number of instructors. So they are responsible for teaching the users, the ones who are going to be carrying the weapon. Those instructors, they are taught master instructors who are taught by Axon. So Axon trains the trainers who will eventually train the users.
And does a department designate someone to go meet Axon for training to become what's deemed a master taser instructor?
Yeah, a master instructor goes through a week-long course, and it includes PowerPoints, but also practical drills as well.
And then that master taser instructor goes back to their department and trains their officers on what they learned.
Correct.
Now, Axon, as we've seen here, they developed their own materials, PowerPoints and whatnot that explain the device and how it's designed and intended to be used.
Correct.
And that includes warnings, is that right, about the device?
Yes.
Mr. McFarland, could you please put that PowerPoint back up there? And you're familiar with these materials, is that fair to say that you just went over with the prosecutor?
Yes.
I don't plan to go into the whole PowerPoint, but just on a few topics here. And I think it was already pulled up. Axon, the manufacturer of this Taser 7 device, warns that it's a serious weapon and should be treated as such at all times. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Do the Axon materials and warnings tell officers that the Taser is no longer dangerous after both cartridges are deployed?
No.
Could you please go to slide 13? That is People's Exhibit 2022.
I don't know, is this ours?
All right, this would be, it's also Defense Exhibit G6.
So it appears to be, so I just want to, they could use mine or they could use theirs.
But which exhibit was it, 24?
Ours is 24, correct?
24 or defendants.
Well, that hasn't been admitted, so G6 hasn't been admitted.
Are you familiar with this PowerPoint?
Yes, I am.
And it'd be duplicative, so like we don't need two exhibits that are the exact same thing.
Well, theirs is included as part of the larger you from training. This is just the power EMS training. So there, it's a little different in that regard.
So this is part of their exhibit.
Yeah, we don't have, yes, it is.
Okay, so then it will still be duplicative, just because it's extra, but you can refer to the slide that's within the PowerPoint, because I think it would be the same slide.
I don't know. I'm sorry, let me get three attorneys on this. I don't think the numbers might not be the same. We recognize it's duplicative, Your Honor, but because it's a larger package and a smaller package, if he's referring to something on the record as slide 12, it might not be the same slide as in the larger
Let's
package.
check that out. Which slide is this for you?
It's gonna be different because our exhibit does start with the GRP, some of the training stuff, so they're later on, so it will be different.
This is technically a separate, would then be a separate piece of material here.
So it's still not admitted.
And I would move for the admission based on this expert's knowledge of this.
And that's a
G6.
Okay. Is there any objection to G6?
No
Okay. Then exhibit G6 is now admitted.
Thank you. This slide number 13. Now, I think you've already discussed this on direct examination, but the Taser 7 is worn can cause serious injury or death, correct?
Yes.
And the device as a whole has the ability to incapacitate human beings, correct?
Correct.
The device has the ability to immobilize a person. Is that fair to say?
Yes, it causes their muscles to contract and they cannot control them.
Now, you mentioned studies. Is that often discussed that for a police officer in particular, if they're immobilized, if they're incapacitated, that gives the subject an opportunity to take their firearm? Is that often discussed?
Yes, if a person's incapacitated, they can't defend themselves or their equipment.
Now, besides incapacitation or immobilization capabilities, it's also capable of causing serious injury, or I think you even mentioned death, if just by directly targeting it on certain areas of the body. Is that what's warned?
Yes.
And are those, I think it may have been mentioned in one of the slides, those areas are often are referred to as sensitive areas to avoid?
Yes.
Now, risk of serious injury or death with these targeted areas, targeting areas that are sensitive, can that occur in both probe mode or in the drive stun, the contact mode?
It could happen in either mode. Even if the weapon's just armed, there could be danger due to the laser. So that can cause eye injury without even activating the weapon.
All right, thank you. So proper training is critical to try to avoid these potential serious injuries or perhaps even death. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And the device, as we discussed, is less lethal if used in the hands of a trained person as designed and intended. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Now, a trained person is obviously notified about these potential risks of the device.
Yes,
Correct.
they go through not only the PowerPoint classroom, but they also go through practical drills where they're put through scenarios to think about these things.
And I just want to, for a moment here, go over to the sensitive location topic that I know was brought up somewhat on direct examination. Could you please go to page 41? Does that train the user on the preferred target areas frontally?
Yes, we looked earlier at the rear view, the rear of the body, which was mostly most of the body except for the head. And then on the front, we include the groin area, the chest, and the face and head.
And there's mention of increases dart to heart safety margin. What's that?
So the dart to heart is there was a study previously where the heart could be temporarily affected by the taser, but the dart had to be a certain distance from the heart, and it was like millimeters or a centimeter. I forget the exact number. And so to remove that risk, we removed the chest as a preferred target zone. There's typically some muscle there, but not a lot. So we didn't lose much from just removing that from there. But to get the probe that close to the heart, it would have to be a very skinny person, very small chest with and the probe would have to penetrate right over the heart and discharge right to it.
And it's clear to the user, do not intentionally target head, eyes, throat, chest, or genitals. Is that right?
Correct.
And I believe you mentioned use of the taser probes to the eyes could cause blindness.
Yes.
And you just brought up the heart. Now, is the neck and the throat also put as an area to avoid?
Yes.
And also the genitals?
Yes.
And would an untrained person intuitively know to avoid these areas to potentially cause serious injury or death?
They would not. And I want to clarify, you said something about probe to the eye, but I believe even discharging electricity into the eye without the probe, like for a drive stun, or even I mentioned the laser to the eye. So it's not probe to the eye, the only thing that could cause blindness. There's several other factors.
Okay, and I was going to get to another one of those that I think you brought up on direct examination already, but let's just take the cartridge, the probes, the wires out of the equation. You brought up that the device still has the ability to administer a drive stun.
Correct.
And that also delivers an electrical charge onto a subject, has that ability, correct?
Yes, that would discharge into their body.
Could you just hold up the exhibit there? What is that exhibit marked?
23.
How do you ignite the drive stun function on the device?
First, the weapon has to be armed, so the safety switch has to go up, which is just move it with your thumb or finger. And then press it for pure drive stun without probes. You press the arc switch either on the left side or the right side.
That's all it takes to have the drive stun ignite is pressing that switch.
Correct.
And if used by a trained person as designed, is the drive stun meant to cause localized pain?
Yes.
How far from the subject do you have to be then to use the drive stun? It's contact, correct?
Yeah, it's arm's length.
Okay. And if I use the drive stun, press the drive stun against somebody, how long does that last? That the drive stun's working?
The activation? Or,
yes.
If that's depends. If no cartridges have been deployed, the activation will go for 5 seconds. But if probes have been deployed, I'm sorry, I have that backwards. If probes have been deployed, pressing the arc switch will activate for 5-second cycle.
Okay. And the drive stun alone, I believe you mentioned all by itself, drive stun, that does not cause this NMI, this neuromuscular incapacitation by itself?
By itself without probes, no, there's no NMI.
But the drive stun is very painful. Is that fair to say? Yes. And does the drive stun run risk that it has the ability to immobilize someone?
Without probes deployed, there's no chance of NMI to immobilize through muscle, but it can temporarily jar someone because of the pain.
Sure. And depending on the person's condition, could that immobilize the individual?
It could temporarily.
Okay. Now, I think you already had mentioned the drive stun itself to sensitive areas. Have you ever been drive stunned before?
Yes, many times.
Has anybody ever deployed it against you?
Yes, once.
Okay. Would you let somebody drive stun you in the eye?
I no.
About the throat?
Throat? No.
About the genitals?
Yeah, absolutely not.
Could it cause serious injury?
Yes.
And just to clarify, that's cartridges out of the equation, just this drive stun contact, correct?
Correct.
And you mentioned drive stun to the throat. The pressure could collapse here. I'm sorry, what was it?
Trachea.
Trachea. So that could be even worse than a serious injury, correct?
Yes, I mean, the electricity itself is not going to do anything except for the pain, but pressing on a sensitive area like the trachea, a person typically doesn't sit still when a drive stun is applied to them. They're trying to move, so it's easy to crush the trachea in that situation.
And just on this prolonged or repeated use, I think you had talked about that. Axon warns to avoid prolonged or repeated uses. Is that right?
Yes.
And would an untrained person have that knowledge?
No.
If you were deploying cartridges on me, or deploying a cartridge, fires the probes on me, makes proper connection, is that sometimes referred to that I then take the ride?
Yes, it's been called that. Typically in volunteer exposures, yes.
How long does the ride last?
5 seconds.
Now, I think you've explained as far as when you deploy the cartridge, how do you deploy the cartridge?
Cartridge deployment is done via the trigger switch. So that's this one.
Take much pressure to pull that trigger?
A little pressure, but not much. It's easy to do.
Okay. And if you deployed and there was a live cartridge in there, it would then essentially send the probes through the air towards me, correct?
Correct.
And the probes would stay connected back to the device by the wires, correct?
That's correct.
Now, as far as the wires go, are officers often trained to avoid making contact with the wires and probes when possible?
Yes, we train them to cuff under power, which means the weapon is active, and so they're under the power of the neuromuscular incapacitation, but we warn them to avoid the wires and the probes because they could receive some of that shock.
Now, the probes, and I think we see them right in the exhibit there, it has a sharp end to it, correct?
Yes.
Does that have some type of barb on it?
Yes, on the Taser 7, there's 2 barbs on it.
Similar to like a fish hook. Is that fair
Similar.
to say? Now, and you had mentioned that in order for the probe to have an effect on an individual, it does not necessarily have to penetrate their skin. Is that right?
That's correct. Due to the high voltage, we design it to be able to arc to the skin if it doesn't penetrate through.
You had talked about this Taser 7 device has the capability of holding 2 cartridges, correct?
Correct.
And one of the cartridges is what's referred to as a close probe cartridge. Is that what it's referred to?
We call it close quarter or
close
CQ.
quarter. I'm sorry. Close quarter. Okay. And that cartridge gives the officer, the trained person, more of an ability to use and have that device to be more optimal when they within close ranges. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And as we watch that video there, it says 4 feet. Is that an optimal range?
That's the optimal to create 12 inches of spread between the probes.
Now, this optimal range, is that a distance that's created in the laboratory?
It was more, I don't know if it was a laboratory, but yeah, it's in a test setting. There's been several studies that were done on effectiveness, and we call it motivation, where you get someone really motivated, they're going to try to ignore the pain and get to a task. And we see the difference areas on the body and the spreads between the probes, how effective it is in stopping them from going to that task.
And the reality out in the field, though, officers can deploy probes at closer ranges than 4 feet. They're allowed to do that's reasonable, correct?
Oh yeah, and there's situations where you, even at a close range, say if someone's hunched over, you could still hit a probe and arm and get a lot of spread even though you're at a close range. So it's all depends on the situation.
So 4 feet may be optimal, but you could still cause NMI even at closer ranges than that.
Yeah, that 4 feet was just saying the probes will be at 12 inches at that point.
And let's say the probes do hit very close to each other, maybe not optimal. Is there another third point of contact that the officer can use to create NMI?
Yes, actually, we watched a video of a graduation video, and that was called a 3-point. So probes were deployed close range and then brought over to the leg. The weapon was brought over to the leg, and that completes the circuit and causes more muscles to contract, giving NMI in that short spread situation.
And when the officer initially fired the probes into the back of that dummy, was he approximately 1 foot away from the dummy?
Yeah, he was close.
Yeah, or closer perhaps?
Yeah, possibly closer.
But then he followed up with the drive stun to a different area of the body, correct?
Correct.
And that's an effective means of delivering NMI.
Yeah, we train tactics to deliver NMI even in a close range, if you're closer than 4 feet or just hand to hand.
Now, I just want to talk a little bit about re-energizing the probes. We're not able to do a live demonstration in the courtroom here, but let's just say that you have the device there. Okay? You fire both cartridges. So now on the floor here, if they were to land on the floor, we would have 4 probes and the wires connecting those probes back to the device, correct?
Correct.
And officers are trained to avoid contact with the wires and probes, right?
Yes.
And let's say the 5 seconds goes by from the initial deployments. Can the probes and the wires be re-energized?
Yes, they can.
And can you just explain that a little bit, please?
Assuming the weapon's still armed, they would either press the arc switch or pull the trigger, would reactivate all 4 probes.
And ignite the probes for how long?
5 seconds.
And what if I am in contact with some of the probes and the wires? Am I at risk that I could experience the effects of the taser?
Yes.
Now, do I need to be in contact with 2 probes necessarily to feel the effects, or could contact with the wire as well create a circuit upon me?
Contact with the wire could create that circuit. They're insulated. They're designed to be insulated to the 50,000 volts. However, if there's any flaw in the insulation, a nick in the wire, someone stepped on it, or even the wire as it's coming out of the probe is scraped, that could allow the high voltage to jump through it. So if you're close enough to that wire, you don't have to be on it. If you're close enough to the wire, it can jump to you and deliver the effect to you.
And let's say I'm close to the wire, and then you come up and drive stun, and I'm just in contact with 1 wire, 1 probe, 1 exposed wire or 1 probe. Could that create NMI upon me?
If you point to your knee, so you're like kneeling on the wire and your drive stun to the head?
Or anywhere else?
Anywhere in the upper body, yes, I believe that would cause NMI because that would be the same as if a probe is in your knee and a probe is wherever that drive's done. So you would have pretty much most of your muscle mass affected.
Okay. And sir, you've seen the videos here, correct? From the prosecutor as far as this incident here?
Yes.
And the two men are struggling for control of the taser. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it appears the wire and probes are all around the men during the struggle?
Yes.
And you later analyzed the wires and the probes from this incident, correct? At least some of them?
Yes.
And did you actually observe what appears to be blood on one of the probes?
I believe it was on two of the probes.
Okay. Now, going back, the prosecutor showed you or talked about in your report the second deployment. And were you later able to find from the computer data and watching the cell cam video that there was a second deployment that had taken place?
Yes.
And you mentioned that it appears the taser was pressed into the ground when the second cartridge deployed,
Yes.
but that this second deployment was short-circuited?
Some pulses sensed a short circuit, some sensed a resistance. So it wasn't short circuit the entire time. It was delivering charge into the ground as well.
Okay. And the sound, if I ignite a cartridge, that's not as loud as a gunshot, correct?
Correct.
And so by the device being shot into the wet ground, it did not carry out its normal 5-second sequence. Is that fair to say?
Due to the short circuit that I saw multiple times, it stopped before the 5-second cycle was over.
Now, from watching that video, you can't tell whether or not the officer noted there was a second cartridge deployment, can you?
Jack, that goes kind of beyond his expertise here, Your Honor.
He's just testifying to his observations of the video, but
I think he would have to speculate, so I'll sustain that objection.
watching the video after the second cartridge deployment, does the officer continue to fight to attempt to get the weapon? Is that your observation?
Yes, they continue fighting over the weapon.
And does the officer seem to continue to treat the weapon seriously?
It appears so, yes.
And does he continue to tell the other person to let go of and drop the taser?
Yes, I believe that's the words that he was using.
But now we know, based on the benefit of a video and data, that there was a second cartridge deployment, correct?
Correct.
But even after both cartridges were deployed, 5 seconds goes by. Based on the proximity of Officer Schurr in that video to the probes and wires, and what you explained as far as this ability to re-energize the probes or wires, the drive stun, could Officer Schurr still have been at risk of suffering the effects of NMI?
Yes, he could.
And could that have been by contact with probes or wires?
Yeah, contact with probes, wires, or drive stun. All the above could have caused NMI.
Do you think that even with both cartridges deployed, 5 seconds passes, that the taser still deserved its classification as a serious weapon?
Yes.
Now, as far as the fact that the grass was wet, okay, and we've got the wires and probes amongst the parties, if the device was activated again, what could the wet grass have any effect as far as somebody perhaps feeling the effects of the device?
There's a misconception that water increases electricity strength. It does not. However, it does create more chance of a path to you. So that's why you don't go near power lines when it's wet, because you could cross that path where electricity will travel through the water. So in this case, the water helped increase the risk of the electricity traveling to either of them, laying in the wet grass and activating a taser. Both of them were at risk of feeling the effects.
Okay. And just taking the wires, the probes back out of it once again, and talking about just the drive stun, just the contact ability of that device. After the cartridge is deployed, the device still maintain its ability to administer a drive stun, correct?
Yes, I mean, drive stun is a use tactic. It's not really a mode of the weapon. So it's so anyone holding it can do a drive stun. If it powers up and turns on, if they can press a button, they can do a drive stun.
And with these men in the close proximity that they were, does Officer Schurr appear to be in close enough proximity where the drive stun could have been used upon him?
Oh, yes.
I'm going to conclude here, but just to clarify a few points. If the taser probes are deployed on a subject, they are at risk of suffering NMI for a minimum of 5 seconds. Fair to say?
Suffering, experiencing, yes.
Okay. And if a subject disarms a police officer or taser and deploys the probes at the officer, then that officer is vulnerable to perhaps have other weapons accessed or be assaulted. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say. If they were under the effects of NMI, they can't defend themselves or their equipment.
The taser can still cause NMI at a distance less than 4 feet, particularly with a follow-up from the drive stun, correct?
Correct. Not limited to that, but yes, definitely.
If the probes are deployed at certain sensitive areas of the body, this may result in serious injury or death itself, correct?
Yes, they're sharps with barbs. So like an injury to an eyeball, not only is a puncture to the eyeball, but also it has to come out as well with a barb. So it can cause serious injury.
An untrained person would be unaware of this sensitive area training. Is that fair to say?
Yeah, I wouldn't expect them to be aware of it.
Therefore, Axon would not necessarily consider a taser a less lethal weapon in the hands of an untrained person.
That's correct.
Just recapping, even after both cartridges deployed, as we now know is the case here, the Taser 7 maintains the ability to re-energize all 4 probes and wire by simply touching the arc switch or pulling the trigger, correct?
Pressing the arc switch, yes.
I'm sorry, pressing the arc switch. And if an officer is in contact with certain probes and or wires and the arc switch is pressed, then the officer is at risk of suffering the effects of the taser's electricity. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
I think I've said it enough, but even after all cartridges deployed, the contact drive stun can work together with the already probes, wires on the ground to close the circuit and cause NMI.
Yes, that's true.
And it's as simple as just pressing the device upon somebody and pushing the button, correct?
Or pulling the trigger, correct.
And Axon warns, do not press the drive stun on certain sensitive areas of the body, correct?
That's correct.
So even after both cartridges deployed, 5 seconds passed, the Taser 7 weapon still maintains the ability to deliver incapacitation, immobilization, or its contact drive stun can still be used on sensitive areas to cause serious injury or death.
Yes, if it's activated again, yes.
Okay. Just one moment, please. Does the drive stun make noise? When you ignite the drive stun, does it make some type of noise?
Activating the weapon does make noise, yes.
Okay. Like what? What noise does the drive stun make?
I hate describing this. It's difficult to describe. So when the weapon is arcing in open air, arcing across the electrodes, it's like a loud clacking type of sound at 22 times per second. So it's a fast clacking.
Okay. Fairly intimidating.
Yes. We even train, there's called an arc warning. So without deploying, you can press the button and show the arc and they hear it, and that sometimes is a deterrent to get compliance without even deploying the weapon.
Okay. And just one other topic, deploying the probes at less than 4 feet, the optimal range, there's still an ability for the device to cause NMI at less than 4 feet, correct?
Yes.
And if we watched a voluntary tasing video and the individual was shot from a foot or two, it still has the ability to lock somebody up pretty good. Is that fair to say?
Yes, the potential is there. Yes.
Okay. That's all I have. Thank you.
Is your honor, some follow-up? We'll start. Gonna do the VR screen. Gonna go to exhibit 1. You've seen this, obviously, you talked about it in the testimony. The cell phone video?
Yes.
Okay. It's more for noise, but you can also watch it too. Turn on this.
Starting from the beginning or?
No, it's gonna be 45 seconds, Your Honor.
Thank you.
There's more of the sound there. What was that pop?
The initial pop was the cartridge being deployed.
So that's the shot, if you will, the air, the gaseous air, the nitrogen gas.
Correct.
That tinkling after that, what is that?
That's the loud clacking I was describing.
Okay, that's what you hear for a drive stun.
So drive stun is a tactic. So whether you're using a drive stun or not doing drive stun, the activating the weapon and it's arcing in open air, it's going to make that sound. So that can happen on a probe deployment or drive stun.
Okay, that's what I'm trying to get at. That's what you're talking about in terms of clacking.
Yes.
So I'm going to go a little bit further here. We go to 52 seconds.
Good, man. Let go the taser. Let go the taser. No, he good.
Okay, you heard that, the pop there. What was that?
That was the deployment of cartridge 2.
You didn't hear the crackling there as you described it. Can you, but why not? Is there a particular reason?
The difference there is that the probes were going into the wet ground and conducting through. So the sound is made by the high voltage arc jumping through the air. In that case, there's some arcing going on, but most of the energy is conducting through the ground, which is quieter.
Now they asked you some questions about this clackling noise. Did you ever hear any other clack other than those two? Did you ever hear any sort of clackling at all through the rest of the video?
No.
When you talk about going to an untrained person, okay, first of all, my understanding first, an untrained person wouldn't have to know there's a safety switch, right? To be able to operate it.
Correct.
And if you pull the trigger for a drive stun, that's not necessarily going to work, is my understanding. Is that what you said?
No, the trigger will activate the weapon.
The drive stun, if both cartridges, I guess, maybe both cartridges are gone, is it simply pull the trigger? You said the side one had to be used, I thought.
No, so, and that's what I'm trying to explain. The drive stun is a tactic. That is you driving it forward. So that's your action. You activate the weapon and then do the drive stun. So you activate the weapon via the switch on the side or pull the trigger.
Okay, so the pulling the trigger does all of those?
Yes.
So they'd have to know the size or something different then.
Well, either activates the weapon. I don't know what a person would know. I mean, being a gun shape, I think the trigger would be the most optimal, but that would activate all 4 probes as well.
But that have to be after the safety was engaged or disengaged, if you will.
Correct.
Now, in terms of a lot of the questions you had, they asked about the wires. Did you ever see any evidence of anybody impacted by the wires lying on the ground?
No.
There's nothing that showed somebody was suffering from they were being shocked. The wires had any impact on anything that happened here.
Not during those 2 activations, no.
It's always possible, but nothing showed through this entire incident that there was any wires that were impacting anything.
Yeah, there was no view of effect during those activations, but the potential was there. Yes.
There was potential, that's it.
Right.
Thank you. Anything further?
So there's potential, there's still risk, correct?
Yes.
It's something that should still be potentially feared, correct?
Yes.
Now, you mentioned the second deployment was quieter than the first deployment. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
That's all. Thank you, sir.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
I have a couple of questions. One, when turning off the safety, do you have to do that each time you use the taser? Or once it's off, it's off?
No. So when you arm it and say deploy 2 cartridges, if you do not place the safety in the safe position, it still can be activated by the press of a button.
And then do you have to hold the trigger down and using it as a drive stun, or do you have to hold the trigger or push the trigger and then hold it while you're using it?
No. Pull and release, it'll automatically go 5 seconds.
In the drive stun?
Drive stun or probe mode, it doesn't matter. It'll automatically go 5 seconds.
Okay. Thank you. Any questions based on that?
No, Your Honor.
And I guess, but just to clarify, to activate the drive stun, both cartridges are already deployed. You can simply press the trigger to activate the lightning bolt at the end of the device. Is that correct?
To activate the high voltage, yes, it's trigger pull or arc button switch. Either one does the same thing.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Nothing, Your Honor.
And I do see juror has a question. I'll have a clerk grab that for you. You can approach, please, Mr. Dodge.
All right, so we now in just a little bit of
I need to get to right.
question time thing. Sorry, they were talking.
And you just
So I'm just gonna mute him a little bit because she's good, but yeah, this was crazy. I'm sorry, this testimony was a little bit boring. I'm sorry, I fell asleep, y'all. Zio, first of all, I wanted to thank you for your generosity to the channel. Thank you very much. You were trying to wake me up probably, but nothing can wake me up, girl. Not even a Concord outside of my bedroom window can wake me up. I know she probably is doing the explaining the oh wow, Paula, that is crazy. The weather change very, very quickly, girl. That's crazy. So I don't know, like I love this feed, but they keep interrupting it. We might change to another one, but I don't know how I feel about it. So we might just have to put up with her. But Well, while she's just explaining the testimony we just heard, and I'm complaining about that it was boring. Probably I should have listened and shut up. So probably let's listen to this lady. She probably knows way more than I do.
From a trained person versus an untrained person. Now, there are obviously a lot of questions into what goes into using a taser, and he goes into detail about the training for it as well, how people within the company are trained to use a taser, but then also how people who don't work with the company, like your local police department, is using the taser as well and is trained properly. We also got to hear the first question from a juror. Now, we didn't physically hear that question because, of course, we have to keep their identity away from everyone, but we're able to hear a judge, the judge, ask if the jurors had any questions, and there was a question asked, and we were able to hear that question. So we'll be talking about that as soon as Riley and Kelly are able to talk to us. I'm getting word that Kelly Lichter, who's been in the courthouse all day long, she joins us now. Kelly, kind of break down, what did we just hear from Brian?
Yeah, Lauren. So this testimony, I think, is at the crux of this trial. You know, we're talking about the taser that was involved in the situation. So we were hearing questions from both the prosecution and the defense around the use of the taser and what could have been the use of the taser had it, you know, fallen into the hands of someone who is untrained. You know, when the taser is in the hands of an officer like former Officer Schurr, he is a trained professional. They are trained at GRPD on how to use this taser. But the defense was trying to argue that if the taser were to get into the hands of Lyoya, he is an untrained person who.
Right. While this young lady talks, well, I can't believe I'm calling her a young lady, but she does looks young, and I think court is on a break. Anyway, I was just gonna say, it was very, very technical testimony and everything. I agree. I will bring her back if she says anything, but I think she did on a break. So she's just talking about the more of the testimony. We can listen a little, but we need a little bit of a break from the testimony and the explanations. We'll get to it again. Don't worry, I'm keeping my eye on it, and I have a year on it as well. But it's just we are at the part of the trial that we always get. It is a technical part. Not saying the fun part, but the more critical uh was yesterday. I agree it was critical testimony. Yes, they needed to bring this in. I get it, but it's just a bit more technical than I was expecting for today. I did not prepare myself for it. So yeah, definitely was not ready for that. Oh, you got the fall down. Nice journeys. That's all. That is amazing. That's a nice advancement. That is very, very good. I'm glad that you know, getting down, you're nearly close to, hopefully close to the end of your long journey to get the basement done. So see what I did there? Sorry, my bad. My pun's not very good. I agree that this is like it is critical for the case, but I don't think it helped the prosecution, in my opinion, in terms that he yeah, well, it just shows it just shows that he used the taser and the taser was not used on him. So after um you know, after used it, it's just you was on the floor and he did not use on the guy, because obviously if he was used on him, on Patrick, obviously then using the pew pew would be excessive force, but he did not touch. He touched the ground, like he was saying. At least that's where I got. I may have not lost a little bit because of my sleepiness, but that's my opinion. But the lady still carry on talking. We can listen to her now that we had a little bit of a break. We can listen to her again and see what she says, and then we can carry on chatting a little bit.
Fearing for his life, and that was justification for the shooting. And you know, that's what we've been saying all along. I said this yesterday in the morning. I've been saying it, you know, all day. This is what they're trying to prove. It's around this taser. Did Schurr fear for his life, or was it unjustified for the shooting, Lauren?
I want to ask about the NMI. We kept hearing that over and over again, and it seemed like it revolved around those injuries or areas that could cause some injuries. Can you talk about what exactly that is?
Yeah, so NMI is neuromuscular incapacitation, and that is, when someone is tased, it affects their muscles. So when you're getting tased, it's not getting launched at your bones. If it hits a muscle, something meaty, then you are incapacitated for a certain number of seconds. I believe it was 5 seconds. I don't know off the top of my head without my notes. But it's just, for a few short seconds, you're incapacitated. Then when, the taser is released, then it goes back to normal. There are no long-term effects of this taser, which is something that Becker was questioning about. If someone was tased, like in this situation, I think he was, getting at if Schurr was tased, would he have, just gone back to normal? But on the flip side, on the defensive side, they were arguing that if Schurr was tased under NMI, someone could have reached for his weapon, such as his gun or other things that he had on his person. He would have been incapacitated
True.
for those few.
I agree with what she's saying there.
How much could an individual do, if they were under this NMI? And there was also questioning around, was the taser deployed twice, which the taser was deployed twice, then what, are the ramifications, and what could you do with a taser if it's already been deployed twice? And so again, it just really revolved around, if someone's incapacitated, what could happen during that time.
And we also got clarification that no one was hit by the taser in this situation. Is that right, Callie?
That is correct. No one was directly hit by the taser. It did not latch onto any skin parts. However, it was launched into the ground. And there was also questioning around, if a taser is deployed, what can happen?
See, that was my point. That was my point that I was making earlier. That the taser did not hit anyone, and then that did not hit Patrick. It did not hit Schurr. So he hit the floor. He hit the ground, and the ground got tased. That is dangerous. I'm joking, but then that means that he did not have the taser anymore, right? He didn't have the possibility of grabbing the taser. It didn't have that. It was losing the struggle. Patrick probably was getting into the pew pew because they were still struggling on the floor, like the camera shows, and they were still fighting. So it was sadly a no-win situation. That it was not the win
Schurr
situation.
asked about what we saw earlier when there was the close-up of the taser that was used in this incident. There was some mud and dirt on the end, and they were asking, does that impact the tasing at all, the tasing ability? And I believe that Childs did say that it could impact the tasing ability, because it is a piece of matter that can obstruct where the shock comes out. And that was due to the taser being shoved into the ground essentially, and during I believe the second deployment of the taser, Lauren.
Is there anything else that was a big takeaway for you in this testimony? We heard a lot from this expert. Is there anything that really stands out?
Just going back to, what is the capability of this taser if it's already deployed? We talked about the drive stun, which is when even if the taser is deployed, like what we think about when the things shoot out of the taser, can it still tase? And it still can. There are 4 prongs on each corner of the taser. It kind of is like a rectangle there on all 4 corners. And if you drive that directly into the skin, it could still tase, or it could still harm someone, not necessarily tase, sorry. It could cause, a lot of pain, not necessarily great bodily harm, if it's just latched into like a meaty part of the body, but it can cause pain. It also talked about, a closed circuit, because you can also, drive stun someone while they're also being tased with the actual shooting parts of the taser. And again, the defense really latched on to, if someone's drive stunned in an area that they're told not to aim for, such as the eyes, the chest, or the sensitive areas of the body, will it still hurt or cause great bodily harm? And I think the conclusion that was come up with is yes. If someone is drive stunned, if those 4 corners, those 4 prongs, hit the eyes, it could cause great bodily harm, Lauren.
Callie, we appreciate you, all of your reporting. We're going to let you get back into proceedings because we've heard that they've started again. So again, thank you for all of your knowledge on this. as Callie mentioned, there were a lot of questions surrounding around this taser. Like we've talked about before, this is one of the main points that both the defense and prosecution are going to be hitting on in this case. The prosecution showing that, you know, if there was no threat with Lyoya had he gotten that taser, but then obviously on the other side of the defense saying that, yeah, there was a threat. We heard from Brian Childs, if you're just joining us, he's the senior manager at Axion, and he explains the type of model that he uses. And I'm trying to get word. What was that, Eric? Okay, so this is just video from what we're talking about. You can see Childs, he's testifying right now. But again, there was a lot of questions on the impact of actually being tased. When the prosecution asked about, are there long-term effects? He said, no, there's not typically long-term effects. He also says that a person.
Right, I forgot to unmute myself, of course. But the thing that, like, they're just going over the case. They're just going over the what happened this morning. Give more of their like detailed opinion, what the questions were, what the questions we heard, what the questions were from the jury. I don't think it's particularly necessary, like relevant really. I have my doubts. Like I know this probably is my like first full witness, and I did fall asleep throughout. But my takes, I think, goes what with that young lady reporter was saying. Because Becky, I do agree with you. The reporter with the bun definitely looks like a nice color, and it was making me feel old. I was looking, I was like, girl, I would give anything to be on her side right now because. Oh, hang on.
What the taser looked like, reflecting when the taser was deployed. Is that true?
Yes.
Don't know if I remember, just to make sure, I moved the admission of exhibits 26 and 27. I wasn't sure, so that's all I we got it in. So this is exhibit 26. You're just talking about it a little bit. Can you tell what we're looking at here?
Yes, so this is page 19 of my report, and I include screenshots from the body-worn camera from.
Right, I don't think this is live court because I'm gonna show you guys two things. Right, this is the other feed that we have. Right, it shows that they are on break. Well, coming back now. And the other one, the guy is talking and testifying. So I think we're gonna stay here for now. Hang on. We're gonna stay on this one. Hang on.
As far as credentials as a professor of law that specializes in use of force, we don't object to those. Your Honor, we have filed several motions in the past regarding the relevance of this testimony. And obviously, we filed motions regarding, in particular, the officer created shepherd theory that Professor Stoughton uses to form his opinions. And so we're not waiving any of those prior motions or objections, but as far as his qualifications as a professor, we don't object to those. I assume Mr. Becker's still going to put some of that on the record for the jury.
So you're still objecting to him testifying as an expert? You're not saying that he's not qualified to be an expert, but you're still objecting to him providing testimony?
We're objecting to the extent that his opinions are based on officer created jeopardy theory as irrelevant. And we put that in a motion. And we also are objecting that the officer created jeopardy theory is not generally accepted. And that, I believe that's what the purpose of this hearing is for. My understanding is the court has already deemed his testimony relevant in the past, because you denied our motion to exclude it based on relevance. But you wanted to revisit the issue of whether officer created jeopardy theory itself is generally accepted, and I'm going to limit my.
Okay, but you don't object to him. Are you putting him forth as an expert, or do you intend to ask him to be accepted as an expert in the field of
Police practices and use of force, Your Honor.
Okay. And the police practices is the framework under which officer created jeopardy would ostensibly be placed. So I'm asking, do you object also to the use of force testimony that Mr. Stoughton may provide? And I'm asking because obviously that would be included in the questioning at this juncture.
So you're asking whether or not we believe he's qualified to be an expert in the use of force. We do not. We believe he is qualified given his academic credentials and issues of use of force. We believe he's qualified to act as an expert on principles espoused by the Supreme Court, Graham v. Connor, and subsequent cases. He's written books about use of force. As far as tactics goes, and what a police officer should do, and training, we do not think he's a taser expert. We do not think he's a tactical expert. Police practices, what's generally accepted in conforming with Graham v. Connor. We believe he is knowledgeable enough on that to provide his opinion. We just think his opinion about officer created jeopardy is not relevant.
Okay. And so I think we have the kind of the ground rules, so to speak, for this portion of the questioning of Mr. Stoughton. So Steve, are you ready to?
Thanks, Your Honor. And Ms. Blige will be taking the questioning for this portion, Your Honor.
So you're going to people call Professor Seth Stoughton.
Good morning.
Good morning.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Thank you.
Good morning, Professor Stoughton.
Good morning.
As you heard the judge's opening, we are here for a bit of a focused inquiry. So this will be a bit different than a general expert voir dire, but we'll focus in as necessary.
Sure.
Are you present in court today to potentially offer testimony as an expert in police use of force tactics?
Yes.
And did you prepare a CV in anticipation of testifying in this trial?
Not specifically for this trial, but yes, I
Provided to counsel.
keep a CV on hand, yes.
Your Honor, just for purposes of expediting today's hearing and jumping over qualifications, his resume updated version has been provided to defense counsel previously. Would you like to have a copy?
We don't need a copy, and we understand we have a copy.
May I approach the witness? Does this appear to be the most updated version of your CV?
Yes, it does.
Your Honor, the people would provide the court, just for purposes of this limited evidentiary hearing, with a copy of the expert CV. It's not marked as an exhibit. We don't plan to disclose it to the jury.
Probably do a Roman numeral 1 for it.
For the evidentiary hearing.
And is there any objection to being admitted for that purpose? As exhibit Roman numeral 1?
No objection.
Here's an exhibit number 4. And just briefly, Professor Stoughton, where do you currently work?
At the University of South Carolina, Joseph F. Rice School of Law, which I'm contractually required to say the full thing.
And what is your title there?
I am a professor of law, and I'm the faculty director of the Excellence in Policing and Public Safety program there.
And how long have you served in this position?
As a professor since June of 2014 with EPS, the Excellence in Policing program, about 2 years now.
As a professor, is it safe to assume you teach classes to law students as part of your duties?
I do. As a professor of law, I teach in the JD program, our law student classes, yes.
And in general, in your position as a professor, do you do any research?
Yes.
Do you do any writing for publication?
Yes.
And I assume you research and write on a variety of topics, but does your work specifically include research on the topic of officer-created jeopardy?
I wouldn't call that a specific topic. I research in the area of police tactics, and officer-created jeopardy is a concept within the field of police tactics, yes.
So your research on police tactics involves the theory of officer-created jeopardy?
Yes, even calling it a theory might be a little grand, but yes, certainly that concept.
How would you define the concept of officer-created jeopardy?
Officer-created jeopardy is really just a term of art that's used to describe unjustified risk-taking. When officers use tactics that they should not use, and as a result of that, the poor tactic increases the danger to the officer, we could call it bad tactics or unsound tactics. The phrase that is used is just officer-created jeopardy.
And when you are performing this research and discussing the concept or term of art of officer-created jeopardy, what methodology do you use in your research?
So it depends on exactly what I'm researching. For researching the history of police tactics, it is essentially going back to the early days of formalized police training in the 19-teens under August Vollmer, and identifying what police training consisted of. There's a good article from 1929 that identifies that police tactics was among the list of things taught at the early police training schools, as they were called. Going through sort of history of policing and looking at tactics, the real emergence of police tactics as a field and what's sometimes referred to as the tactical revolution of the 1970s, with police practitioners and scholars like Jim Fife, Peter Scharf, Arnold Binder, a number of other folks working in that area to identify the framework for examining use of force incidents, which includes a tactical component, and looking at more modern practices. It's identifying tactical guidance provided in police training at the 650 odd academies or at some of the larger agencies that develop their own tactical training, seeing how those concepts are reflected in guidance by, among others, the Police Executive Research Forum or the International Association of Chiefs of Police, to get an understanding of how tactical concepts bubble up from the field and become generally accepted.
So your methodology includes examining how these police tactics have evolved over the course of history.
Oh, sure. Yeah, absolutely. There have been some very notable changes in police tactics. And one of the things that's important in examining any particular incident is identifying what the tactical guidance was at the time. If you looked at active shooter situations prior to 1999, the tactics were different than active shooter response today, for example.
And at what point does your research reveal that the concept or term of art officer-created jeopardy entered this police tactics discussion?
Yeah, again, it's just a term of convenience. It's a term of art. That started in the 1990s, mid-1990s with the Savannah Police Department. They're the ones who first introduced that concept. or I should specify, termed that concept officer-created jeopardy. There were discussions of the concept well prior to that, but that wasn't the term until the Savannah Police Department introduced it.
So the concept has existed historically, but the term originated approximately 30 years ago. So
yeah, that's about right.
And when you're researching in the area of police tactics, what are the sources from which you draw your conclusions?
So again, it depends on exactly what I'm researching. For historical practices, it's historical training documentation. I don't really do qualitative work in this area, so I'm not interviewing people about what tactics used to be like 30 years ago. I'm usually looking for tactical training manuals. Most of those resources are not academic in nature. Most of them are practical or practitioner resources. So some of the early publications by Caliber Press, like Street Survival or the like, that sort of channeled popular understandings of tactics in the 70s and 80s. More modern research looking at police agency policies, looking at organizations, again, like the International Association of Chiefs of Police or the National Police Foundation or the Police Executive Research Forum, to see how they are writing and describing practices that have bubbled up from the field. Along with looking at training documentation, agency policies, there's some use of, say, popular police media. So tactical articles on websites like Police Magazine or the like, not to identify any of them as a definitive source. They are not, no one article is a definitive source, but when you see the same sort of baseline message of this is the scope of professional practices at this point in time, that's how you identify generally accepted practice.
So do you survey all of these different publications to source your eventual research conclusions and opinions?
Yes, both the academic literature, the professional organization literature, and the practitioner literature, yes.
Are these sources nationally recognized among the expert community?
Yes, yeah. I mean, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, for example, which publishes a lot of model policies and discussion papers, as well as a national consensus policy and discussion paper on the use of force. They are the largest and oldest police organization in the world. Police Executive Research Forum and National Police Foundation are both extremely well known in the police practitioner as well as the research community. When you talk about individual articles, academic articles, they may not have the same degree of penetration into police practice. There can be a pretty hard line between where police agencies get guidance and what academics are working on. But within the academic communities that look at this, yeah, I'm looking at well-published articles by well-known scholars.
And as we've covered, you're a professor, correct?
Yes.
Are you also an attorney?
I am. I'm a non-practicing attorney in the Virginia bar.
And does your experience also include experience as a law enforcement officer?
Yes, it does.
And with your educational and professional background, does that give you a unique perspective, as you've said, on all of these resources, be it academic, legal, law enforcement based?
I wouldn't want to say it's a unique perspective. It's not particularly typical. There are a number of law professors who focus on policing. I'm hosting a conference for them in June, as a matter of fact. There are a number of criminologists who focus on policing. Some number of them are former officers. Relatively few are former officers turned law professors who focus on policing, but there might be a couple others.
So you've mentioned how you collect your research and your methodology. Beyond researching, do you write and publish yourself?
I do, yes.
Does this writing and publication include discussion of this concept, officer-created jeopardy?
Yes, it does.
Have you published books that cover this topic?
The book, very creatively titled "Evaluating Police Use of Force," talks about it in chapter 5, the tactical considerations chapter. Yes, I've also written book chapters in other books, consolidated books that have talked about it.
How about any law review articles?
Yes.
Any other articles or publications that come to mind where you've discussed officer-created jeopardy? Those are the main categories. Amicus briefs, perhaps?
Amicus briefs, yes. I've done amicus briefs that have talked about officer-created jeopardy, not from the perspective of an expert applying tactics in a case, obviously, but in the context of an amicus. I'm trying to remember if I write in both law and criminology, and I don't remember offhand if any of my criminology articles get into officer-created jeopardy.
Do you recall in what courts you have filed amicus briefs on this topic?
The United States Supreme Court, I think the Fifth Circuit Court of Appeals. I think those are the only courts I've done amicus briefs in on this issue.
And those are both federal courts?
Yes.
When you publish these articles and books, have you ever seen them cited by courts or other experts in your field?
Yes.
Do you recall any specific citations?
Kind of breaking it up broadly, there are a number of academic citations, that is citations to my work by other academics in an academic context. That's true most obviously in law and criminology, but also in some other disciplines, psychology and geography and a couple of others that I don't entirely understand why they're citing me, but they do. Outside of academics, in police practices, my work is cited or used fairly heavily in training on reviewing police uses of force in front of state organizations. The one speaker sent me a slide about some of my work from the Pennsylvania Organization of Municipalities or something like that, the sort of blanket body for cities that have police departments. My part of the book on tactics was just cited by the 11th Circuit Court of Appeals, the Federal Circuit, focusing on a couple of tactical principles from that same chapter, chapter 5.
And chapter 5 was the chapter that discussed the officer-created jeopardy that you mentioned?
Yes, as part of the discussion of tactical considerations, yes.
Are there other experts in the use of force community who also research officer-created jeopardy, or is it just you?
No, there are a number of us who either research it or use that description of unjustified risk-taking in various aspects of our work.
And have you ever testified as an expert in court before?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the courts, state, federal, state courts specifically that you've testified in?
Oh, yes. I testified in state courts in Minnesota, Ohio, Georgia, Nevada. I'm sure there are some other ones, federal courts, South Carolina. I've testified in federal courts in South Carolina, North Carolina. I would have to look at my CV to remember.
I think that's a sufficient list, and the court has your CV for its review as well. Could you ballpark about how many times you've testified as an expert witness in use of force tactics?
Probably upwards of 24 at this point. If you include depositions, it would be more than that, but with actual trial testimony, 24, maybe a little more.
And has your expert testimony ever covered the concept of officer-created jeopardy in court?
Yes, frequently.
Have you ever testified or provided this officer-created jeopardy discussion in police use of force cases specifically?
Yes.
About how many out of your 24 times would you estimate it was a police use of force case?
Oh, that involved some aspect of tactics or potentially unsound tactics. This is very ballpark, but maybe half or so.
Have you ever been excluded from testifying as an expert witness in court?
No.
Do you ever teach or train others regarding this concept of officer-created jeopardy?
Yes.
And in what context is that?
So I teach use of force review and evaluation in the program that I run at the law school. We have a week-long course on critical incident and sentinel event review that covers aspects of reviewing use of force. So we talk about the role of tactics in use of force. I think we mention by name officer-created jeopardy, but only relatively briefly. Again, that's just a term of convenience more than it is an actual self-defining separate thing. I have twice taught at the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department's Police Leadership Academy on reviewing use of force. They have between 70 and 80 officers from all over the country, and actually all over the world. They have 6 or 8 officers in every cohort from other countries. And in that discussion, similarly, I talk about considerations in use of force review. That includes tactics, including this concept of officer-created jeopardy. I've done, I don't know how many speaking presentations to shorter audiences instead of a full-blown course or something like that for judicial audiences, legal audiences, police executive or officer audiences, a lot, many of which touch on this concept of tactics as it relates to use of force.
Does that dovetail at all with your experience providing subject matter expertise or consulting services?
I'm in some sense, yes. They cover some of the same topics. There is a distinction. There is a difference when I'm teaching a course, especially one of the courses for police executives. The focus is not on identifying generally accepted practices. The focus is on sort of building up best practices. And there's a noticeable difference between best practices and what is generally accepted. My role as an expert is not to identify what the best practices are and hold officers or agencies to that standard. My role as an expert is to identify what's generally accepted and at the time of the incident or decision, same topic, different standard, different role, if that makes sense.
So you mentioned generally accepted police practices. Could you provide a bit more of a definition of what that means? Not best practices, as you said.
Sure, yeah. So generally accepted practices is really the sort of common elements of professionalism. It's the standard of care in policing. We just happen to not use that particular phrase. It's the idea with generally accepted principles or practices, and I can separately define those. These are concepts or protocols that have, again, typically bubbled up from the practice of policing and become so commonly accepted that more or less, to put it very colloquially, if you went to any reasonably trained officer anywhere in the country and said, is this more or less the way you do things? They would say, yeah, that's more or less the way we do things. Not everything in policing has a generally accepted practice. And even within generally accepted practices, there's often a fair amount of room for variation. But there are still both sort of floor and ceiling or what it may be a better way to put that is there is a minimum level of professional expectation. To meet the expectations of the professional community in policing, an agency or officer should be doing this thing or not doing that thing.
Would you classify officer-created jeopardy, I guess put it this way, is the concept of officer-created jeopardy incorporated into generally accepted police practices?
Properly defined, yes, absolutely. Understanding officer-created jeopardy as unjustified risk-taking, yes, completely. Again, police agencies have been teaching officers about tactics since at least the 1920s, 19-teens. There's been both academic and popular focus on it in the 70s with that concept of tactical revolution that I mentioned. Yes, understanding tactics as a tool to keep officers safe and as a result to keep communities safer. Officer-created jeopardy is certainly generally accepted. It's not always understood in that term, right? But again, that's why I'm defining it here, or specifying that it is a term of art. An agency might not have anything in their policy manual or training that says officer-created jeopardy, but they certainly have things in their policy manual and training that talks about tactics, the need for good tactics, the need to avoid bad tactics, the result of what bad tactics can be, making a use of force more likely or exposing an officer to danger. So yes, all of that is generally accepted.
Could you give us a quick example of a tactic that incorporates an officer-created jeopardy concept?
Yeah, so the easy one and the one that we use in the book is stepping into a vehicle's path of travel. Stepping immediately in front of or immediately behind a vehicle, especially a moving vehicle, but even leaving that aside. The tactical analysis here is relatively straightforward. You ask, what are the potential benefits and what are the potential risks? The tactical benefits of stepping in front of a moving vehicle are minimal. You're not going to stop that vehicle, right? Just as a simple matter of physics, vehicle beats person all the time. Maybe there are some slight tactical benefits, potentially a benefit to visibility or something like that. But the tactical benefits of stepping into a vehicle's path of travel are relatively minimal. On the other hand, the tactical risks are substantial. Again, vehicle beats person. So an officer is far more likely to be struck, dragged, seriously injured, or killed by stepping into a vehicle's path of travel. For that reason, it is generally accepted as a matter of police practices that outside of extraordinary circumstances, officers should not step into and certainly should not stay in a vehicle's path of travel.
Prior to your experience as a professor or attorney, did you serve as a law enforcement officer?
I did.
And what department was that with?
With the Tallahassee Police Department.
How long were you an officer with Tallahassee?
I was full-time with them for just under 5 years and stayed on as a reservist, a part-time officer for another 6 months or so.
And in that capacity as a law enforcement officer, were you exposed to officer-created jeopardy concepts during your training?
Sure, yeah, tactical training, again, very common both at academies generally, definitely part of my academy experience, as well as in-house training and field training, yes.
And specific to the case that you're here for today, did you review any evidence to prepare for your anticipated testimony?
Yes.
Do you recall any of the specific evidence that you did have a chance to review?
There were 3 different videos, as I recall, a dash cam, a body cam, and a bystander cell phone camera. There were some statements and investigation. There were policies and procedures and training records. I'm sure there was more. I could look at my report and give you the list of materials that I reviewed, but I don't remember the rest offhand.
Nope, that's a good list. So after your review of all of this evidence, did that adequately prepare you to apply your research and writing to the facts of this case?
Yes.
One minute, Your Honor. No further questions at this time.
Good morning. I like your tie.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So I want to get something very important out first. Is it Stoughton or Staunton? Because think I've screwed that up several times.
I've always pronounced it Stoughton,
Stoughton,
but I'll
well.
take anything at this point.
I'm either Borgula or Borgula, and I answer to both. Because I think when my grandparents came over here, it was changed completely anyway.
Yeah,
All right, so
I feel your pain there.
I want to talk about officer-created jeopardy.
Sure.
And I'm going to start because I want to get a definition that you state in your report specific to this case.
Sure.
Is that fair? So officer-created jeopardy is, in essence, a manner of describing unjustified risk-taking that can increase the likelihood of injury to officers and can, correspondingly, increase the likelihood that officers will use force to protect themselves from a threat of physical harm that they were in part responsible for creating.
Yes.
So you agree with that? And I think you kind of compared it to like a standard of care.
Generally accepted practices, I would describe as sort of a professional standard of care or common norms of professionalism. Officer-created jeopardy is one of the concepts that is generally accepted, but sort of generally accepted principles and practices broadly are what I would describe as more like a standard of care.
Okay. And so I want to, officer-created jeopardy, you say is generally accepted. And that's a term that gets thrown out a lot, especially by experts as yourself in the use of force category, right?
Yeah, either the term or the concept underlying it, yes.
And it's kind of the lens through which you're going to view whether or not an officer acted reasonably or unreasonably. Is that fair?
When assessing the tactical decisions, yes.
Yes, because you have to compare it to something. You can't just look at it and say, well, I think that's unreasonable for any good reason. It has to be, I think that's unreasonable because he didn't follow generally accepted police practices or tactics.
Correct.
Fair? Okay. All right. And so you define generally accepted principles as refer to those concepts and theories that are widely known, acknowledged, and relied upon in the field. Is that fair?
Yes.
And generally accepted practices refer to protocols, techniques, and procedures that are widely known, acknowledged, and relied upon in the field.
Yes.
Okay. I'm getting all this out of your report. So I just want to get to where we're going with officer-created jeopardy.
Sure.
And so they become generally accepted when well-educated, well-trained, and experienced professionals would agree that it is conventional, customary, and reasonably standard. Correct?
Yes.
And you indicate that there are various organizations that believe officer-created jeopardy, the consideration of whether or not an officer put himself at risk is generally accepted.
Every police organization that I'm aware of pays attention to an officer's tactics. So yeah, an officer who uses poor tactics may be subject to at least counseling or retraining, if not discipline, on the grounds of officer safety. Yes. Okay.
And so there are certainly sort of post-action reviews of whether or not an officer acted reasonably.
Yes.
Yes. It happens all the time. Training.
Sure.
That's how we get good police officers, right?
And how you continue to improve practices of your current officers. Yes.
Okay. And so you say that officer-created jeopardy is generally accepted because and I think you mentioned some DOJ consent decrees.
That can be one area where generally accepted practices are reflected. Yes.
And you talk about a civil settlement, U.S. versus City of Albuquerque.
In the description of vehicles, I think, yes.
Okay. It's one of the things that you relied upon in your report and that the prosecutor put in her motion. So you're familiar with that particular settlement agreement?
I would have to go back and look at it offhand, or excuse me, I would have to go back and look at it. I don't remember the details offhand, but yes,
Okay.
at least in broad terms.
So in the civil context, DOJ in that consent decree discussed officer-created jeopardy. Is that fair?
Again, I don't remember if they use that particular term, but certainly police tactics, yes.
Okay, well, there's a difference between police tactics because everything is police tactics, right?
No, not everything.
Well, everything related to what the police officers are doing when they're making an arrest, for example.
No, tactics have a very particular definition here, right? We're talking about how officers navigate or mitigate potentially risky situations. So there's a lot within police tactics, but not everything that police do is tactics.
And when you're talking about generally accepted, I just want to understand here. You're saying with regard to officer-created jeopardy, certain tactics put them in an unjustified risk, right?
Use of poor tactics can, yes, absolutely.
Okay. And certainly all experts would agree that there are situations where certain tactics would create a risk, right?
Yes.
Okay. And that's what you're saying.
Yes.
And you're talking about, when you're talking about how it's generally accepted, you're just talking about organizations that are discussing best practices when using police tactics.
No, it could be an agency that's implemented that generally accepted practice through policy or training. It might be an organization like IACP that's not presenting it as a best practice, but is instead just reflecting, for example, this is part of a national consensus, right? That's certainly what I would describe as generally accepted.
So you talked about the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and they have a discussion paper.
Yes.
Okay. Police Executive Research Forum.
Yes.
Moving Beyond Speculation and Towards Empiricism. That's a 2007 publication.
Yes.
In-agency policies, and you referred to a 2008 evaluation of the New York City Police Department firearm training.
Yes.
And firearm discharge review process.
Yeah, that was by the Rand Corporation, if I recall.
So New York has discussed officer-created jeopardy as with regard to their practices, right? I assume it's related to the New York City Police Department?
Yes, it was. That particular one is relevant to officers drawing a weapon.
Okay, and that the Department of Justice does not train its agents on officer-created jeopardy theory itself. They don't use that term, correct?
I don't know if they use the term. They certainly train on tactics and using good tactics and avoiding bad tactics. But I don't know if they use that term specifically.
And it's your opinion that there are certain circumstances where tactics caused the officer, in this case, to be in a situation where he had to use deadly force, right?
Sorry, can I ask for the context in which you are asking me that? In my role as an expert, I don't get into causal claims, right? In my research as a scholar, yes, absolutely. But as an expert, when you get into things like but-for or proximate causation and what is responsible, right? Who is responsible? That is beyond my scope. What I'm analyzing is an officer's tactics at the time. And regardless of what happens after, an officer can use a poor tactic that is officer-created jeopardy that creates an unavoidable and unjustified risk, kind of regardless of what happens after that.
Well, I'll give you some context because you wrote a report. You and Nicholas Bloomfield wrote a joint report for this case.
Yes.
And you have 7 opinions with subparts, right?
Yes.
Okay. Can you tell us which opinions you're going to be providing as part of your testimony?
I guess that depends on which opinions I'm asked about. I would assume potentially all of them, but I don't know which opinions I'm going to be asked about specifically.
It's my understanding that you're going to separate the joint report into different opinions. Is that not your understanding?
I try not to get into issues of advocacy. I'm happy to talk about whatever is within the scope of my opinion and report, but I don't know specifically. I can tell you sort of in a broad sense, I don't know if that gets into issues of discussions that I've had with the prosecutor or not.
Okay, well, and I don't want you to get into those. I thought you might have an understanding of what you're going to testify about, in particular to your report. Can you tell us how officer created jeopardy influenced your opinions or became the opinion in your report? Which opinions are related to officer created jeopardy?
Sure. There's the opinion about the brief foot pursuit after the initial sort of hands-on and pulling away, where officer created jeopardy is a component of that opinion. There's an opinion relating to the deployment, of the taser, where officer created jeopardy is plays a relevant role.
Those happen to be 3 and 5. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay. And then there's a 7th opinion regards to whether a reasonable officer could be in fear of the taser. Has officer created jeopardy influence your opinion in that circumstance?
I'm not entirely sure what you're asking.
Well, I'm trying to figure out whether there's any relevance to your other 2 opinions. If it doesn't affect your opinion and the ultimate opinion that he wasn't in fear, or a reasonable officer wouldn't be in fear.
Okay. Yeah, sure. So my opinions on officer created jeopardy are a way of describing or identifying when there is a problem with an officer's tactical decision. That is, an officer's tactical decision is problematic or inconsistent with generally accepted practices, sometimes because it constitutes officer created jeopardy, right? That is part of the standard, part of why I am coming to the conclusion about an officer's tactics. When it comes to an officer's use of force, I will often note, as I believe I did in this case, this use of force came after some tactical decision that an officer made. But it's the use of force, in my view, like I am not analyzing the use of force as more or less reasonable because it was the result or not the result of officer created jeopardy, if that makes sense, right? I'm looking at a use of force and saying, is it a proportional response to the imminent threat that existed at the time? And we can sort of segregate out the why did that threat exist at the time? Was it a result of officer created jeopardy or not? That might be legally relevant. But that's in a case where I'm retained as an expert, that particular question is above my pay grade, right? It is not my job to figure out what is legally relevant. I'm just analyzing an officer's actions at different points and comparing them to this generally accepted principles and practices.
Okay. And you were asked whether or not the foot pursuit was reasonable, and you gave an opinion.
Yes.
In the report.
Yes.
And you anticipate you could testify about that. And you also were asked to give an opinion about whether or not using a taser in close range was reasonable, and you gave an opinion.
Yes.
Okay. Do those opinions have any relevance to the ultimate question for this court, whether or not Officer Schurr was reasonably in fear?
I'm not trying to be squirrely on this. Again, I think that's a legal question. The question of relevance is a legal question and not one that I'm in a good position to answer, right?
Okay.
Whether it's legally relevant, I don't know enough about Michigan law to say. I'm not here to apply Michigan law. Could it be? Sure, there are definitely jurisdictions that apply an officer's actions prior as relevant using sort of standard but-for and proximate cause concepts, but that's not my role as an expert to do.
Okay, so you don't know whether or not it has any relevance.
Yes.
Okay. And you say you're not following Michigan law when you form those opinions.
I'm not an expert in Michigan law. I'm not holding myself out as an expert or applying Michigan law to the point of saying this is criminal, this is not criminal. That would not be appropriate, or even, right, this is consistent with Graham v. Connor, or this is a Fourth Amendment violation. This isn't a Fourth Amendment violation. That would be inappropriate for an expert.
Okay. And so you talked a lot about scholarly articles, making it generally accepted. You talked about 2 amici briefs. I never know, is it amicus plural or is it amici plural?
I think amici is the plural.
It just sounds right, but I don't know if it is. So you filed 2.
two of them just in the Supreme Court that touch on issues of tactics. One of them in the Fifth Circuit that touched on tactics to some extent, yes.
The Fifth Circuit case was Barnes v. Felix?
The Fifth Circuit case, but I filed that. So that's a Supreme Court case. The amicus was in the Supreme Court case.
Did you file an amicus in the Court of Appeals as well?
No, the Fifth Circuit case there, I think, was TIMPA, T-I-M-P-A.
Okay, and that was a civil case, Barnes v. Felix?
Yes.
And there, I mean, the issue was the moment of the threat doctrine. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay, and what you're looking at as to whether or not the totality of circumstances includes, in this case, the officer jumped in front of a car.
Yeah,
That-
jumped onto a car, yes.
Jumped onto a car. The person that had been pulled over, or at least called the police, I believe, started moving forward just a little bit, and the officers like jumped on the car.
Correct.
And then the guy took off, and the officer was like, "I got to shoot him now, because I'm going to die." Right?
Yes, more or less.
And it goes all the way up to the Supreme Court, and you would agree that a lot of people were interested in that case, right?
Oh, sure.
And the reason it goes to the Supreme Court is because it's an unsettled issue of law.
Yes, there is a circuit split on particularly this moment of threat doctrine. Yes.
Right. And so, and the Supreme Court, as they often do, they hear all this argument, they give amicus briefs, they got DOJ, everybody seems to be involved. And did you listen to the oral arguments?
I did, yes.
Okay, and the Supreme Court's like, we're just going to define this very narrow issue because they don't really want to decide officer-created jeopardy right now. Is that fair?
Until the opinion comes out, I don't know what they're going to do. There
Would
was
you
certainly
agree with my assessment?
So Justice Kavanaugh seemed to be looking pretty broadly and wanted to talk about whether the officer's actions were reasonable. There were other justices who just wanted to, or at least were asking questions that I would take indicate they are more interested in, could we just say moment of threat doctrine is not a thing without getting into any broader questions? As always, the court is not an it, it's a they. So different perspectives, and I have no idea where that case is going to go.
Neither do I. I can't predict the Supreme Court. I just listened to the oral argument as well. And, you know, to the extent officer-created jeopardy came up, you had both sides saying, well, this isn't about officer-created jeopardy, at least because they wanted the case to go forward if you're the plaintiff, and it's a civil case.
Yes.
And the defense, they were like, we don't want this to become the standard justices because that is not where we think the law is. And so both sides were arguing that. So would you agree with me that at least the Supreme Court has not decided whether officer-created jeopardy is settled law?
As a matter of Fourth Amendment law, the Supreme Court has not clarified whether for purposes of establishing the reasonableness of an officer's use of force under the Fourth Amendment, whether you include an officer's pre-seizure actions, that is actions before the use of force or not. Okay. Yes, I think that's fair. There's a roughly 8-4 split on that. This Barnes v. Felix may give us an answer. We'll find out.
I don't think so, but we'll see, right? So, and I did read your brief. There's a lot in there about officer-created jeopardy and, you know, considering the actions of the officer in a Fourth Amendment context. All right, but we don't know whether or not how that's going to come out just yet. Now, you've mentioned some scholarly articles. I noted one by Professor Cynthia Lee.
She wrote an article just 2 years ago or so on the issue. Yes,
that was the most recent one. I think it was 2021.
Time flies. Yes.
Yeah. So, but in there, she's asking for courts and to be generally accepted this reform effort, as she put it, because it was not an articulation of the current constitutional or law enforcement standards. She's urging the U.S. Supreme Court to, quote, go above the constitutional floor and consider the officer's pre-seizure conduct to assess the reasonableness of deadly force.
Yeah, I read her article to be arguing, particularly in cases of criminal liability, but liability more broadly, that applying these concepts of but-for and proximate causation, an officer's culpable conduct prior to use of force should be part of the evaluation for use of force.
Okay.
Yes, that's what I read her argument to be.
And you brought up criminal cases. There has been applications in other contexts where you sort of balance the negligence or recklessness of the officer versus what the suspect was doing to sort of determine whether or not, in the totality of circumstances, the officer's actions were reasonable, right? Like qualified immunity cases.
So with Fourth Amendment qualified immunity, we're looking at an officer's actions as objective reasonableness. So we don't actually look at individual culpability in the sense of like mens rea, right? With specific mindset. We're just looking to determine whether their actions are objectively reasonable. In some states, under their civil or criminal standard, they might apply that particularly with reckless behavior that results in a homicide or use of force or something like that. Sure.
And then, so an officer's reckless behavior could be considered in 1983 actions. That's another context.
So that it maybe it can be, at least sometimes. It depends on whether let's say that there isn't a use of force and we just have reckless behavior. It depends on whether that reckless behavior is an independent Fourth Amendment violation or a violation of the ADA or something like that. The 1983 provides a cause of action to. It may not, right? It may not establish an officer's reckless behavior without, say, harm to a civil plaintiff might not amount to a Fourth Amendment violation where there is a plausible 1983 claim.
Okay. And even in those contexts, there's a lot of learned discussion on whether or not that should actually apply in civil context. Is that fair?
Sorry, whether
you should consider the unjustified risk of the officer.
Sure. Exactly how that fits in or should fit into the legal framework is something that, scholars and policymakers discuss.
Have you seen it in criminal cases where you're testifying about something that preceded the moment of the threat that doesn't seem to have any direct bearing on it? But we're asking the jury to consider the negligence or recklessness of the officer and deciding whether or not he was honestly and reasonably in fear of great bodily harm.
Sure. So not, I like take cases that I've had some role in away for a second, like California's standard, for example, for recklessness or negligence includes not just the moment at which force is used, but the actions by whomever, including an officer, right, that foreseeably create those conditions. And if someone's actions, I forget what case that is in California, but if someone's actions foreseeably create the conditions in which they shoot someone, right, then we say, okay, well, were those actions reasonable? Because if someone acted recklessly at point A and that led directly to them taking a life at point B, then again, this is just a fairly straightforward application of but-for and proximate causation.
Right. And they're in a California case. I don't know the name of it, what you're talking about either, but you're talking about whether the actions at the time deadly force was used were negligent, because it could be negligent homicide or something like that. Right?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. How many cases, any cases in Michigan that you're aware
of? No.
All right.
None. I'm neither aware nor not aware of any. Again, I did not research Michigan case law for this at all.
Any second-degree murder cases of which you're aware?
In Michigan?
Anywhere in the world?
Yeah, Colorado just convicted an officer on what would be the idea was tactical errors early in the. Again, this is the conviction of Buen, B-U-E-N. That is a case that I worked on, and the verdict certainly suggested that the theory was tactical errors that led to the use of force created that and were culpable.
So they had a verdict form that said that?
No, it's the I forget what it's called in Colorado law, but it was it was not like the intentional. It wasn't the murder statute or the voluntary manslaughter statute. It was whatever Colorado has as their other version of that.
Negligent homicide.
I think it might have been whatever that. Yeah, something like that.
In a self-defense case to murder. Have you seen that anywhere?
Sorry?
Well, this is a murder case. And Officer Schurr is charged with second-degree murder.
Right.
I'm
sorry.
Intentional killing.
I just didn't understand the question.
Okay, and the defense is self-defense.
Okay, I see.
Okay, is that he was justified in using self-defense because he honestly and reasonably believed he was in fear.
Okay.
Okay. Have you seen an examination of the conduct that you might have believed or some other expert might have believed was unjustified and put himself in risk, therefore he could no longer argue self-defense?
Yes. So that's like the aggressor component of self-defense. And again, I'm not speaking of any one case specifically. And sorry.
In a murder context.
Yes. Yeah. So I don't testify. I don't take cases as an expert in like civilian self-defense where we see more of these self-defense cases. But in criminal law, I have taught self-defense, and one of the aspects of self-defense is unlawful conduct prior to the moment where self-defense is used can render someone an aggressor. That's not in the policing context, right? But it's certainly conduct prior to the use of deadly force that then affects the culpability of that use of deadly force.
Well, and not if you're not in the policing context, we don't have private citizens effectuating an arrest, for example, right? You can't pull someone over if you're a private citizen.
I certainly hope that's the case.
Well,
they do sometimes, but yeah, it's not great.
And you're not familiar with Michigan law.
No.
Okay. Are you aware whether or not there's even a statute about when a police officer can use deadly force in the state of Michigan?
I'd have to go back to the appendix of my book because we pulled all of the state statutes and cases. I think there's a statute, but I have no idea what it is offhand.
Okay. All right. So I want to talk about sort of the consequences of and relevance of these opinions that an officer might have been put himself taken unjustified risks to put himself in a situation. So let's say in this case, you have an opinion that Officer Schurr should not engage in a foot pursuit.
Okay.
Okay. And time goes by, about another minute or two. He's in the position where he has to decide whether or not to use deadly force.
Sure.
If it's your opinion that he was unjustified in doing the foot pursuit, does that foreclose him from maintaining the defense of justification?
Are you asking how my opinions as an expert would relate those two, or are you asking like as a legal matter? Because the answer to the latter is I don't know. That depends on whatever the law of the jurisdiction happens to be. I'm no idea.
Okay. And I think you said before, well, we could talk about causation because I promised you we'd bring it up. But I mean, courts have generally considered whether the officer's actions leading up to the use of force were reckless and whether those actions were immediately connected to the need to use deadly force. That's something that you said.
Yes.
Okay. So they considered whether there's basically proximate cause, right?
Yes.
Okay. So if you're finding that he shouldn't have engaged in a foot pursuit has no proximate cause, is there a cause between the foot pursuit and the fact that he had to use deadly force later on?
Again, sorry, can I clarify? If you're asking about sort of the scope of my opinions, I don't get into proximate cause at all, right? I'm just analyzing separate points, separate decisions, separate actions separately. If you're asking legally, again, with the giant caveat that I am not an expert in Michigan law and would not want to testify about law, even when I did know what the law is, I think you're applying sort of normal principles of superseding intervening cause there. That is, you have an event that is culpable in some way that is a but-for cause of the ultimate result. Is it the proximate cause? I don't think there's anything sort of special about applying superseding intervening causes.
Okay, so
that's like academic law professor answer. I apologize, but in terms of as an expert, I'm analyzing what happened, what the officer did at point A, what the officer did at point B, and I'm not saying anything about point B. Sorry, let me rephrase that. I'm not saying anything about point A when I'm talking about point B.
Okay, so you're segregating these opinions.
I am.
You're looking at kind of like sort of with blinders on. Okay, I'm going to look at the foot pursuit. Was that done properly?
Yes.
All right, and you actually broke it down into 7 opinions, 4 of which, or 3 of which, you thought the officer did act reasonably.
Yes.
The stop.
Yes.
The initial grabbing and pulling to arrest.
Yes.
Right? And then things went south, in your opinion, when he chased him.
Yes.
And I'm summarizing here.
Yes.
Because we're not going to get into the opinions now.
Okay.
The question is for the court, what the court's trying to decide is whether or not your opinions matter to the jury.
Sure.
Okay. But you're segregating these particular findings of unreasonable behavior.
Yes. So I mentioned sorry, I forget which opinion number it is. I think it's 4 offhand, about the sort of use of the empty hand strikes and knees, right? I mentioned in that opinion that occurred because of the foot pursuit, but that's not what my opinion rests on, right? Like you could take the foot pursuit out of the picture entirely and still have that opinion.
The ultimate opinion.
Onto those use of force, yes.
Okay. And the ultimate opinion, or the final opinion, is that no objectively reasonable officer, presuming they knew that the second cartridge of the taser had been discharged, would have been in fear of incapacitation and therefore could not been in fear of losing their weapon and therefore could not be in fear of great bodily harm or death.
I might say it a little bit differently, but yes.
Probably better than I just said. Right?
I don't know about that, but yes.
Okay. And you view those separately in and of themselves. Okay, so I want to talk about the standard or the burden for officer created jeopardy, because it seems to me that the opinions, opinion 3, opinion 5, suggest a negligence standard. He should have known not to chase. He should have known not to use the taser at close range. Therefore, his actions were unreasonable. Is that fair?
No, I am not imbuing any mens rea at all. I'm just looking at what he did and comparing that to generally accepted police practices, and it was either consistent or inconsistent. The degree of culpability for that is not something like culpability is ultimately a legal determination, not I think an expert determination. So I can say this did not match or this did match generally accepted principles. This was or was not in alignment with generally accepted principles. This is or is not what a reasonable officer applying generally accepted principles or practices would do. But I'm not saying therefore there was negligence, recklessness, knowledge, intention.
Now you're saying unreasonable. Maybe, I'm not a civil practitioner. I used to be many years ago, but that says to be a sort of standard of care that he violated. A reasonable officer wouldn't have pursued him.
Your Honor, I'd like to lodge an objection at this point. I think we veered away from the reliability and his foundation of his opinions, and we're getting into a second bite of the apple at cross-examination at this point.
I'm not sure if you have any other.
The officer created jeopardy theory is based on a standard. That's all. That's everything I'm talking about is the officer created jeopardy theory.
I think some of that stuff kind of exceeded the scope of that, like asking him further along. But if you can, I don't know how many more questions you have with respect to the officer created jeopardy issue.
I'll try to wrap it up, Your Honor.
Because I'm only trying to figure out if his opinions would be reliable.
Okay.
Reliably applied.
You're not going to consider whether it's relevant to the jury's consideration?
Determined that previously. Matter of fact, you mentioned that before we had him come on, that we've already determined that his testimony was relevant.
So you've already decided that the officer created jeopardy theory is relevant?
I'm trying to find out if it's reliable or not.
Okay. Well, I will ask more questions on that, Your Honor. Well, and to go back to whether or not it's generally accepted, you've heard of Force Science, the agency?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that, Von Klein, have you heard that name before?
Yes.
Okay, and you're aware that he does not believe that the officer created jeopardy theory should be something to consider in the, when considering out whether the use of deadly force was reasonable.
So whether officer created jeopardy is legally relevant to the determination of whether a use of force is reasonable. Yes, I understand he has an opinion about that. He's also talked about, including on podcasts, the importance of police tactics and how they can affect ultimate outcomes. I think he and I agree on that point.
All right. You would agree with me that there are people that disagree with your opinion that officer created jeopardy is not reliable, or is reliable?
I'm not sure I understand.
Well, you've turned to a lot of scholarly articles. Can you, and obviously Mr. Bloomfield probably agrees with the theory. I don't even know.
I would hope, I can't speak for him, but I would hope he agrees with what's in the report.
Well, right. You guys wrote it together?
Yes.
Okay. Did you consider, when determining your opinions, did you consider GRPD trainings?
In assessing what may be reflected in GRPD or RPD trainings may reflect the generally accepted practices, yes. It's not my role as an expert here to identify whether the officer acted consistently or inconsistently with the agency's standard, right? I assume the agency is an expert in its own standard. So I'm not going to talk about whether the officer violated agency policy or did not violate agency policy, but it was in the scope of things that I reviewed.
Right. You're just deciding whether or not, in your universe of generally accepted police practices, whether or not his actions were unreasonable in specific contexts.
Right. Whether they were consistent or inconsistent with those generally accepted practices. Yes.
Okay. And so you have no idea whether or not Officer Schurr is aware of any of these officer created jeopardy or any of these other generally accepted police practices that you are going to talk about today.
No, I can't talk about his knowledge or lack of knowledge about any of them.
Okay. Thank you, Honor.
No other questions from the people, Your Honor. I do have a brief legal summation if the court's interested, but no other questions.
Yes, go ahead.
I know that people have filed a brief legal memo with the court summarizing the law that we're operating under. And I would just want to emphasize that when considering reliability, the court is just making sure that the expert's opinion is resting on a solid foundation. It doesn't need to be a universally accepted opinion. All experts don't have to agree, or his opinion need not be proven 100% correct. Just that it's based on sufficient facts, data, a reliable methodology, and comes from sufficient personal knowledge, training, or experience. And I would represent to the court that Professor Stoughton's testimony today shows his wide source material, his expert publications, his citation by case law, courts, other experts, being hired to provide expert consulting, filing amicus briefs, and then not only that professional experience, but also his personal experience as a trained law enforcement officer who has received training on the topic of officer created jeopardy, all go toward establishing a solid foundation for his expert opinions that would then allow the people to argue how that fits under Michigan law and supports the facts of the case. Thank you. And he's also how
Thank you. Thank you.
prosecutor, Your Honor, is asking you to create use of force law unknown to Officer Schurr. There's not a single Michigan court that has accepted this theory in a murder case. The U.S. Supreme Court and Barnes v. Hewitt declined to consider that it's not a theory. It's still yet to be litigated. It's still yet to be litigated. Professor Stoughton acknowledged that it's an unsettled area of law. This court should not be the first in Michigan to accept Professor Stoughton's theory. There are citations to law review articles and civil cases. This is not the context in which this applies. It's not reliable because it has no application, especially in the case of alleged self-defense. It doesn't account for intermediate cause. It doesn't account for the standard negligence, which is recklessness. And the opinions here are based on negligence. He acted unreasonable with a foot pursuit. He acted unreasonable because he stood too close to him with a taser. Therefore, he can't argue self-defense. That's the suggestion by putting that information in front of the jury, that he's created this unjustified risk that he is foreclosed from defending himself, no matter what happens. That's the problem. And you're going to confuse the jury completely by letting Professor Stoughton give opinions about things that based on this theory. Your Honor, it's absolutely dangerous. If we're going to ask Officer Schurr that once you do a foot pursuit and you're negligent, that you can no longer defend yourself or others. That is what this theory says. That is what we're going to be asking the jury to consider, whether or not this has any relevance whatsoever. This is a murder case. The issue is whether or not he intended to kill somebody, and the issue is also whether he was justified in doing so. We ask this court not to accept this theory. It has no bearing whatsoever on this matter. There are other areas that's in the expert's report that they can opine upon that actually might matter. But the theories of the foot pursuit and standing too close are not reliable in the context of this case. Thank you, Your Honor.
Well, as I previously stated, I wanted to hear from the witness regarding his opinion because under 702, MRA 702, a witness qualified, who's qualified as an expert by knowledge, skill, experience, training, etc., may testify in the form of an opinion if the proponent, which would be the people, demonstrates to the court that it's more likely than not that his opinion would help the trier of fact to understand the evidence or determine the fact of the issue, that testimony is based on sufficient facts or data, and it is a product of reliable principles and methods, and that the opinion reflects a reliable application of the principles and methods to the facts of the case. Here, there's no dispute that the witness, Mr. Stoughton, is qualified to be an expert as he has the requisite knowledge, skill, experience, and education. Again, the issue is whether or not his testimony would be the product of reliable principles and whether his opinion reflects a reliable application of the principles to the facts of this case. As he testified to, well, first I'll say here, part of what the jury has to determine, they have to take into account all of the circumstances in the case, not simply the moment of the shooting, but all of the circumstances. And there's been a lot of evidence and testimony surrounding what the circumstances were at the time that this incident occurred. In considering that, after hearing from Mr. Stoughton, he clearly testified that officer created jeopardy, that particular theory is a term of art, and that term of art, which was coined in the 90s, not by him, but by someone else, that particular term of art, officer created jeopardy, is regarding tactical decisions made by an officer, which is subsumed within generally accepted police practices. So because I believe that he has testified sufficiently that he has applied the facts in this case to the generally accepted principles and practices, which apparently are nationally recognized and nationally accepted. I believe that because officer created jeopardy in and of itself is not a particular method, rather a theory, again, subsumed within those accepted police practices. For those reasons, I am going to allow him to testify as an expert in use of force and generally accepted police principles and practices. Because I believe that he's testified that he does, again, possess the requisite knowledge and training and education, and that his testimony would be relevant and could help the jurors understand the evidence in the case. So with that, what I'm gonna do is we're gonna break for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock. I've already let or put word to the jurors that they can have lunch and we'll continue at 1 o'clock. Is there anything else before we break?
Nothing, Your Honor.
Mr.
I hear some whispering to my right, one moment.
She did say they were going to take a break and be back at 1 o'clock. And 1 o'clock Grand Rapids, Michigan time is 15 minutes from now. Yay us. Yay us. What do you have us on, Katya? Not sure which one you have us on. Oh, there we go. Now I see. I don't know why she won't let me be little. You know what? I'll do it like this. They're in a 30-minute delay. Yeah, we're behind 30 minutes. So, but yeah, you're right. So it won't be in 15 minutes. It will be the full 30. It will be the full 30. Go over here and put something up here. Lunch break. Everybody get up and go stand up and do your exercises and go outside and scream. And 30 minutes. 30. 12:45. No, you're right. It's going to be 45 probably, Sissy, because it's 12:45 there. They're coming back at 1, and then we got 30 minutes. So he's right. A reasonable officer would have backed up. And did what? And did what, William? You're working like a mule outside, never mind exercising. Oh, well, yeah. The rest of us have, you have food and vegetables. Oh, good. Katya has us thinking that we all need to be in pillows or in pillowcases. Oh, don't work like a mule. Work like a quarter horse. No, a thoroughbred, not a mule. You're a thoroughbred. Let me see. You guys are all talking about this other case over here. Let me look and see what's going on. Yesterday during lunch, we watched the body cam footage of Christopher Schurr and Patrick. You're folding pantaloons. I'm not folding pantaloons and don't plan on doing it either. They have showed a lot of body cam on the Tyree Nichols thing, so I don't want to catch up on that because it's pretty distracting and scary. I'm not scary enough for that. Looks like 76. What the heck? Okay, I'm gonna take that off of there. I don't want to go and cheat on bringing up the Karen Reed trial because I'm not in the middle of that too. I don't know anything about that one either. I mean, enough to enough to know. There we go. Now I found something. Here we go. Hopefully. Do you have some on at least for now? Let's take this off of here, and then let's add this in the meantime.
I don't know if it's something that connects to your phone, but it sounds like they give low battery alerts. I don't know. If that thing starts beeping, then start trying to figure out what to make it, not do that the right way. Okay.
Okay.
So
Yes.
if it's plugging it in, if you're not sure why it's making a noise, call, but don't just go, this thing's making noise or acting.
She went to go eat her some dinner. It's dinner time. She's eating.
Yes.
Okay. So. Okay. So again, you're also being arraigned for that. So that is the bond violation there. And then the failing to appear for the court date. Okay. But since you do have the tether, what I am going to do then is set you for a new pretrial conference date. May 19th. Okay. So it's what? 3 Mondays from now. Okay.
3 Mondays from now, sir.
If you remember nothing else, remember that it's a Monday and you can call into court every Monday and ask if this is the Monday that you need to be in court if you don't remember that it's the 19th. Okay. But it's Monday the 19th at 9 a.m. That will be for a pretrial and for a bond violation hearing in front of the judge. Okay. And just, if you need to, the 14B District Court has a tablet located in the lobby, so you can zoom in from there if you don't have, if your phone isn't working or something. All right.
Okay.
And please believe that we don't care if you show up every Monday for the next 3 Mondays and say, is my court date today? And can I use the tablet? And we're like, no, come back on the 19th. Then that's fine. Okay. Whatever you need to do to not have a bench warrant issue again. All right.
Okay.
Okay. May 19th. None of your bond conditions are changing at this time. Okay. You're keeping the tether. You know who you're not supposed to have contact with, where you're not supposed to go, et cetera, et cetera. All right. None of that is changing. And now you know the dire consequences for not keeping that thing charged. All right.
Yes.
Okay. So May 19th, 9 a.m. over Zoom in front of the judge. The court is going to set a $20,000 personal recognizance bond. So you're not required to.
Even we know it. So y'all are going to have to call this man and make sure he knows when to get in to court. Monday, May 19th. Somebody grab his number.
Okay. And that is in each of these matters ending in 071 and 014. The ticket ending in 775A, that's just a show cause. You owe money on that one. I'm keeping it the same date and time as everything else to keep them all together. Okay. But the ones that you have conditions on, $20,000 PRs. You know what you need to do.
Yes.
Any questions about anything I just said?
No.
Okay, Attorney Moten, do you need me to add anything? Do you need any clarification, or is there anything else that you want to say?
Nope, got it. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. Then that concludes the hearing. All right. I believe that
Moving
actually
on.
concludes our docket.
Yes.
Oh. Oh man, they're like, that's enough. No more over here. We're done. It was 22 minutes. Y'all are no fun. No fun at all. They'll probably have another one coming up here. Because I'll tell you a secret, we sure don't need no analysis of what we just watched. I make myself meek and small. Go get your work done, Paula. We're here. We're here with you. We will stay here. Oh, here we go.
Roberts. Okay, thank you. Today is the date and time set for an arraignment on an alleged probation violation. What I am seeing is that a request and summons for probation violation was entered on April 15th, alleging that you had failed to complete your outpatient assessment, the MAD victim impact panel, a mental health assessment, and 12-step meetings.
We didn't.
So, and I am seeing that you tested positive for alcohol on March 31st of 2025 and failed to provide proof of your hospitalization that you were supposed to provide from your last court date on March 19th. So, here we are. And how did you come to be in custody?
I turned myself in.
I was
okay.
I
Thank
was
you.
arrested.
Attorney Moten?
Regarding the allegations, something different for all of them. I guess the easy one is the documentation was due on the 16th at his court hearing. These violations, that violation was put into the system on the 15th. So he has his documentation. It actually may be in his possession now, and he has provided it to his attorney, but his court date wasn't until the next day. He has explanations for the other ones, such as the alcohol. He assures us that he has not drank alcohol. He had a significant amount of mouthwash the day before, and he actually told his probation officer about that before he tested positive. He has at least started the MAD program. It says that he hasn't started the assessment. He has done that. And also there has been some miscommunication about the outpatient treatment. His probation officer told him to go to the ER, but then the attorney told him to go to CMH. CMH told him that he can't get the initial assessment there. So it just sounds like there's a big mix up between him, his probation officer, and his attorney, where everyone's just not on the same page. He's confused. He's trying to get these things done, but it just sounds like there's a lot of confusion. I looked at the notes as well in our system and could tell that there's a lot of confusion between all three of them. We are requesting a personal bond and a probation violation hearing in front of the judge. Thank you.
The judge is confused now. Like, mouthwash, sir? Mouthwash? You need to stage an intervention for your teeth cleaning habits. No, it doesn't. Well, it does kind of, but that's not always a negative thing. Hey, it happens, and a lot of people do it, especially people that are in rehabs. That's why they try not to keep mouthwash or hand sanitizer. I've seen intervention where a lady was an alcoholic and she was using the hand sanitizer that the doctors have on the wall and getting herself drunk, like in the hospital. When the doctors would leave the room, she'd go over there and squirt that stuff in her hand and drink it. Rubber, if you're going to make bacon for Hector, you have to share with the crowd. He's confused even now. Look at him. He's still, I'm confused, ma'am. Why am I here? She said, how did you get here? Ma'am, I was arrested. Oh, somebody's yelling at me. Oh, somebody's yelling at us. That officer back there told us to pipe down. We sure do. We know it's noon. Time to get up for the bacon. Please make sure you have left your DNA on the like button. It helps the channel to get out into the algorithm, and it makes Katya very happy. Rubber bacon. Time is currently 1:01 in Grand Rapids, Michigan, so we've got about 30 minutes or so, maybe 45. For anybody who has made it the 4.5 hours through the last, through the first parts of that stream, thank you for sticking it out. Thank you for being here with us today. You could talk to yourself all day long, but it's people like you that make it easier to tolerate. This guy's wondering when the beer vendor's coming. Yeah. No bacon on the list today? She's really thoroughly reviewing his case. Does he look like, what is her name? She just got sentenced. Oh my goodness.
I can scare you now.
That's all right. You know who he looks like in the face? The guy
Who?
that, or the girl that unalived her baby and they found him in the.
Oh, Chloe.
No, another POS mom, darker skin, brown eyes. Starts with an L, I think.
Oh, Leilani Simon.
Yes, look at his face when he looks up. Look, he does.
Kinda. I mean, yeah. Hello, everybody.
So
I'm
at this
back.
time, the court will set a violation of probation hearing on May 21st, 2025. That will be at 10 in the morning over Zoom in front of Judge Washington.
Oh, Judge Washington.
You
she's
are
good.
to abide by all of the conditions of your probation. Within 24 hours of your release, I want you to reach out to the 14B District Court Probation Department and talk to them about what you need to be doing, update them, and provide them with any documentation that you have as far as the hospital stay and whatever it is that you are working on completing. Okay. Prior to your release, you are to be fitted with a SoberLink. So I don't know if you've had one of those before. That's a device.
Oh no.
Okay. It's not a tether, it's a device that you take with you that you breathe into.
Oh no.
Wait, so like, is it going to be the thing where it costs me $11 a day again?
He already knows how much it's gonna cost.
Because again, I'm going through health stuff, and that's why I got off of it at the start of this. Because I'm already very much worried about going bankrupt between you guys and insurance that I'm about to be going through. So
Stay sober, bro.
It's
So
Yeah.
there is a cost associated with it, I believe. Were you on a tether before, or did you have something that you were breathing into?
I had a tether.
Okay, so the SoberLink device is less expensive than the tether. I believe it's $7 a day, but I don't have the list in front of me. The probation
Hey, you
department
may
will be
get
able
a
to confirm
discount.
that with you. Okay,
Okay.
but and
See,
that
he doesn't
also,
complain about $7. He complains about 11.
assuming that you are doing everything.
He's just
He was like,
no.
okay, discount, because it's the second time. Indeed.
If they don't think it's necessary, then they can change it. But for now, at least, you're getting a SoberLink device.
Fair enough. Okay.
The court will set a personal recognizance bond. It will be a $15,000 personal recognizance bond. So basically, you're not posting anything today. You're promising to appear for your next court date and to abide by all of these conditions. If you don't, your bond is going to start at $15,000.
Okay.
Okay.
Got ya. I'm gonna take that down.
No. You stay for lunch, man.
I'm going to, but I gotta cut that feed before you end up in the no box.
Oh. You.
We ought to know when it was something good that we're not allowed to have it. I just don't want to be in the no box. And I didn't notice it until I saw the no box at the bottom right.
Oh. Well, it's fine. Half of them have a no box.
You think so? You think it's okay? I don't want to.
Well, some of them have a no box. Excuse me, I'm having a Coca-Cola and I'm burping my head off. And some of them have that, and some people stream, like Judge Simpson has that, the same thing. Yeah. What's happening, Zizzy? So, well, some courts, some judges have like no recording or no whatever on their streams, but and Zio doesn't want to put the channel in danger, which is awesome of her.
Anybody in
to
jeopardy.
have to in jeopardy, which is amazing. But some judges have the same thing. I'm trying to see if I can see any judges that has the same thing and people still stream him. Like, for example, can I I'm gonna put mine
you're good.
on where is mine? I'm gonna add it on Judge Simpson. So if you notice at the bottom there, it has the same thing about by where you are, and people still stream him and all the time, and I don't ever known of anyone getting in trouble because they were streaming him. You know what I mean?
I
So,
got you. Okay. Well,
yeah. So that's what Zia was worried about that, and I appreciate that for that.
Yeah, I
really
did.
do.
I don't do those often enough to know. Whether that's okay. Generally, I'll always say there are two places I never want to be in: jail or hospital. All they want is your money. Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
And then once you get out of the hospital, they want you to take medicine so that you can spend more money.
Yeah, exactly.
So you just have to take your medicine.
Well, here is different, but yeah, we have to pay taxes for it.
Oh yeah, your healthcare system's completely different.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, completely
And in
different.
the interim time, Mr. Green is going to discuss where we are with his client, and we will go from there. I'm going to schedule this for a hearing on June
I think
2nd
Zizzy needs help.
at 9:00 a.m.
What's wrong with Sissy?
She needs to help assembly a
Yeah,
trellis. First of all, what is a trellis?
Like a
two pieces of wood crossed over in like a crisscross pattern.
Oh, so it's a crisscross pattern
so-
piece of wood, apparently.
like
by Garden
lattice almost, maybe.
Yeah. I had a professional explanation from Garden Bot.
Not really a professional thing. It's more like a common knowledge. Okay, never mind.
I'll talk to him later.
He's going to give you a professional
No.
demonstration.
Oh, hers is an arch. Nice. That must look really, really nice. Yeah. Can't wait to see it. Well, I don't know how I will ever see it, but you know what I mean. Yeah, never mind. Don't listen to me. Let's go.
What's happening here? Are people going to do stuff?
Or anything.
Ooh, there's a translator.
Your Honor, I have his phone number. I can give him a call.
Please
Oh,
do.
Judge Simpson, she's awesome. I like her. She is an OBS law judge.
Chilling and working. That does not seem like they go together.
Yeah, no, they don't. But yeah. Ooh, have a tour soon. Nice. Yay! I am so excited. So looking forward to it. See, can we do this during the rest
All
of the
right,
day
I
instead
think
of
we might need to pass this for just one moment. Please do not
Right.
sign out, Miss Jasmine.
Judge, I'm
Yes, Your Honor.
talking.
I'll stand by.
All right, thank you.
I'll
You're
stand by
welcome.
too, apparently.
Stand by, Katya.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
No, I was gonna say very quickly. Can we just do this the rest of the day instead of hearing boring voir dire questions and?
Yeah, yesterday was a whole lot more active and
Because I wasn't here. See, because I wasn't here.
no, that's not why. It just happened to be the first day of court and everything was new and fresh. And we really were, I think all of us were shocked the first time we saw the video. And it is shocking. It was shocking. And then the first couple of witnesses' testimony, they were rather interesting.
Well, Giselle, I don't know what she did, but probably not brushing her hair.
Hoping
I
he
don't
would
know. It doesn't
sign
look
in,
like
but
she
that
did.
hasn't happened.
Giselle Sissy wants to know why you're outside and go in.
The court will call the case of the state of Michigan versus Whitney Watkins, case number 25S00030.
Tiffany, what's for the people?
Good morning, Your Honor. Assistant Public Defender Daffy Lieba on behalf of Ms. Watkins. Ms. Watkins, could you state your name, ma'am?
Whitney Watkins.
Thank you. Good morning, Ms. Watkins.
Good morning.
We're here for a pretrial today.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, we had previously adjourned because the prosecution was going to be charging an OWI arising out of the same incident that has now been charged, and Ms. Watkins is scheduled for arraignment on the 28th. I'd like to request adjournment of this matter to that same date. Ms. Watkins is getting me together some mitigation information that I plan to present to Ms. Woods in order to seek a resolution of both matters.
Do you mean 28th of May?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. How about June 3rd?
That would work. Thank you.
Pretrial, no objection, I take it.
No objection, Judge.
All right. June 3rd, 2025 at 9. Bond is continued.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Damien looks straight out of the movie Coming to America with that hair from the
The
80s.
court will recall the matter of the state of Michigan versus Giselle Hernandez Zaldivar, 24S00060.
Oh, it's Giselle time.
La Corte de Michigan va a retirar el caso contra la señora Giselle Hernández Saldívar con caso número 24 SC Sol 00060.
Tiffany Woods for the people. Tiffany Woods for the people.
La señorita Tiffany Woods representando a la población.
Mr. Cash.
Good morning. May it please the court. Attorney Damian Cash, P number 85852. Yes, Your Honor.
On behalf of.
On behalf
of I Need
Can you
Better
stop
Internet.
this video, please?
Giselle Hernandez.
Thank you.
I apologize, Your Honor. I wasn't able to understand much of what was said. His voice is coming in very distorted on my end.
Yes, mine too. Mr. Cash, can you repeat that, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Attorney Damian Cash, P number 85852.
What did
It's the robot. It like Robot
All right, Damian
initiating.
Cash on behalf.
Hernandez, you can hear station.
Michael's at the
She
club.
can't hear you because it's really hard to make it. Mr. Cash, sir, your video, your voice is just breaking up very badly.
You're a lawyer.
Is it possible to go to another
Of
part?
Giselle Hernandez.
Thank you. Damian Cash representing Giselle Hernandez.
Se presenta también el señor Damián Cash representando a Giselle Hernández.
His trash bag.
Ms. Hernandez, can you please state your name?
Okay.
Señora Hernández, si por favor puede proporcionar su nombre.
Giselle Nicole Hernández Saldívar.
Giselle Nicole Hernández Saldívar.
Okay, we are here for Ms. Hernandez today on an adjourned pretrial.
Muy bien, estamos el día de hoy aquí presentes con la señora Hernández acerca de un prejuicio que se había cesado.
Ms. Hernandez is still suspended.
Señora Hernández, el caso sigue suspendido.
This is such
Is
a
it better?
outro. Hey, is this better?
Yes, a little.
Peekaboo.
Ms. Hernandez is still suspended. What are we doing today, Mr. Cash, please?
El caso de la señora Hernández sigue todavía suspendido. ¿Qué es lo que se va a llevar a cabo el día de hoy, señor Cash, por favor?
Your Honor, I had a discussion with my client yesterday.
Señora jueza, yo hablé con mi cliente el día de ayer.
After a discussion and also a discussion with sister counsel,
Hablé con ella ayer y también hablé con el consejo.
we are in the process of resolving another case that may ultimately resolve this case to having it dismissed in another Ypsilanti courthouse, asking for a brief adjournment.
Estamos hablando acerca de otro caso que últimamente puede que resuelva este caso. Eso se está llevando a cabo en otra corte, en otro juzgado, y últimamente puede que ese caso también sea cesado.
As I need an interpreter to fully explain what was happening in the other court, and I'm in the process of securing the date and time for the interpreter for the meeting.
Debido a que se necesita un intérprete para explicar claramente qué es lo que está ocurriendo en esa otra corte, ahora estoy en proceso de asegurar la fecha y hora para la reunión con el intérprete.
That next court date is June 5th, which I believe once we resolve that matter, it will also take care of this case and potentially being dismissed, Your Honor. If not, we also have
La siguiente fecha en corte está programada para junio 5. Yo creo que últimamente ya una vez que se resuelva ese caso, resolvería también este caso, señora jueza.
And I believe that it will likely have this matter resolved. If not, we also have an offer that may still be open if that can be confirmed by sister counsel.
Creo que últimamente al resolver ese caso.
Before we go on, has anybody figured out what her charges are? What are her charges? Yeah, 15 minutes until they're back, but we can do this a little longer, and then that way you have like 20 or 30 minutes built up, Katya, if you want. It's up to you. What are her charges? She got a few. What are they? I'm lost. Your garden is on the phone? Peas and carrots? Not brushing her hair. Yes, that's a crime.
Se resolvería y si eso no ocurre, también tenemos otra oferta por ese consejo colega.
That's correct, Judge. If this doesn't resolve with the global plea offer.
Eso es correcto, señora jueza. Si esto no se resuelve, entonces se ofrecería una oferta para declararse.
Then the offer would be plead guilty as charged to count 2.
Entonces sería la oferta de declararse culpable a la acusación número 2.
And we would dismiss count 1.
Y ese se desalojaría.
All right. When is the next court date for the case that may be driving a plea agreement?
It is June 5th, Your Honor.
Se pregunta cuándo sería la siguiente fecha, cuándo se va a llegar a cabo el otro caso que quizás resuelva esta declaración de culpabilidad en este caso. La respuesta fue junio 5.
Does June 10th work with everyone's calendar?
Junio 10 sería conveniente para las agendas de todas las personas presentes.
It does for defense, Your Honor.
Para la defensa, sí.
Pre-trial will be adjourned to June 10th, 2025, and that's going to be at 9:00 a.m. Bond will continue.
Muy bien,
Thank you, Your Honor.
quedamos entonces con esta audiencia pendiente hasta la fecha de junio 10 del 2025 a las 9 de la mañana. Iniciaríamos siguiendo el procesamiento de este caso.
We'll see you back here on June 10th, ma'am, at 9 a.m.
Le vemos aquí nuevamente junio 10, señora, a las 9 de la mañana.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Okay, so before we go, basically this girl was shoplifting and she was resisting while she was high without clothing, riding her Harley without a helmet, and she was running because she beat up her papi's other señorita, and she was training, and her trained monkey bit someone, and we're still on bond. My husband's looking at me like I was saying.
Yeah, I think that's her story, indeed. Yeah. See, we could do it. See, ha ha ha.
We're great lawyers.
Very
My,
much.
my husband's looking at me like, yeah, straight to jail. I don't think she should be
And
out
do
on
not
bond
collect-
with those charges.
And do not collect 200. Yes,
Not with those
straight to-
charges. Yeah, this is way more fun than real court. We'll just
Oh,
hold our
this
own
is
court
way
from
more
now on.
fun than the snooze fest.
Thank you. Thank you so much for your service.
Thank you,
Jasmine.
Thank you,
Damien.
ma'am. Thank you for
Thank
using our services. You do as well. Bye-bye.
Gracias por todo su
Gracias.
servicio. Gracias. Para la próxima. It's one of
About a
those.
grand?
I was going to say it's one of those monkeys that come and go as they please.
The court will call the matters of Ronaldo Campbell. Case number is 19
Ronaldo.
F00005, 22W003079, and 18W003122.
Walmart.
What's for the people?
Paul Barnett on behalf of the township.
Ryan Niscar requesting permission to practice under Michigan Court Rule 8.120 under the supervision of Assistant Public Defender Matthew Mansour, Your Honor.
Theo.
Permission is granted.
I want to know.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Can somebody tell me why it was so hard for Ryan to say his own name?
I don't know. I can't forget my name as well. Who's Ryan? Yeah.
Ryan.
Ryan. Right. I've got to move a piece of furniture with garden, but I'll be right back. Probably when I'm back, we'll be in court. But Zio is here, so you prefer Zio than me, so you'll be fine.
Oh, hush up and go move your furniture. Get out of here.
I'll be
We'll
right
be
back.
we'll be here waiting for you.
Good, you bet.
Mr. Campbell, can you please unmute
Sure
and say your name
did.
for the record, please?
Ronaldo Campbell.
Thank you. All right, Mr. Campbell, we're here for 2 pretrials and a review today. Mr. Campbell is also still suspended.
Your Honor, I was able to reach.
Now don't say that. Dang it, sissy. Now I feel like an asshole. I'm sorry, Ryan. I'm sorry, Ryan. Sissy, don't.
I was able to reach a deal with both prosecutors to plead to no ops on person, Your Honor, and my client would like to accept that.
And that's a correct statement of the plea offer from the township, Your Honor.
And for the people as well.
So he's going to be pleading guilty to an added count 2 of no operator's license on person in each of these cases. Is that correct?
Correct, Your Honor.
Thank you.
What is Ronaldo wearing? Is he wearing a hat? What is he wearing? Ronaldo? He looks like he's wearing a goat hat.
I'm just writing it up, everyone. All right, sir. No operator's license on person is still a misdemeanor. It carries a maximum penalty of up to 90 days and or $100 fine plus court costs. Do you understand that, sir?
Yes,
And that's what you want to do?
yes,
Please raise your right hand to be sworn. Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to provide will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes,
Thank you. You may lower your hand. I'm going to go over some rights that you have that you're going to be giving up by entering into this plea. Please stop me if you have any questions or if you feel like you need to speak with your attorney again, okay?
all right.
You have the right to have a trial by a
afternoon,
jury
Emily.
or judge, at which time you could.
How's your day, Emily? Learn my last name or else. So nice to see you.
Hear and question any and all witnesses that are called against you, and you have the right to be a witness for yourself, or you could choose to remain silent. If you chose to remain silent, the prosecutor could not comment on that. In addition to that, you have the right to be presumed innocent unless proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. Do you understand those rights?
Yes,
Do you understand you're going to be giving up each and every one of those rights, sir, and you're not going to be having a trial of any sort?
yes,
Do you also understand that there's no automatic right to appeal this decision? So the decision you're making today, in all likelihood, is going to stick with you.
yes,
And if you were on probation, parole, or bond back in 2018 when the case for the state happened, and 2022 when the case for the township happened, and you're still on those same probation, parole, or bonds, then you could be in violation. Were you on any back then?
I wasn't on it in 2018, was on it in 22, but I'm off of it now.
Oh, okay, good. And if you're not a U.S. citizen, you could have immigration consequences. You understand that part?
Yes,
All right. To the charges of no operator's license on person, how do you plead?
That's their video, not ours. That's their video.
It's got to go to committee, a smaller group of those lawmakers in a.
Dang, they take all of our fun. Right? They got the boot off of the interwebs. Now we're just waiting for them to come back into court. So let's see here. It is 1:27, so they should be coming back anytime. I know. All the fun stuff. Let's see. Still on the outside. I made a pot of beans, a really good pot of pinto beans, so that I can make some cornbread with it. Something simple. Something really simple. That's me. Oh, scrolling? No, that's not me. That's what the court's doing right now.
Maybe our producer Eric can bring up some sound from the previous witnesses. Eric, can you help us out with that?
He says, nope, I'm not helping you out with that. Sorry.
Okay, we're going to bring up some sound from
What
the
you
expert.
find the taser was deployed in that report, is that true?
That's correct.
And you had an opportunity to take a look at those pages, and those are an accurate depiction of what the...
We already went through that. Let's just wait till they come back with some new awesome stuff. Hopefully they'll get back quickly because we're already going to have to sit with him probably the rest of the afternoon now that they've gone through qualifying him as an expert witness. So we'll wait for that. It's 1:30, so they should be back anytime. What happened? What else is going on in these streets besides Karen Reed and Tyree Nichols? What else has been going on? Beans and chicharrones. Chicharrones. Denunciation with anger. Maria, ¿cómo estás? Hi, Maria. Oh, enunciation with anger from me? Did I sound angry? I hope not. It's annoying. That court guy is annoying. We've been doing this for 4.5 hours with that guy. He's just like chirp, chirp, chirp. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Maria says hi. Let's hear Katya's song while we're waiting. Where's it at? While we're waiting. There we go.
She's a Portuguese soul in the UK, rolling dough at the bakery day by day. Sugar on her apron, flour on her face, but when evening comes, she steps into a darker place. Grab the keys to the car for that Costco run, loading up on snacks before the work's all done. 'Cause once she's home, it's time for the show. True crime on YouTube, spotlight aglow. Late night trials and conspiracies. She's digging for truth for the world to see. Documents on Discord. She's on the hunt. In the hush.
Are you saying that they accepted these practices and principles are not relevant?
No, I'm saying that Professor Stoughton's testimony is not relevant.
Okay, I think that's what he's testifying about. So.
His opinions are not relevant.
Okay. Okay. Maybe you've made your argument, so appreciate it, or your objection. All right, and so, anything else, Mr. Guardiola? Before the jurors come in?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, we'll have them come on back in.
All rise for the jury coming back. Here we go for the afternoon session. Thank you, everybody.
welcome back, and we may be seated. Sorry for that extended break. Treasury may call your next witness. And I'll remind you that you're still under oath.
Yes.
Still under oath, but just for the jury's benefit, since you were here for the first time, we kind of went through this, could you state your name and spell it for the record?
My name is Seth Stoughton, SETHSTOUGHTON.
Could you tell the jury what you do for a living?
I'm a professor of law at the University of South Carolina, Joseph F. Rice School of Law, and the faculty director of the Excellence in Policing and Public Safety program there.
Yes, I can split that up. Could you tell the jury how long you've been just purely a law professor at the University of South Carolina?
I'm just finishing my 11th year there.
And knew that you get the whole title within the policing aspect of it. What is that, and how long have you been the head of that?
The Excellence in Policing and Public Safety program is about 2 years old now. I've been the faculty director the entire time. It's a legislatively funded professional development and research and technical assistance to police agencies in South Carolina and beyond. We spent the last 2 years doing training of groups of police executives in South Carolina. In August, we will launch the country's first master's degree at a law school specific to public safety executive leadership.
Now, when you talk about training executive leadership in the police department, what is executive leadership defined as?
When we're talking about police executives, we're really talking about what's often referred to as command staff members. Exactly what that rank is will depend from agency to agency. At a very large agency, that might be captains or majors and deputy chiefs and a chief. At a much smaller agency, it might include sergeants or something like that. But if you think in terms of rank and file officers and sort of middle management, anything above middle management is really what we refer to as police executives or command staff.
Now, you're saying this is only 2 years old. Could you give a little bit of background? How did this get started? Why did it get started?
Sure. So I and some other folks that I work with at the University of South Carolina wanted to look for ways that we could bring academic resources at a top-tier research university to local policing. We already had pretty good relationships with local agencies on an individual basis. I do a lot of work with specific agencies, either assisting them with research needs or asking them to assist me with research needs. But we wanted to do something to sort of institutionalize and formalize that. In South Carolina, there is no executive level training, no professional development for police officers. We end up sending our police executives out of state to programs like the FBI's National Academy. And we wanted to develop some in-state capacity for that to help support the state and the community. So those discussions started about 4 years ago. We spent about 2 years putting together proposals and sort of refining what exactly we would be doing before getting the initial block of legislative funding in, I guess it was October of 22, and really launching in operations in January of 23.
And so you've been part of that process since the inception. Who else are you working with? Is it just purely the university, or is it other entities in the state of South Carolina?
We have an advisory board that's made up of about 60 or 70% South Carolina law enforcement.
I'm going to object to the relevance of his knowledge of South Carolina law.
Something to do with South Carolina law. That's who this police training agency covers, not just South Carolina, but other places.
So you're just asking him for background information?
Correct.
At this time?
I'm not asking an opinion on anything. It's just background information of what this is all about.
Okay, you said what this is all about.
The police training facility that he's starting up.
The relevance of him setting up a police training facility in South Carolina is not relevant to this matter.
Lays a foundation as an expert in this area if he's going to be talking about police practices.
Well, I mean, I would tend to agree as far as getting into detail about it, but the fact that he's setting something up is fine. So I guess I'm partially sustaining based on whatever the next question, you can answer that question.
The question I had, or the question?
What was the question that you just asked?
Just in terms of what was the purpose of setting this all up? What was the purpose of setting this up?
Oh, then I'll just sustain the objection.
Could you go a little bit of your educational background?
Sure. Let's see, in chronological order, went to high school in South Florida, went to Florida State for undergrad. I'm a little slower than the average bear, so it took me 10 years to get a 4-year degree. I went from there to the University of Virginia for law school. And that's it for formal education.
Okay. Now, in terms of after graduating the University of Virginia Law School, did you become a law professor right away?
No, not right away. I spent a year clerking, working for a judge. I was set to go back to a law firm in Charlottesville, but had the opportunity to do what's called an academic fellowship. The academic fellowship is really designed to help prepare you for entry-level legal teaching, to learn to be a law professor. It's kind of like a postdoc, but for JDs, for lawyers. So I did that for 2 years and then went on the entry-level market and was hired at the University of South Carolina.
Now, at the University of South Carolina specifically, what do you teach there?
Within the JD program for law students, I teach criminal law, which is our first year required criminal law course. I teach a course on criminal procedure, which is 4th and 5th and a little bit of the 6th Amendment. I teach a class called Police Law and Policy. I teach a class called Regulation of Vice, seminar really. I have taught some other classes, but those are sort of my current teaching package.
Do you do something with the undergrad facility as well?
I have a courtesy appointment within the Department of Criminology, so I'll go over and lecture in coworkers or colleagues' classes. I have taught an undergrad version of my Regulation of Vice seminar with our honors college, but I have no real normal teaching responsibilities at the undergrad.
Now, in terms of your experience within teaching criminal law, criminal justice, and policing, have you done any sort of publications? Have you wrote any books, articles, anything along those lines in the field of criminal justice, criminal law, or policing?
Yes, that is the other half. I have about 4 different halves of my job. One of those halves is academic research and publication, articles, essays, book chapters, 1 book so far, and the occasional other professional writings, editorials or amicus briefs and the like.
What is the 1 book so far that you've authored?
It's very creatively called Evaluating Police Uses of Force.
Now, in terms of, you say people ask you to write book chapters then for their own books, can you describe that a little bit more? What does that mean?
Sure. So there are academic books that are written by a single author that follow a sort of arguments or series of arguments. There are other academic books that are edited volumes of collected chapters, where every chapter is written by a different author presenting something about whatever the overall topic is. So I've done book chapters on in a book about sort of law generally. My focus was on law relating to police misconduct around the world. I've done book chapters on evaluating police use of force incidents, on review and evaluation of police use of force incidents, on evidence-based policing and its applicability in modern policing, a range of topics.
And now, in terms of that, in terms of a lot on policing, do you have any experience in policing yourself, separate from your academic kind of credentials, any practical experience in policing?
I do, yes. I spent 5 years, just under 5 years, as a full-time officer with the Tallahassee Police Department in Florida, and then another 6 months or so as a reserve officer, a part-time officer at the same agency.
Do you do anything, I guess, currently, taken away from your new entity, do you do anything currently with any police agencies or police departments through your work in the law school or as a professor, or involved in that any way in any other police departments if you will?
Not including through the policing program that I run. So not including through the policing program, I will occasionally be asked to come in and do training or to lecture on a particular topic. Once once I was asked to formally come in and investigate and review a use of force for not actually by the agency, but by the city council of the city involving this agency. I'll be asked to come and speak in training that an agency offers not only to its own officers, but to other agencies. So the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department has a police leadership academy. It's a 3-week program, I think, and I come in and talk about use of force review for one afternoon in that course. In a couple of weeks, I'm going on to Charleston, South Carolina, where the Charleston Police Department has its own police leadership academy, both for its own officers and officers in the area. So I'm sort of guest lecturing as one of the talking heads in that program. None of which is formally through the policing program that I run.
So those are your people are asking you to do that, and then a lot out in South Carolina. Is that just in South Carolina, or do you go across the country doing that as well?
Sort of where asked, as long as my schedule works out. I've done it in DC twice, Kansas City, back to DC for a different agency, Charleston previous, and that's in South Carolina, kind of wherever time and schedule allow.
Do you belong to any groups, any outside organizations in terms of involved in policing and police review institutes, for example, the American Law Institute?
I do. I'm a member of the American Law Institute. I was an advisor on a project of the American Law Institute called Principles of the Law Policing that actually just got released in final form after about 8 years of working on it. I am a member of the the American Society of Evidence-Based Policing, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, and the Legal Officers section. I think I still have an active membership in the Police Executive Research Forum. I think that might be it for police-specific organizations.
Now, in terms of your work, you're outside kind of law professor. Do you get hired, brought in to review use of force incidents involving police officers in specific cases like this one?
Yes, I do.
Can you give the jury an idea how many times you've been asked to do a review similar to the one you did here?
I've been formally retained 130 or 140 times, somewhere around there. I can't even count. I do not keep a track of how many conversations that I have that may not lead to retention. So there are some number of other phone calls or emails or exchange beyond those where I do not end up getting retained for whatever reason. Most of those are litigation related, either civil or criminal litigation, a combination of plaintiff side or civil defense or prosecution or criminal defense. There are some non-litigation retentions where it's sort of strictly a consulting capacity, usually as a subject matter expert through a federal grant, a Bureau of Justice Assistance grant or something like that.
Have you testified then as an expert in any of those cases that you've been retained on?
Yes, I have.
How many times have you testified in a courtroom like this?
In court, in trial, somewhere in the area of 24, 20, 24, maybe a little bit more than that. Deposition testimony is even more than that. I don't know off the top of my head, probably twice as often.
And those instances you've testified, you've been qualified as an expert in use of force and police practices?
Yes, I have.
I'd move for this time to have him introduce his testimony, introduced as an expert in use of force and police tactics, or police practices, excuse me. Not to those that are done.
All right, so he shall be considered an expert in those fields.
Can you give the jury an idea of approximately when did you get involved in this case and what goes into getting involved? What did you review when asked to review a police use of force case like this one?
Yes, you're asking me the hard question, which is about timeline. I don't even remember the timeline that I got involved. I could try and look at my retention agreement. That would remind me, but it would be right around there. So I don't advertise as an expert. I don't have a website or business cards. I basically get emails or phone calls from other folks who have passed my name around. I forget if the initial contact here was an email or a phone call, but it was one of those things that asked to set up a conversation about whether I could be potentially useful in this case.
Now, in terms of when you decide to take on a case, what is your process? What do you do? What do you look at?
So the first and most important thing that I look at is whether I am an appropriate expert in the case. There's a lot in policing. There's a fair amount in policing where I wouldn't want to be testifying about technical expertise in an area that is not covered by my research or experience. With tactics and use of force, those cases are pretty sound. That's well within my wheelhouse. Sometimes with other cases, that's an easy way for me to weed out retentions. Probably the next thing is looking at my schedule and making sure that I can do the work that needs to be done in the timeline that it needs to be done on. Sometimes that will involve a preliminary review where I look at maybe 20 minutes of worth of material, a short video or something like that. We did not do that in this case, as I recall. I think we had a preliminary discussion and then engagement, and then I actually start the review. I get the body of material that is shared with me and start the review process.
Before we get into it a little bit more, you talk about tactics and use of force being kind of in your wheelhouse. Could you describe to the jury what you mean by, first off, what are tactics? What are tactics that are in your wheelhouse? What do you mean by that?
Sure. In the policing context, tactics are how officers navigate and mitigate potentially risky situations. It's the decisions, the procedures that officers use to help keep themselves safe. And because they are safer, the community members that they're interacting with are also safer. There are a couple of different definitions of tactics, but they all come down to making a decision to balance competing priorities in a way that allows officers to achieve whatever the police mission is in that individual interaction in the safest manner that the situation allows. There are a bunch of different kinds of tactics. I'm sure we can get into some of that, but sort of as an overview, tactics are just how officers manage risk and prevent risk from escalating to the point of being a threat or a threat from becoming a full-blown actual injury or harm of some type.
And what about the use of force? You kind of separate that out. What does use of force mean to you in this aspect?
Yeah, in the way that I'm using that term, use of force is really about the application of coercive physical force. So the easy one is shooting someone, punching someone. Sometimes you'll get some different definitions where use of force might be just communication. When I'm talking about use of force, I'm talking about hands-on physical engagement with someone, either with weapons or without weapons, the use of coercive physical force.
Now, when you talk, then we start again into, you take a look at all the materials when you're reviewing a case. Can you give the jury an idea of what materials you reviewed when looking at this case and what occurred here?
Sure. At a very high level, there were 3 videos. There was a dash cam, a body cam, and a bystander cell phone camera. There was an investigation and documents related to an investigation. There were some agency policies and procedures, some training documents. I can probably get more detailed if needed, but that's an overall summary.
And so you take a look at it, you get all that together. Now, in this instance, I also want to clarify, this was kind of a joint report with Nick Bloomfield, correct?
It was, yes.
How do you do a joint report? How is that different? Is that something you normally do?
It's not common, but it's not uncommon either. I've had a couple of cases now where I've done a joint report with another expert. The process does not really change at all. The only thing that changes is after we review the materials and develop opinions is coming together and make sure that the report that we submit has opinions that we both agree to, and that we don't have any internal points of disagreement that would require an addendum or additional reporting indicating our points of disagreement.
So for the jury's benefit, you get a look at the body cams, you get all the materials, the investigative materials. Could you give them an idea? What do you look for? Okay, what is going through your mind in terms of reviewing a force? You know, what happened here? What criteria do you use, I guess?
Sure. So the first thing is I have to know what actually happened, right? So the first thing that I do is review the materials to get an understanding of the facts. It's a little simplistic to say I watch the videos and read the reports. It's a little bit more like I watch the videos, I read the reports, and I compare them to each other to identify points of consistency or inconsistency, to identify where there are still lingering questions that the body of evidence doesn't actually solve, to identify discrepancies or issues where two different witnesses might say two different things, right? As an expert, it's not my job to figure out who was telling the truth or figure out which discrepancy is accurate or which piece of evidence in a discrepancy is accurate or inaccurate. So normally what I do in cases like that is I just make note of this discrepancy and say, hey, there is, this person said X, this person said not X, right? Said something different. Once I have an understanding of the facts, then I try Gesundheit. Then I try and identify what the different decision points were. That is where an officer made a decision. And as you can imagine, there might be dozens of those decisions that an officer makes over the course of an encounter, right? With each decision, I'm looking at the decision to see whether the decision, and that might be a tactical decision, it might be an enforcement decision, like do I stop this person and chat with them or not? It might be a use of force decision. What I'm looking at is whether that decision was consistent or inconsistent with generally accepted principles and practices in policing. Does it meet that sort of professional degree of commonality that we expect professional officers to be able to meet?
Can you go into that a little bit more? What exactly is generally accepted police practices, and what does that mean to you and for the jury's benefit?
Sure. Again, this is a little colloquial, but when we're talking about generally accepted principles and practices, and I can define those two things separately, if you went to a reasonably well-trained officer at any agency, pretty much anywhere in the country, and you said, is this more or less the way you do things? If they say, yeah, that's more or less the way we do things, that's probably a generally accepted practice or generally accepted principle. This is a little bit tricky in policing because we don't have a single authoritative body in policing that sets out what generally accepted principles and practices are, right? In accounting, there's something called the generally accepted accounting principles, and all accountants have to use that. We don't have that in policing. We have about 18,000 different police agencies across the country, some very, very small, some very, very large. So when we're trying to identify generally accepted principles or practices, we're asking what has sort of bubbled up from below? What do all of these agencies, what do officers do? What is common and generally accepted as the standard for professional policing across agencies? You can find information about generally accepted practices reflected in an agency's policy manual. You can find it in statements or publications by police organizations like the International Association of Chiefs of Police or the Police Executive Research Forum or the National Police Foundation. But it's not authoritative because the International Association of Chiefs of Police said it. It's easier to flip that and say, the reason that the International Association of Chiefs of Police is saying that in something like a national consensus policy or national consensus paper on use of force is because it is so common that it is generally accepted.
Now, can you get into a little bit in terms of what factors do you consider when you're looking at an incident? What are the factors as an expert you consider when reviewing tacticals or police use of force? What are some of the factors?
Sure.
Taking into account everything.
The ultimate question for tactics when I'm reviewing them is really what are the tactical risks of what the officer is doing? and what is the benefit of what the officer is doing, right? Officers, as one resource puts it, officers work in risk soup. They're constantly in situations that are dynamic and maybe uncertain. So they have to make this series of decisions without fully accurate information. So what risks do they take? And what risks do we say those are not professionally appropriate risks anymore? As that phrasing sounds like, it's very, very heavily fact dependent, right? There are situations that will absolutely justify officers putting themselves in grave harm, like an active shooter situation where we now train officers to run in and identify that active shooter to deal with the situation. There are other situations where that degree of risk taking would be inappropriate or unjustified, right? Where we don't want officers to unnecessarily take risks. And the way we determine whether an officer is taking a risk appropriately, professionally, or unnecessarily is by basically looking at what's the tactical risk, what's the tactical benefit, putting those two things together, does it make sense? When I'm answering that question of does it make sense, that's not me as, Seth thinking, do I think this makes sense? That's where looking at generally accepted practices, looking at generally accepted principles across policing, applying that framework. Does policing as an industry, does policing as a profession think that this is a professionally appropriate risk or not a professionally appropriate risk?
Now you touched on it a little bit in terms of running into active shooters. What role does the threat against the officer play? What does that play a role in any of your analysis?
Yes, it plays a huge role, particularly as we shift from sort of the tactical question to a use of force analysis. So when we're analyzing use of force, we're again looking to see what the officer is trying to accomplish, but there's a slightly different framework for that. So officers can use force to deal with imminent threats, and I can define that term in a second. But when they have a situation that does not yet amount to a threat, but might still become dangerous, it's a potential threat, that's what we refer to as risk. So as sort of a rule of thumb, officers use tactics to navigate risk. They use force to address threats. And in policing, a threat exists when the individual that the officer is interacting with has the ability, the opportunity, and the apparent intention to cause some kind of harm to the officer or others. I can define those terms if it's useful.
I guess you could, because you talk about imminent threat. What you said imminent, is that the definition of imminent threat then, in terms of the ability and so forth?
In policing it is, yes. You will sometimes hear immediate instead of imminent. You will hear some commentators sort of distinguish between those two things. For my purposes and most experts, the important part is there an imminent threat? And an imminent threat exists, or if you like, a threat is imminent and thus justifies a use of force when the subject has the ability, opportunity, and intention to do something, right? At that point, there is a threat of something that may justify a use of force.
Can you go a little bit more detail? What is the difference between imminent, or what is an imminent threat and maybe something that's just concerning?
Sure. Yeah. So really this focus on ability, opportunity, and intention. Again, I don't want to get too like carried away with specific language, because it's really the concepts more than the words. Sometimes you'll hear ability, opportunity, and jeopardy, or you'll hear ability, opportunity, and threat, or some combination, but it all kind of means the same thing. When we're talking about ability, we mean the physical capacity to cause whatever type of harm we're talking about, right? If an officer is interacting with someone who doesn't have anything in their hands, then that person might have the physical ability to hit an officer with a fist, but doesn't at that point have a physical ability to swing a weapon, as opposed to someone who's holding a tire iron. Now that person has the physical ability, the capacity to hit the officer with a tire iron. When we talk about opportunity, we're really talking about, is anyone vulnerable to that particular type of harm? If someone has that tire iron and they have the physical ability, but they're 60 feet away, they don't have any opportunity to hit anyone. They might if they get closer, but they don't yet. On the other hand, if they're within arm's reach of an officer, there is ability and there is opportunity to now use that tire iron as a weapon. The last prong is apparent intention. Does it look like the person is trying to do that thing, right? From the officer's perspective, does it look like the person is going to do that harmful act? So someone who has a tire iron that's within arm's reach of an officer, but they're chit-chatting on the side of the road while the guy changes a tire, might be a situation of risk. The officer could say, sir, why don't you put that tire iron down? Or the officer could back away and use distance as a tactical concept, or the officer could interpose a vehicle between himself and the subject. But there's no threat because the subject doesn't look like they have the intention to use the tire iron as a weapon, as opposed to someone who is swinging the tire iron at the officer or cocking back as if to swing the tire iron at the officer. At that point, we have ability, opportunity, and intention, which means we have a threat that justifies the use of force.
And so that use of force, it covers the spectrum in terms of could be throwing a punch all the way up to deadly force. It's kind of the same analysis then?
It's exactly the same analysis. We're still looking for an imminent threat of something. And that's really important because there's no such thing as a threat. It's always a threat of something, a threat of escape, a threat of being injured, a threat of being seriously injured or killed or something like that. What's different with different types of force is the next sort of question. If there is an imminent threat such that some use of force is justified, then we ask, okay, what kind of force would be justified here? If it's a very high level threat, it tends to justify a higher level force. If it's a very low level threat, then it justifies a very low level force. In my world, this is referred to as proportionality, right? The use of the use of force has to be proportional to the threat. So the way that we do this analysis is first asking, what is the nature and severity of the officer's use of force? Then asking, what is the nature and severity of the threat that the subject presented, if any? And then once we answer those two questions, we weigh them against each other and identify the relationship between them to determine whether, as a matter of generally accepted principles or practices, policing would define that as proportional or not.
And in terms of there's a reasonableness figure into that. Is that proportional? Is reasonableness and proportional the same thing, or is reasonableness a little bit different? Do you use that differently?
It's effectively the same thing. Policing has adopted into its generally accepted principles the term reasonableness, which ultimately it sources from law, both Fourth Amendment law and state common law decisions. Incidentally, that's also where concepts of ability, opportunity, and intention come from. Those ultimately originate in common law doctrines related to assault. But policing as an industry has accepted those as the practices and principles within policing.
So when you look at using the term reasonableness, does reasonableness come into play? You talked about intent, motive, and opportunity with a person the force is used against. Does reasonableness pertain to the officer then more? Is that, do you use that distinction, if you will?
Yes, I am looking at applying this framework. That is a framework that we use to analyze an officer's decision making, right? Is the officer reasonable? Is the officer consistent or inconsistent with generally accepted practices? We have other frameworks to assess the other person, right? We might ask, did the other person commit a crime, for example, by doing whatever they did to the officer? But the frameworks that I'm talking about, and my role as an expert, I'm analyzing police actions, not subject actions.
So I guess getting kind of to the meat now in terms of looking at this incident specifically. Did you come to any conclusions in terms of different types of actions that were taken by the defendant during this interaction with Patrick?
Yes, I did.
I guess starting off the first thing, starting off with what happened at the beginning. What were your conclusions?
So again, I'm looking at all of the decisions that were made. The sort of initiating decision here, the first level decision is the decision to stop the car, to initiate a traffic stop. Generally accepted in policing that when officers have reason to believe that there is a traffic infraction, that you can stop a car. My understanding is that there was an improperly displayed license plate on the car. That's a traffic infraction. So stopping a car for that reason is consistent with generally accepted principles and practices in policing.
So a reasonable officer in that circumstance would have done the same thing?
Yes.
What about your next analysis?
I believe the next opinion related to Officer Schurr's attempt to grab Patrick after he got out of the car and began to walk away. That use of physical grabbing, it's a use of force it's a relatively low-level use of force. Comparing, again, the nature and severity of the officer's use of force, which is relatively low risk. That is, when we're identifying nature and severity of force, we're really looking at what is foreseeably likely to happen. And just grabbing someone is not foreseeably likely to do very much. So it's a fairly low-level use of force. Nature and severity of the threat that Patrick's actions presented there. He's walking away. There's a threat of escape or evasion. So balancing those two things together, grabbing someone who's attempting to walk away is perfectly consistent with generally accepted principles and practices in policing.
So a reasonable officer in the same circumstance would have done that.
Sure.
What about the decision to chase him around the car? What about that?
That's where we start to run into issues. So they run around the back of Patrick's vehicle and then past the front of the vehicle, sort of along the sidewalk into that driveway area. This creates some tactical concerns. And the reason it creates some tactical concerns is because there is another individual in that car. And in policing, the goal is not just catch whoever runs away. The goal is to do so safely and efficiently. And if you run past a car, you don't know what else is going on with that individual in the car, what else they may be doing with any evidence that might be in that car. So if one person goes hightailing off and you chase them, you may miss the fact that the other person is taking all of the evidence out of the car and walking away and dumping it somewhere. You also expose yourself to some unnecessary tactical risks. When you run past the car and now you have the other individual in the car at your back, you have no idea what they're doing because you're so focused on the individual that you're chasing. And that gives them an opportunity to, put it bluntly, get out of the car and attack you in a direction that you were not expecting. So going back to that sort of tactical framework, the tactical benefits of chasing someone are not nothing, right? There is some tactical benefit that I could chase someone and maybe grab them. But the tactical risks of doing so are substantial. And for that reason, there's generally accepted guidance in policing that says if there are more people in the car and someone goes running, you stay with the car. There's a pretty good chance that you're going to be able to identify whoever ran by talking to the people in the car. That gives you the opportunity to collect any evidence in the car. And if you can identify them and collect evidence by talking to the people in the car, you just get a warrant and catch them later. Doesn't mean they get away scot-free. You just may get them, later that day or tomorrow or something.
And when you say generally accepted police practice, specifically on foot pursuits, what is there anything, a background, if you will? What sort of things you're relying on to say that is a tactically bad decision?
Sure.
For an officer?
Yeah, so there's now a lot of guidance on foot pursuits, including from the International Association of Chiefs of Police, the Department of Justice, and others that have pointed out that foot pursuits are an indication, not just that someone is trying to escape, but that someone is more likely to resist at the end of that foot pursuit. If they're already running, they may try and push you off of them, or they may even be, direct violent or assaultive action toward the officer with their attempt to escape. So because of that reason, even ignoring someone else in the car, the general guidance in policing is that when you are chasing someone on your own, you do not actually want to catch them until you have another officer present, right? You want to keep them in sight until there are additional officers on scene so that, to put it bluntly, so it's not a fair fight, right? You don't want it to be a fair fight one-on-one. You want the officers to outnumber the person that they are attempting to take into custody. When you add other people in, and like the person sitting in the car, again, there are tactical considerations beyond just catch the person who is running, like the ones that we mentioned. So the International Association of Chiefs of Police, for example, reminds officers that they have to consider that totality of the circumstances, including other people who may be running or who may not be running, but may choose to involve themselves in the scuffle after that.
So then look, kind of the next step, I wanted to, because Nick's going to testify tomorrow, or maybe later on the day, depending on how things go. I want to kind of go over skip over the taser, leave that for him.
Sure.
In terms of following up the next aspect. Did you have an opportunity to take a look at Grand Rapids police policies and procedures as part of your analysis of all this?
Yes, I did.
going to show you what's been entered in evidence is Exhibit 32. You recognize that?
I do.
And in terms of that document, that's one of the documents you reviewed as part of your analysis of this case.
Yes.
I think maybe it's a second or third page on that. There's a policy changes, if you will, to 2020 policy changes.
Yes.
Is that on page 3 or 4? I'm not really, can't remember.
Policy changes is on page 4 here.
Okay. I don't mean to interject, but did we have everything match what Professor is? Can I get a copy of Exhibit 32?
Would you like to look at it?
Yeah, just a kind of confusion. There. Thank you. Thank you, I'm sorry. Just the right spot.
Thank you.
So the 2020, there are some changes, I guess, in terms of 2020 in regards to police, specifically Grand Rapids Police policies and procedures, correct?
Yes, that page says GRPD at the very top. GRPD use of force policy changes 2020.
Now, in terms of the policy changes, was there any direction in terms of giving a warning before using deadly force?
There is, this is number 3. Number 3 says require a warning before shooting, and then goes on MOP 9-1.64. Whenever reasonably possible, officers shall provide verbal directives before deadly force is used.
Now, in terms of you knew that, did that factor into your analysis in terms of when you're trying to make a decision on the use of force, the ultimate use of force, which you're called in for in this case? Did that play a role in your decision?
Sure. Yeah. In sort of 2 ways, right? One, everything that I looked at factors in, right? Everything in the case file factors into the decision making, even if it ends up not being dispositive. In this particular case, one of the opinions that Nick and I developed after reviewing the materials is it would have been feasible in this case to give a specific warning about the use of deadly force prior to that use of force.
And why is that?
Why was it feasible, or why is that? Because there was time to do so. There are at least several seconds prior, even while Officer Schurr is reaching for and drawing his gun, that would have allowed for a specific warning about the use of deadly force.
Now, in terms of that, you've talked about generally acceptable police practices. Does that also, this policy also reflect that, if you will, in terms of, is that something that's required now, or at least across the country?
It does, yes. So it is certainly a generally accepted practice now that officers give a warning, and I want to emphasize when feasible, because the situation does not always allow for it, but that officers give a warning when a warning is feasible, when it is reasonably possible to give a warning. It's generally accepted in policing that they should give a warning prior to using deadly force. That actually got incorporated into generally accepted police practices after a Supreme Court decision in 1985 that sort of made the same point. Now, that was in a legal context, but police practices adopted it as a generally accepted principle or practice within policing.
Now going into a little bit and further in terms of, I guess I'll go right here. Can I use the, some of the stuff that we're introducing are procedures by the GRPD. We don't want to put those on for the media. these are policies that are already out there in the open, so I'll refer directly to them. This is still part of Exhibit 32.
Sure.
We're looking at 9-1.1. Since you're here, looking at paragraph 3. Do you see paragraph 3?
I do, yes.
And this would be the use of force policy, if you will, for Grand Rapids Police.
Yes.
And you reviewed that?
I did.
What are your thoughts? As an expert, is this generally what's out there for other departments? Is this sufficient? Can you give an idea how this factored into your decision?
So this is a pretty casebook reflection of generally accepted practices in policing. Policing limits the use of deadly force to those situations where there's an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. Policing typically says that there are two ways that can happen. One is immediate, one is through escape. And you see both of them sort of outlined in D3 there. Again, the wording might be ever so slightly different, reasonable threat instead of imminent threat, but the concept is certainly reflective of generally accepted practices in policing.
Going down now to this is 9.14. I don't want to shrink it too much. You can see it just a little bit high. 9-1.4.
Okay.
Yeah, another definition of deadly force under C. I want to object to the record. The policy that the witnesses testified about is from 2017, and the policy that was in place may be very similar, but it's has not been established. This policy was in place at the time of the incident. So he's testifying about something that's completely irrelevant. I think this is the same policy that they were trained on. This is part of the training that was given to the officers at the time, so they can rely on it. So this was back. I don't have the thing. This is 2020. With that policy 2017 at the bottom, but this was also given in 2020. So this is still part of the same policy, and this is part of the training that was given to Officer Schurr through his career. Yeah, there's clear policy from January 19, 2021 that was changed from GRPD. It may be very similar, but there may be differences. But these are already admitted, Your Honor. These are already admitted, Your Honor.
Right, is that admitted as an exhibit?
It's already admitted as an exhibit, so this one is the 2017 policy that is admitted.
Okay.
But
So your objection is
relevant. What does it matter?
Are you saying that the exhibit's not relevant?
Right.
But it's
Well, I'm
already
saying his
admitted.
testimony is not relevant. I didn't know the developments.
So his testimony about an admitted exhibit, I would think would be relevant because it's already admitted. To the extent that it's different, then obviously that would be something we can admit. If there's a newer, different policy, we can certainly move to admit that, but because this was admitted without objections, it's already in evidence, so.
If we could get some explanation for why this witness would be not, and that's what I would do for the policy. If it provided the basis of his opinions, then I don't know what that's establishing. That's more of a foundation. That's what I just asked him. In terms of what, that he's an expert on your policy? No, what role did this play in his decision?
So I'll allow him to answer that question. Maybe it didn't play any role because then that would be a kind of a moot point. So I just can answer that question, but again, I can't say that the exhibit's not relevant or that this witness's testimony regarding an admitted exhibit is irrelevant because we can only use the facts that are in evidence and information that is in evidence and the exhibit is in evidence. So you may answer that question if you're able.
Could you ask that question one more time?
Sorry. This was one of the things you reviewed as part of your analysis of this entire case.
Yes.
And looking at 3C, they talk about objectively reasonable control of the situation. Is that a term you're familiar with? It's 3C under 1.4.
Yes.
What does objectively reasonable mean to you?
That is the phrase in policing that is the generally accepted standard for police uses of force. They must be objectively reasonable. That language, generally accepted in policing, after policing adopted it from a 1989 Supreme Court case.
And so that's part of the analysis, not only for the GRPD, but that's something that you're familiar with and use in your analysis of this case.
Yes.
Once again, looking at, now we're down to 9.15.
I'm sorry, what page are we on?
Then we do the page down, it's just policy 9-1.5.
Page 10 of the PDF, or of the.
So in terms of the totality, you talked about the totality of the circumstances. What does that mean to you? And I guess how is it reflected? Is this, what's reflected in their policy reflective of what the totality of the circumstances mean in generally accepted police practices?
Yes. So totality of the circumstances here, when you're analyzing use of force, it means you look at all of the facts and circumstances that the reasonable officer on the scene would have been aware of, the facts and circumstances that were available for an officer to observe and draw conclusions from. We want to avoid artificially limiting that, because ultimately an officer should be basing their decision on the information that's available to them. And there's some information that is maybe potentially relevant, and there is other information that's far more likely to be relevant, right? So for example, like the phase of the moon is not particularly relevant to a use of force. It might be relevant if it happened at night and we're talking about ambient lighting conditions. Ambient light is part of the totality of the circumstances. What I see this list of 1 through, it goes down to 15, as is a summary of relevant or potentially relevant factors that can make up, don't necessarily, because they may not be present in every case, but they can make up the totality of the circumstances that we review in determining the threat that the subject presents and whether the officer's use of force is proportional to it.
And so this listing here for Grand Rapids policy is also what is used out in the generally accepted police practices as well.
Sure, you don't always see it as a list. In our book, my co-authors and I provide a similar list. We break it up into 3 different aspects: a list of officer characteristics, a list of subject characteristics, and a list of environmental or situational characteristics. But they're all basically the same, right? I'm not saying like this exact list is something that you can find in every agency. But again, if you talk to officers at every agency and said, could this matter in the use of force analysis? They'll say, yeah. And there's probably stuff that's not on this list of 15 that could also factor in to the use of force analysis, like ambient light conditions, which are not actually on the list.
Why would ambient light conditions? That seems like kind of a random thing.
It depends on what an officer can see or can't see, right? How well an officer can actually see what's going on and what conclusions they draw from either good visibility or limited or bad visibility. That can definitely matter.
They did with that one thing, going back to the 2020 changes, going back to, I think, page 4.
Yes.
Things we can't put on.
Page 4, I'm there.
Was there anything about reasonable alternatives being exhausted before use of deadly force?
There is point 4 says require that all alternatives be exhausted before shooting. And the note is already in MOP 9-1 under escalation and de-escalation of force.
So all reasonable alternatives exhausted before shooting, is that a generally accepted police practice?
In this one gets a little bit tricky. In most contexts, yes, but we have to be careful in how we define reasonable alternatives, right? In the context of a shooting, officers are presumably using deadly force to address a threat, as mentioned elsewhere in that policy, to address an imminent threat of death or great bodily harm. So we don't when we're talking about reasonable alternatives, we're not asking, is there something else that officers could have done? We're asking, is there something else that officers could have done that would have had a similar likelihood of addressing the imminent threat of death or great bodily harm? So as long as we sort of define what we mean by reasonable alternatives, yeah, that's fairly common.
So ultimately, this comes down to the decision to fire on the cell phone video that you watched, correct?
Yes.
Can you give your idea? Was the decision with a reasonable officer similarly situated made that decision?
Objection, Your Honor. Let's see. Can we approach? Yes.
My apologies. Finally, the approach on my days. This is boring. But yeah, can you come back after this dude? Because I know, I think we're gonna come back after this dude because this dude is giving me a snooze fest. We're gonna find something else because this dude is. Oh, I'm struggling to keep my eyes open. Like, we all know what he's gonna talk about. We all heard of what I hear, of what dear, of whatever. Of this guy. It's I just can't do it. Shall we do Karen Reed? No, I'm joking. I'm joking. We are not gonna be doing well, do not get ideas. Well, I don't even know what to do actually. I all I know, I don't want to do this guy. Let's see if there is any see what else is out there. What else is out there in the streets of true crime apart from Karen Reed, this guy? There's another trial, but I don't want to jump into a trial. If possible, I wanted to jump into like something else, and then while we're waiting, we have a death stare or on us. Well, we could always watch a farmers protest. Ooh, we do have a parole hearing, which is more interested than this. Actually, it looks like a menu seal, but it's our parole from Louisiana. Yeah, but while I'm looking for something, it's still here. Oh no, we're gonna go for drink. Please tell me they're breaking up for the day, Judge, so we can like go actually sleep. Well, we can all watch. Yeah, the it's garden bot in the background, by the way, not me. Garden, my live garden bot in a second. Why is YouTube changing things? Like, I don't know how to go. Ooh.
Thank you. You may be seated.
See what happens here now.
If I could just explain more of my objection, or my, maybe it's an objection to lack of foundation.
So you want to
Can I-
move more for foundation?
Well, I don't even know.
Easy objection.
And that's, I'm just confused, Your Honor. And the reason is, my understanding was that Opinion 7, Officer Schurr's use of deadly force against Mr. Lyoya was unreasonable, excessive, and contrary to generally accepted police practices because he supposedly didn't know that there was a second, he did know the second discharge had been fired, and therefore he wasn't in fear of great bodily harm or death, and therefore was unreasonable. And he hasn't gone through that. He's just saying, well, do you think in general that this was excessive? But the report talks about why he thinks it's excessive.
I think the question was, would a similarly situated officer have made the same decision?
But he hasn't talked about what the situation is yet. I understand that Mr. Bloomfield's going to testify about this opinion.
So then you just wanted to talk more about the situation?
Or which expert are going to talk about this situation? because he suggested that Mr. Bloomfield is going to talk about the ones involving the taser, and this one does. And then Mr. Stoughton is going to talk about, I think, the foot chase and the failure to give a warning.
Sure. You know, we can't say Officer Schurr did this. We've talked this over and over, that a reasonable officer similarly situated, in his opinion, number 7, Officer Schurr.
Direct me to the page, so I can.
This is page 63, 63 of this report. Officer Schurr's use of deadly force against Mr. Lyoya was unreasonable, excessive, and contradictory to generally accepted police practices. So that's essentially what I asked him, except I didn't say, I can't say Officer Schurr, I have to say a reasonable officer similarly situated.
I agree with that.
And if you let me finish,
I'm sorry, Mr. Patrick.
I can, just because I'm starting out with that, and then I can say, can you explain why that is? He won't let me do that because, you know, I don't have to do my direct based on what he'd like to hear first.
I agree, Your Honor. I'm sorry, but I thought Mr. Bloomfield was testifying about that. Because
So
this
we
is
can have
based on
jurors-
tasers.
Right, but you
And-
didn't ask him about a taser.
He's about to.
Well, you didn't, so you're objecting about something that hasn't happened. It's like, I don't know how I'm supposed to rule on.
Well, because he's gonna give his ultimate opinion about the taser before we've established that he's a taser expert.
It's still part of his opinion.
The question of the new poll is about Karen Reid, I know, but it's going to be probably be spicy. So just let me know.
But you're okay with that question? You can answer that. The
Assuming-
question that you objected to.
Yeah, I assume he's gonna go into the opinion number 7.
Is he going to go into opinion number?
That's part of his opinion. I'm not going into details with him, but that's part of the things, the basis. He did it jointly with Nick, and so they can say, okay, Nick is going to testify to that.
Okay. We don't have the jurors come back in. That was a short break for them.
What should I be able to idea Professor Stoughton on whether or not he's a taser expert? Because that's the basis of this opinion.
If he asks him a question that requires a response from a taser expert, then yes.
Okay.
But that question that he just asked, I don't believe does that. Yeah.
So, all right, I'm sorry, but this thing is a bit boring. So what we're gonna do is I'm gonna have the feed of this trial on my phone because it's just we've already heard the voir dire. We all bored, we are all tired and not like listening to it. I'm not. Let me know if you're not, if you are, but I don't think many of you are. And they're gonna go on break now anyway. So what we're gonna do, we're gonna swap. I know we're not gonna be covering the whole thing. Do not worry, but it's gonna get spicy because Jennifer McCabe is in the stand right now in the Karen Reid trial. She is a very big witness for the state. She's in the center of everything. She was in the center of the first trial. She's on the center of this one. Is one of the McCabes. I want to watch it. Let's watch it together and have fun. It's just one witness. We're not, again, I'm going to preface, we are not going to be watching the whole trial. We're not going to go back. We are not going to happen again. But that what the one is sending people to sleep. But we're going to watch this one. We kind of can go faster, but there's no point. But yeah, we're going to do this. We're going to departure from Michigan to I am not gonna say the state because I can't. But let's go. It's coming out. Let's go watch it. Oh, I need to put the sound on, don't I? There you go.
Thank you. Ahí vamos.
Whenever you're ready, Ms. McCabe, I'd ask that you pull the microphone closer. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go right ahead.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury?
Hi, I'm Jennifer McCabe, MCCABE.
Ms. McCabe, how old are you?
I'm 49 years old.
Are you married?
Yes, I am married with 4 daughters.
Without detailing your children's names, can you tell us a little bit about your family?
Sure. I have 4 daughters that are 16, 17, 19, and 21. 2 are in high school and 2 are in college.
In raising your children, was your family active in local sports?
Yes, all 4 of my daughters played multiple sports from when they were young. 2 now are playing in college. My husband and I both coached them. My husband coached them from when they were young up through 8th grade in soccer, and I coached them in basketball.
Without telling me your address, what town are you from?
I'm from Canton.
How long have you lived in Canton with your family for?
I was born and raised in Canton, and now I'm raising my family there.
So your family, their whole life, you've raised them in Canton?
1 year we lived in Stoughton with my daughter.
Who do you live with now?
I live with my husband and my 4 daughters.
Can you briefly give me a little bit more background on your children's school and your participation in interaction with your children, raising them?
Yeah, so I was a teacher, and then once I had children, I stayed at home with them and basically was just kind of like your typical, I don't know, small town mom. I was the room parent. I coached them.
No, I'll allow it, but why don't we
Yes.
move on?
When I coached, I drove the kids back and forth on my team, would take them places, etc.
In the growth of your family and raising your children, at some point did you meet a gentleman by the name of John O'Keefe?
Yes,
Share with us meeting John O'Keefe.
sure. When my 3rd daughter was in kindergarten, she became friends with John's niece. And during that kindergarten school year, unfortunately, Kaylee's mother and father both passed away, and John moved in the house and became Mr. Mom.
When John took over guardianship of the children, did you assist in an active role in helping him?
Yes, Kaylee and my daughter were very close, so she would come over and play. My daughter would go over there. Kaylee would come and have sleepovers. A lot of times it would be on Friday nights. I would have Kaylee, and then another individual would have Patrick.
Had you known John O'Keefe well before he took over guardianship of the children?
No.
During the time when he was the guardian of the children, did your relationship, not just with his niece and nephew, but with him, grow any closer?
Yes, we became very good friends.
How close of friends did you become over the years?
Well, throughout the years, obviously, when they were younger, we talked more, just about the logistics of CCD, pickup, drop off, basketball, sports. But then he would also call me, about, as the girls got older, the girl drama or, the hormones and things like that. He would also come over, and hang out and have a beer and, just talk about whatever was new in his life or going on, or, just the day in and day out struggles of his, life and raising the kids now and figuring it all out with, work and family and all of that.
Leading into January 28th of 2022, so the jury understands, how close is your friendship with John O'Keefe at that time?
He was a very good friend of mine that I knew I could call for anything.
I want you to take us forward to January 28th, 2022. Do you remember that day?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember it well?
Yes.
Take us to the early morning hours, January 28th, 2022. Did you learn there may be weather or a storm coming?
Yes.
Tell us a little bit about that.
We all saw the report that there was going to be a big storm, a nor'easter. So we all knew that basically all the Saturday activities were going to be canceled.
That includes sports?
Yes.
Was and is the sporting events for the children a big part of your life?
Yes. Back then I had, 2 in high school that played 3 sports, and they played club sports as well. And then the 2 middle school played club sports and town sports. So most of our weekends were taken up by kind of running from one sporting event to the next.
When you learned about the weather and the changing schedule, did it change your plans for that day?
No, not particularly. I had my day was pretty set out. I had my niece, and then I had sporting events. It was kind of my plans for the next day that obviously got changed.
Take us through the afternoon of the 28th. What's happening?
Well, I had my niece for the week, and she was picked up. My oldest was on the hockey team, and she was having a team dinner at the house. So I picked up pizza, got desserts, set it up for them. And then I left with my daughters and my husband, Matt, and we met some of the parents from the high school basketball team at a local pub to grab a bite and a drink before the basketball game, because my other daughter played on the high school girls basketball team.
What time was the basketball game set for that night?
I believe it was 6 or 6:30.
Did you and your family go to the game?
Yes, we did.
After the game, what happened?
After the game, I drove my daughter home. My sister, Nicole, sent me a text and said that she was going to be at the waterfall, and it was my nephew's birthday. He was going to meet up, and did I want to come by for a drink?
What is your nephew's name?
Brian Jr.
It was his birthday that night?
Yes, it was.
When you received a call to meet with friends and family at the waterfall, do you remember what time that plan was made?
I don't. My sister sent me a text at some point letting me know she was going to be there. So I don't know what time.
After the game and after some time, did you go to the waterfall to meet your friends and family?
Yes, I did.
Describe very briefly, what's the waterfall?
It's just a local town bar.
Do you remember about what time you got to the waterfall?
About 9 o'clock.
When you got there, was there anybody there that you knew?
Yes.
Okay, now take us inside the waterfall. When you get there, who do you see?
I walk in and I see Julie and Chris Albert, my niece Caitlin, my sister Nicole, and my niece's boyfriend Tristan.
You said you saw Julie and Nicole Albert in the waterfall?
Yes.
Were you related to either of them?
Nicole is my sister.
So Brian Sr. would be your brother-in-law?
Yes.
Also, you mentioned there was a niece?
Yes, Caitlin.
And is that Brian and Nicole's daughter?
Yes.
You mentioned the name Tristan. What's his relationship to your niece, to Brian Albert's niece?
He's now her fiance.
And was there anybody else I missed?
That's all who was there. I'm not sure if Nick Kolakidis was already in there when I got there or if he arrived right after. And then his wife joined us.
So when you're in the bar and you see your friends, what do you do next?
I immediately just, join them and sit down.
Were you eating, drinking?
I know I ordered a beer. They had appetizers on the table. I'm not sure whether I had any or not.
Were you drinking alcohol that night?
Yes.
As you're spending time with your family, did the night grow?
Yes.
Did you stay at the table where everybody was eating, or did you move inside the bar?
We were pretty much right around the table.
Okay. Did anybody you knew join you or join the group at some point?
Yes. A little while later, Brian Albert and Brian Higgins joined us at the waterfall.
So when you first got there, was Brian Albert already there?
No, he wasn't.
Is that your brother-in-law, Brian Albert?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Higgins. Did you know Mr. Higgins?
I had met him a few times when he was out with Brian.
You had met him a few times before that night?
Yes.
Were you friendly with him?
He was a friend of Brian's.
Was he your friend?
No, he was Brian's friend.
You knew who he was?
Yes.
So when Mr. Albert and Mr. Higgins joined the group later, did they come directly to you, or did they stay somewhere else inside the bar?
No, they came over to our table, I believe.
How long were you in the waterfall for that night?
Approximately 9 to little around midnight-ish.
About 3 hours?
Yes.
Do you have an estimate how many drinks you had, alcoholic drinks you might have had?
I don't. I don't know, maybe 2, 3.
Throughout the night, were you feeling any effects of the alcohol?
Not that I recall, no.
When the group was together, you mentioned a number of people have joined. Were you joined by other people later?
Yes.
Who were you joined by later?
John O'Keefe and Karen Reed.
And you talked about your relationship with John O'Keefe?
Yes, earlier, yes.
Did you make plans with him or did he just show up?
I believe he had started the conversation about the night with Chris Albert.
Chris Albert is a different Albert than Brian Albert?
Yes.
What's the relationship between them?
Brian Albert and Chris Albert are brothers.
Was Chris Albert there when Mr. Higgins and Brian Albert arrived?
Yes. Actually, Chris, did I miss him? Because Chris was there with Julie. Did I? I'm not sure if I said that when I was naming everyone at the table. I apologize.
You may have.
Okay.
So when you first got there, he was at the table with your
Yes.
sister?
Yes, he was.
When moments before John O'Keefe arrived with the defendant, what was the mood in the group?
Cheerful. Good mood. Everybody was just out having a drink. We all knew the storm was coming tomorrow, and, you know, just a typical average night.
Celebratory?
Yeah.
You said you were going to see Brian Albert Jr. for
Yes.
his birthday. Was Brian Albert Jr. at the waterfall when you got there?
No, he was not.
Was Brian Albert Jr. there anytime when you were at the waterfall?
No, he was not.
Without relating a conversation with some other person, did you have an understanding where Brian Albert Jr. was?
He was at home.
Did you historically or typically see Brian Albert Jr., your nephew, on his birthday?
Yeah, typically we always, you know, get together. We try to and do a cake for whoever's birthday it is. And then whatever, you know, aunts or cousins are around, come over.
When John O'Keefe arrived at the waterfall with the defendant, do you have a general estimate or guess, not guess, but a general estimate of what time they arrived?
Approximately 11.
When they first arrived, did you see them?
Yes.
Where did you see them coming from?
I saw them walk in.
When they walked in, did you react in any way?
Yes, I was happy to see them
Why were you happy to see them?
because I loved John and I liked Karen.
So you were happy to see John?
Yes, very.
And you were happy to see the defendant?
Yes.
Do you remember your first interaction with either John or the defendant that night inside the waterfall?
I believe John walked over to where I was, you know, kind of to my end of the table, and then maybe Karen had walked to the other end of the table. But I would assume I probably hugged both of them when I saw them.
I'm going to ask you not to assume. If you don't know, that's
Okay.
okay. You said that you had known the defendant as well.
Yes.
Do you remember how long she had been dating John O'Keefe up until that point?
I know I met her in July of 2020.
Had you had a chance to spend time or interact with her over that time before that night at the waterfall?
Yes, I had.
And share with us some of the moments or some of the reasons that you would interact.
The first time I met Karen, John had reached out. We would do pool days with him and his niece and his nephew. So he had told me he was dating a new girl and he wanted to bring her over. He said that she had multiple sclerosis. I also have multiple sclerosis. So he thought that that would be something we could, you know, we would talk and bond over. I said, yeah, great, bring her over. So her and John and Kaylee and Patrick came over. We had a pool day. I liked Miss Reed immediately. I thought we hit it off. It was really great, you know, talking to someone my age that also had MS, because I didn't really know a lot of people who have it. So it was really nice to have somebody to relate to. Then moving forward, we would see them, you know, if it was my daughter's birthday party, when it was time for pickup, you know, they would come in, have a couple drinks. Same thing for like a Halloween party, after basketball games.
So you spent time both with John and Miss Reed?
Yes.
Did you spend time with the defendant separately without John around?
No.
Did you become friendly with her?
Yes.
And were you friendly that night?
Yes.
After John and the defendant entered the bar and you agreed, did you interact or spend time with Miss Reed at the waterfall?
Yes, I did.
And speaking of the defendant, do you recognize her here in the courtroom?
Yes, I do.
Could you kindly point to her and describe an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting right over there with a black shirt or a blue.
Is she between Attorney Jackson and Attorney Yannetti?
Yes, she is.
When you were at the waterfall that night, do you remember who you were speaking to or where you were spending your time?
As to earlier in the night or after?
I'm sorry, after Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant arrived.
Yes, Miss Reed came over and spoke to me because I had seen her the Saturday before, and she had told me how she had started a new medication, and it was giving her some awful side effects. And I said, I'm shocked they put you on that, etc.
Let me not ask you about conversations you
Okay.
had, but about the moment that you were in. Did you spend time with Miss Reed that night?
Yes, I did.
Inevitably, did you drink more alcohol as the night went on?
I believe I had, like I said earlier, a couple of drinks, 2, 3, not sure.
Did you ever have a shot of alcohol?
I do not believe I had the shot, no.
Did you see the party, the group of friends and family doing a shot?
I was in the bathroom and walked out, and they were doing or had just done a shot.
With the court's permission, I'd like to display parts of Exhibit 22, which has already been introduced into evidence, which is video surveillance footage from the waterfall.
Okay.
I'd like to start at 10:54:20, please. If you could just stop for 1 second. Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes.
And what is that?
That is the waterfall.
Okay, kindly proceed. If you could stop. Do you see the two people entering from the left?
I do.
Do you know who they are?
I believe that is Miss Reed and John O'Keefe.
Ms. Gilman, is there any way to enlarge the top of the video where the other people are closer to the table or bar? No. Okay. Looking at this video, can you tell or identify anybody under that timestamp? And if you can't, that's okay. But if you can you tell us who you see?
I think the guy right there, well, where she just is Brian Higgins.
Okay. If you could go up a little bit, Ms. Gilman.
I believe that's my husband, Matt. And
On the
then
right?
on the right, and I think that's me on the left.
Okay. And if you can go down the table to the left, Ms. Gilman. You recognize who that might be from the clothing?
I'd have to take a guess that
Okay,
it
but
could.
don't guess. It's
Okay.
okay if you don't. Anybody else at the table more to the left do you recognize?
Not from this picture.
Ms. Gilman, could you highlight where Ms. McCabe thinks that she is on that video with that circle you just had and play the video? If you could stop. Is that you clapping, Ms. McCabe?
Yes, it is.
Why are you clapping?
Because I was happy to see them.
Both of them.
Yes.
Okay. Could you continue, please? And who's that person walking right to left hugging people?
That is John O'Keefe.
Can you continue, please, Ms. Gilman? Are you interacting with anybody?
I can't see where I am.
Okay. If you could stop the video, please. Could you move ahead to 11:26:50, please? 112650. Is that your group still at the waterfall?
Yes, it is.
If you could stop there, Ms. Gilman. If we could hone in or circle where you were previously, where we saw Ms. McCabe. I know it's a bit blurry. If you can, and if you can, please let me know. Can you see whether you're in that area?
I believe I am, yes.
Could you put the circle down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman? Okay. If you could play from 112650 to 1127, please. We're a little bit ahead right now. Who are you hugging there?
I believe that's Miss Reed.
Thank you. One more, Ms. Gilman. I'm going to ask you to move forward to 1146. Could you pause, Ms. Gilman? Could you circle in that same area where Ms. McCabe was last describing? Can you make anything out in this video?
Yes, it looks like they're all, toasting or doing a cheer before they do a shot.
Can you see whether or not the defendant's in that part of the video?
Yes, it looks like she is in front of the man in the plaid coat.
Were you participating with the drinking at this moment?
I don't see myself in the video. I don't believe I was.
But you were drinking separately that night, weren't you?
Yes, I was drinking beer.
If you can continue, please. Thank you. Shortly after the shot, was there conversation about leaving the waterfall as a group?
Yes, there was.
Was there any discussion about where the group should go?
At first, Miss Reed was asking if we could go up the street to D&E.
What's D&E?
D&E is a sub shop that's owned by Chris Albert.
Was it open that late at night?
No, it wasn't.
Had you in the past gone to that pizza shop after hours to eat?
Yes, we had.
And tell us what the defendant was saying.
She just kept asking, can we go up to D&E? Can we go up to D&E? She wanted just to go up and, Chris makes food and then we were going to go she wanted us all just to go up there and eat and hang out.
That wasn't an uncommon occurrence for the group to sometimes go to that pizza shop after hours, was it?
No.
Did the group decide to go to the pizza shop?
They decided they weren't going to go.
Okay. Was there a different plan made?
Before Brian Albert left, he said to the group, hey, we're going to go back home and have a beer with Brian Jr. If anyone wants to come by.
When you received the invitation to the group to go back to Brian Albert's house, did you decide whether you're going to go home or go back to your sister's house?
Yes, I decided I was going to go to my sister's house.
Without saying what was said, was there any discussion in the group among the participants about going back to your sister and Brian Albert's house?
Everybody seemed to want to go back.
Did anybody object to going back?
No.
Had you been to your sister's house before?
Yes.
Many times?
Yes.
Do you know the address of where your sister lived?
Yes.
And so after that conversation, Did you stay at the waterfall for a little bit, or did you leave immediately?
Probably left after maybe 5-10 minutes.
Without saying what was said, before you left, did you have a chance to speak to John O'Keefe?
I did, yes.
You spoke to him inside the waterfall?
Yes.
Did you have a chance to speak to the defendant?
Yes.
And was your plan to go back to your sister's house?
Yes.
Before you left, did you have any understanding whether or not Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant were going to join you?
Objection. Do you have another understanding regarding that?
Yes.
And what was your understanding?
They were coming.
Who else was going to go back to your nephew and your sister's house?
Brian Higgins and my niece Caitlin.
A little after 12, did you leave the waterfall?
Yes.
Do you remember that night leaving?
Yes.
Before you left, did you talk to anybody in particular?
Yes. Miss Reed and then Mr. O'Keefe.
Did you speak to them inside the waterfall?
I walked out with Miss Reed and we spoke at the doorway, and then John joined us.
Did you invite Miss Reed to come with you?
I did, yes.
Did she decline?
Yes.
And who did you go to your sister's house with? Who drove?
I drove and I went with my husband, Matt.
Anybody else?
No.
Do you remember what time it was that you were speaking to Miss Reed about going to your sister's house?
After midnight.
If I could have Exhibit 22 again. Ms. Gilman, if you could take us to 12:10:36. Okay, if you could stop it there, please. Did you have a chance to talk to Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant outside of the waterfall?
Yes.
And do you know specifically what time you left the waterfall?
It was after midnight.
When you left the waterfall with your husband, you said you were driving. Did you stop anywhere along the way before you got to your sister's house?
No.
Tell us what you see when you get to your sister's house. What are the weather conditions like as you're driving there?
It's starting to snow to the point where it's starting to like accumulate. It's on your car. It's just, getting on the street.
Is it light? Is it heavy?
It's light at this point.
How long does it take to get from the waterfall to your sister's house?
5 to 8 minutes, depending on lights and weather, etc.
When you first get to your sister's house, while you're still in the car, describe what you see.
My wipers are on. I'm just looking out the window and it's snowing. It's dark.
Anybody in the driveway? Any cars in the driveway that you see?
Oh, when I pull up to my sister's?
Yes.
As I pull down the street, I take a left into the driveway and there is a Jeep that's parked on the street, and there's maybe a couple of cars in my sister's driveway.
What do you do when you arrive at your sister's house?
I go in the house.
Now, there are a couple doors at your sister's house?
Yes.
Is there a front door?
Yes.
Is there a side door?
Yes.
Which one's closer to the driveway?
The side door.
Which door do you go in when you get to your sister's house?
The front door.
Was anybody with you when you went in?
My husband, Matt.
You walked in together?
Yes.
Tell us the first person you remember meeting.
When I went in the house?
Yes.
Probably my niece was at the table, and then I saw my nephew, Brian.
Was there anybody else you saw at the table?
Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson.
So when you walk in the front door of the house, is it what table? Is this a living room table, a kitchen table?
Oh, you walk in and then you go to the right and it's into the kitchen and there's a table there.
Is the kitchen separate from the living room, or is it open?
It's open, but they're separate.
Can you see the kitchen table when you walk in the door if you turn and look right?
Yes.
And when you go into the kitchen, you said there was a woman by the name of Julie Nagel?
Yes.
And then another woman, Sarah?
Yes.
You know her last name?
Levinson.
Okay. Julie Nagel, did you know her when you walked in the house that night?
I had met her a few times.
Had you spent time with her? Were you friends with her?
No, I just had met her a few times, and she had watched my dog for me when my nephew couldn't.
When you would go away, would your nephew be responsible to watch your dog?
Yes.
Did you understand that Julie Nagel had watched your dog a couple of times?
Yes.
Had you ever socialized with her before that night?
No, I may have seen her at a graduation party, but never beyond that.
Were you friends with her at that point?
No.
Friendly enough that she watched your dogs?
Yes, through my nephew. He just said my friend's going to do it, and I trusted his judgment.
And there was another woman by the name of Sarah. Did you know her before you saw her that night?
I knew of her. If I were to see her, I'd say hi, but that's the extent of it.
How did you know of her?
Just from being in the town, going to different sporting activities and just being around.
You said your nephew Brian was there as well in the kitchen?
Yes.
This was his birthday?
Yes.
How old was he?
I think he was turning 23.
Was there anybody else in the house when you and your husband first got there?
Yes, my sister and Brian Albert and Brian Higgins.
So Mr. Higgins, Brian Albert, and your sister were there before you?
Yes.
Where was everybody when you first came in?
My niece Caitlin, Sarah Levinson, Julie Nagel, and Brian Jr. were all at the kitchen table. My sister was over, I think, cleaning the counters, and Brian were off in that TV room that you can see from the kitchen because there's a wide opening.
If you walk in the front door, would I look left or right to see the TV room?
You look right to the kitchen, and then through the kitchen's the TV room, but you could look and when you walk in, you can see because it's open.
Is the TV room in any way have a relationship with that side door?
Yes, it does.
If you were to walk in the side door, would you be walking into the TV room?
Yes.
Okay. When you saw your nephew Brian Jr. and his friends, are his friends about the same age as him?
Yes.
Were they drinking?
Yes.
Was there music?
Yes.
And when you went in, did you spend time with the group?
Yes, I sat right down and started talking to them.
And when you were speaking to them, did you have any drinks that night?
I believe they brought me over a White Claw, but I didn't have more than a sip of it. I really wasn't. It was at that point where I just didn't want another drink.
As you were in the kitchen, were you expecting anybody else?
We had mentioned it to Karen and John, and I had actually just spoken to John, so I was expecting them.
So when you saw John O'Keefe in the waterfall, that wasn't the last time you spoke to him?
No.
You had spoken to him, was it on the ride to your nieces? I mean, to your sisters?
Yes.
Did you call him or did he call you?
He texted me and I believe asked something like, where to? And since I was driving, I called him.
When you called him, what did you tell him? What did you guys say?
I just said they live 34 Fairview Road off of Chapman.
Do you know if John O'Keefe had ever been to the Albert home before?
I don't believe he had.
In that conversation, how long did that conversation take?
It was quick.
Was there any other conversation that you had with him other than that one conversation?
Yes, he called me back and he was trying to find it.
Trying to find the address?
Try to find the house on Fairview.
Did he ask you for help trying to find the address?
I'm not sure his exact words, but yes, he needed help. And so I just said, I told him, just go down the street, go by Bella's house. It's at the bottom of the street.
So you used Bella's house as a point of designation to try to guide him to get to your sister's house? Yes. Tell us who Bella was to John.
Bella is my daughter and John's niece friend. So Bella is friends with my daughter and John's niece.
Okay. And was there any relationship between Bella's mother and John that you knew of?
Okay.
And that's a sidebar. I think this is like this trial last time. I remember because I watched the version 1.0 of this trial, and there was a lot of sidebars in this trial. Sorry, just getting back into my place. We might see the only fan now, the famous fan of Boston. I mean, our trial is still going. It's getting a little bit spicy over there. It got a little bit spicy and funny at the same time. But anyway, it's still boring, still not the great. But I think the guy is on recross right now. So we'll jump on to it soon. I was thinking this cross of Jennifer McCabe, right, in the Karen Reid, it is going to be a long one, and it's going to be a spicy one, and it's going to be a good one, and I want to watch it. So I was thinking tomorrow after the trial, because she might still take a while on the stand. She's gonna be a very good one. So tomorrow after trial, probably we might watch that. After the trial, I don't know. Well, it depends on how our trial goes, but yeah, we can catch up this after the trial, the cross tomorrow. That's my plan, because I think after this witness, and I don't know if the state is gonna take too long. So if we don't have a case after this one that we are following, which I'm sure we will, we can catch bits and pieces of the spiciness of Karen Reid. We're not gonna be following everything. No, we're not. But it's just like bits and pieces we're gonna be following because we like spiciness and we like watching spicy things, even though we don't know what the case is about. We do. Everyone knows what a Karen Reid case is about, but we're not following the case. We're just watching the spiciness because we are a spicy channel. No joking, we are not the spicy channel. But we like when things are happening, and we don't like boring testimony and boring things, and we like to keep entertained. So I think the one in the burgundy sweater, the bald gentleman in the front, closest to the end of the screen, that is John O'Keefe's brother. Do not ask me his first name because I do not remember. Yes, we like to see the place burn, Maria. Let it burn. So that's the plan. We're gonna be jumping up and down. So I'm sure every day have your passports ready because we're gonna be, jumping from this court that I don't say the state of because I can't say the state correctly, and I am not going to chance it. And between this and Michigan, so we're going to be traveling a bit. So hope you bring all your passport. You're ready for travels, and yeah, it's going to get wild. Garden, but still behind me. He's not having a good time apparently. You are that guy yawning. Well, this has been better than the other one. Massachusetts. Is that correct? Okay, I think I might have to take a picture of that, Zizi, because that's like how, yeah, I love you guys. You guys are amazing. You make me learn how to say things, even though I don't want to. Clearly, I don't want to learn how to say it. 'Cause, but yeah, you guys make me, which is amazing, and I appreciate that. You guys are awesome. But yeah, so it's gonna be a busy week. I like busy weeks. I also like sometimes parole hearing watching and not having a trial. But oh, by the way, right, in our very quick, I don't know how long this sidebar is gonna be, but in our trial, in the other trial, the Christopher one, right, the guy said that he published a book about police, whatever he was testifying, and he said he saw, and then it was the attorney asked, did you sold a lot of copies? The guy was like, no, I only sold 6. The attorney was like, well, I was responsible for 2 of them. So they were laughing. I found that funny. It was funny. Oh no, that is not good. No. I'm so sorry. That is that good. Oh no. According to Google Massachusetts. Oh my days, you guys are complicating. I'm saying the place of Karen Reid, Canton Place. Everyone knows that. So I am not gonna try. I think Google, yeah, that is good. Thank you, Paul. I really, really appreciate that. Oh, scared me.
Thank you. May I?
Yes.
That second phone conversation you had with John, do you know about what time that was?
I don't, it would be after 12:15, but before 12:30 approximately, between that.
Were you still driving when you had that conversation?
Yes,
And at some point you told us you arrived at your sister's home and went in.
yes.
I'd like to move forward now to when you were inside the house. Tell us generally when you first got there and saw everybody, what were you doing?
I just sat down at the table. I started talking to them. We were listening to music. Typical night.
Okay. Anything stand out as far as music or interaction with the group?
No, we were just laughing, telling stories. At one point, I'm not sure if it was at some point, my other nephew had been over my house and had shown me this video on his phone, and it was a family inside joke. The video, it was a music video from a long time ago. And so I was telling my other niece and nephew, oh my gosh, you have to see this video. It's hysterical. And then we started playing it and watching it.
What was the video?
It's Raining Men.
Did that get a lot of playtime during that get together?
Well, I have one sister who sometimes has a little too much to drink, takes out an umbrella, and will dance. So it's a family joke.
While you were at your sister's house, what area of the house were you spending time in?
And I was in the kitchen.
What was the mood of everybody in the house as far as you remember?
Everybody was in a great mood.
Was there any fighting?
No,
Any arguing?
no,
Any violence?
no.
Was it a celebratory mood?
Yes.
As you were in the house, were you waiting for anybody else that you expected to come?
Yes, I was expecting John and Karen to come.
At some point when you're in the kitchen, or let me ask you a little background. As you're in the kitchen of that house, can you see outside from the kitchen area?
They had blinds or something down, but if the blinds were up, you could see out.
Were the blinds up?
No.
At any point, were you able to see outside from inside the house?
From the front door, yes.
Does the front door, is it glass?
Yes.
At some point when you were with everybody in the celebration, did you have a chance to look outside?
Yes.
And when you looked outside, what did you see?
I saw a dark SUV out front.
Did you know whose SUV that was?
I believed it was Karen's.
Could you see who was in it?
No.
At that point of night, what does the weather look like from the front door?
It's dark and it's snowing, and I could see, brake lights.
Did you see if that SUV moved at all?
I didn't see the SUV actually move, but I saw it in a few different locations.
How many times did you look out?
Can't give you an exact number of how many times I looked out. I can tell you I saw the vehicle first straight out from the front door. Then I saw it up at the flagpole, and then I saw it further up from the flagpole.
Were you studying the car at all?
No, it was quick glances.
Did you have any reason to study it?
No.
What were you expecting was going to happen?
I was expecting John and Karen to come into the house.
Did they ever make it in the house?
No, they did not.
As you were waiting, were you doing anything else in addition to waiting for them to come in?
Yes, so I was sitting at the table. Someone made mention of a car out front, so I got up, went to the door, looked out, and then I would go back to the table, and where we were just all laughing, talking, playing music, just hanging out, not really thinking much about anything.
Did you ever reach out to John when you thought the car out front was the defendant's car with John in it? Did you ever reach out to him?
Yes, I did.
How did you reach out to him?
I texted him.
Do you know if there was a phone call that was made to you before 12:30? A 7-second phone call?
From John?
Yes.
I don't.
You mentioned you had spoken to him about directions. Is that the last time you heard his voice?
Yes.
When the car was out front, did you exchange text messages, or were you simply texting him?
I was texting him.
Do you remember what you were texting him?
The first time I said here,
What do you mean by here? Was that
like
exclamation point?
here question mark, because that's when I saw the car.
You were wondering whether that was him?
Yes.
Did you send any other text messages that you can remember?
After I saw the car move locations, when I saw it go up to the flagpole, I said, pull behind me.
And do you remember any other communications you had with him? Was he texting you anything?
No,
Did he ever text you again that night?
he never texted me again.
Never called again?
No,
Did you continue to text him over the next 15, 20 minutes?
I did, yes.
And so at some point, did you realize that John O'Keefe and the defendant weren't coming in the house?
Yes, when the car was gone.
Did you ever go outside through the storm down to the flagpole to speak to them?
No.
Why not?
Why would I?
I was just asking. All right.
I had no reason to.
So when you were in the house, at some point, did you notice that that car was gone?
Yes.
Were you marking the time or keeping track of it?
No.
After you didn't see the defendant's car anymore, did you stay?
Yes.
How long do you think you stayed for at the house?
I stayed till about around 1:30, 1:45-ish.
Did anybody else come in the house up until 1:45?
No.
Did people leave at certain times?
Yes, people did leave.
Who was the first to leave?
Brian Higgins.
Do you remember about what time he left?
I don't.
And after Mr. Higgins left, do you know who left?
I'm not I believe it was us, and then my niece Caitlin was also like at the door. It was kind of in a row. Brian left, and then a little bit later, I think it was, myself, Matt, Julie, and Sarah left. But Caitlin was at the door. I believe she was waiting for her ride.
How much longer after Mr. Higgins left did you leave?
Maybe a half. I honestly can't say. I think he was there for a while I was there. So maybe he left anywhere from approximately 15, 20 minutes before I did, or maybe a little more.
You mentioned that you had left the waterfall after midnight?
Yes.
And you had phone calls with Mr. O'Keefe along the way?
Yes.
Do you know that there are phone records with your text messages and phone calls in them?
Yes.
And do you know whether your phone records reflect the time of your calls with Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes.
And your text messages?
Yes.
When you were texting Mr. O'Keefe, when the Lexus or the car was in front of the house, rather, was Mr. Higgins still there?
Yes.
What are some of the things that everybody did along that night before you left? What happened in there?
What happened inside the house?
Yeah.
Nothing. We basically just sat around the table, talked, laughed, listened to music, chit-chatted.
Celebratory?
Yes.
Was there ever any fighting?
No, none at all.
Any arguing?
None at all.
Any physical interaction?
No, none.
When you decided to leave that night, did you say around 1:45-ish?
Yes.
When you left around 1:45, was there any events that happened that night that would cause you unrest or excitement or your heartbeat to raise?
No.
When you decided to leave, you and your husband, where were you going to go?
We were dropping off Julie Nagel and Sarah Levinson, and then we were going home.
Had you planned on dropping them off earlier in the night?
No, when we got there, Julie's brother had pulled up to pick them up, and
I won't ask you what was said because you weren't there.
Oh,
but
okay.
At some point, did you come to an understanding that you would give them a ride home?
Yes.
Did you offer?
Yes.
Who was going to drive home between you and your husband?
Matt drove home.
When you left, I want you to describe as you step out into the driveway or the walkway. Was it the front door or side door, if you remember?
I walked out the front door.
Is the weather like it was when you first got there?
No, it's picked up.
Tell us what you mean by it's picked up.
So as I walk out, you kind of go, the walkway is to the left. So I walk down the steps, I go to the left. The snow was coming, it was cold, the wind was picking up. So I kind of just like curled up and ran to my car quick to get in.
What part of the car did you get into?
Front passenger,
Who was driving?
Matt.
And where were the other two people?
Sarah and Julie were in the back seat.
Who was in what spot?
I'm not exactly sure.
So both of the young women were in the back seat?
Yes.
Was there any conversation when you got into the car?
We got in the car and they were teasing me
Why were they teasing you?
because I had like bread and maybe peanut butter in my car.
Why did you have bread and peanut butter in your car?
I had my niece for the week, and I was dragging her like to all my kids' sporting events. So we'd go from like one game to another game to a practice. So sometimes instead of always giving her McDonald's or Dunkin' Donuts, I'd try to throw her a peanut butter sandwich.
And they were making fun of you?
Yeah.
As the car backs out of the driveway, tell us what you're doing.
I'm talking to the girls.
You just moved your head.
Yes.
Does that mean anything?
Yes.
Tell us.
They were both sitting behind me. So I was like turning and, chatting and talking.
After your husband pulls out of the driveway, do you start to drive home?
Yes.
If the house is on my right and you're driving, are you in the passenger seat closest to the house or furthest away?
Passenger seat closest.
So you're driving, if you look at a picture of the house, you would be driving from right to left?
Yes.
So as you start to drive or your husband starts to drive the car, what direction are you looking in, if you remember?
The back seat.
Did you drive by the front of the house, do you know?
We pulled out of the driveway and went up Chapman.
Okay. And your husband and you passed by the front of the house?
Yes.
Did you pass by the flagpole?
Yes.
Were you looking at the flagpole?
No.
And how dark was it at that point?
It was dark.
Snow?
Yes.
As you're passing the flagpole, do you hear or see anything remarkable?
No, I'm not really paying attention. I'm just chatting to the girls and Matt's just focusing on driving.
When you're talking to the girls and they're making fun of you, what's the mood in the car?
We're all laughing and joking.
Where do you go next?
We drive Julie Nagel home.
After you drop off Miss Nagel, where do you go?
We drop off Sarah Levinson.
Is the weather constant?
Yes.
After you drop off the young woman in separate spots, where do you go?
We went home.
Can you tell us when you get home what happens next?
We go in the house. I go up to bed. Matt makes himself a snack and then joins me upstairs.
Do you have a telephone?
Yes.
An iPhone?
Yes.
When you go to bed, do you stay up at all?
Yes.
Do you use your iPhone?
Yes, I do.
What were you doing?
I texted a few people and then I did a couple of Google searches.
And what were the searches for?
One, my daughter had played in a basketball game earlier in the night and it was a very good game. So I went and I read the report on it. And then my other daughter had an offer to play on a basketball team. So we had to make a decision about whether or not we were going to accept the spot. So I was just looking up that basketball club.
Other than those regular searches that one would do, was there anything remarkable about what you were searching at 2/2/27, that time frame?
No.
After you were looking at websites for your child's sports, what did you do?
I put my phone down and went to sleep.
And up until that point, had there been any discord or fighting or arguments in your world?
No.
Peaceful night?
Yes.
Did you go to sleep, Miss McKay?
Yes.
Did you sleep through the night?
I typically get up to go to the bathroom, so that I could have gotten up possibly to go to the bathroom.
Did anything remarkable happen in the early morning hours of January 29, 2022 that changed that peaceful mood into something else?
Yes.
Okay. I want you to share with the jury the first thing that happens that changes everything.
At 4:53, my phone rings and I look at my caller ID. I look at the phone and it's Kaylee, John's niece. John's niece. and I say hello. And she said, yeah, well, basically she relayed to me that,
Next question.
When you pick up the phone, could you hear a voice on the other end?
I heard a voice and a lot of screaming.
And the voice you heard, is that Kaylee, John's niece?
Yes,
And the screaming, was it a man or a woman screaming?
it was a woman,
How loud was that person screaming?
very loud.
Could you make out anything that person was saying as they were screaming?
My name was screamed a lot. And then the other individual ended up getting on the phone with me.
Okay. And who was that person that was screaming in the background?
Miss Reed,
How long was she screaming for while you were speaking to your niece before you spoke to her?
the entire time I was speaking to Kaylee, she was screaming.
Describe her demeanor.
Miss Reed's.
Yes.
Jen! Jen! And then she's screaming that John didn't come home. She left him at the waterfall. She was hysterical. It was very hard to follow what she was saying.
How long did that first call last for?
I'm not sure how long, maybe possibly a few minutes, but it was loud enough and long enough that my husband shot up in bed thinking one of my kids had come in the room screaming.
Without saying what your niece said, could you describe your niece's demeanor when you first spoke to her? I mean, John's niece's demeanor.
I would say Kaylee sounded concerned, uneasy.
During that phone call, other than the screaming and the screaming of your name, did the defendant give you any information other than she had dropped John off at the waterfall?
They'd gotten into a fight. She had left him there and he didn't come home.
And when you were woken up, were you in a sleep when you were woken up?
Yes, I was sound asleep.
What was your mental state like when you first woke up and got that call?
Well, I had been up late. I had taken my medication that I take for my MS, so I was definitely a bit groggy when I first woke up. So immediately I just wanted to help her. She was hysterical. Kaylee was upset. So I went into that kind of mom mode of what can I do? How can I help? So I immediately was like thinking, okay, well, if you left him at the waterfall, let me think who was still there, or, you know, how can I help you? How can we find John?
Did you have a plan when you ended that first call?
I did. I knew Chris Albert had still been at the waterfall when I left. So I thought if Karen and John had gotten into a fight, maybe Chris had walked out of the bar, and Chris lived local to the bar, thought maybe they walked back to Chris's together.
So what did you do?
So I called Chris Albert's wife, Julie.
Did you speak to her?
No, she never answered.
After you had a moment to make a phone call and think about things, did your head become any more clearer?
It did. And I was, reminded by my husband that we had seen Karen and John's car outside of Fairview.
When he reminded you, did you independently remember the text messages that you sent to John earlier that evening?
Immediately, I was like, oh my God, you're right.
Did you remember that you had seen what you believed to be the defendant's car in front of the house and near the flagpole?
Objection. Watch the form.
Okay. What did you remember? What came to mind after you spoke to your husband about your memory from earlier that evening?
The minute he said it, I remember seeing the SUV and then all the text messages that I had and the phone conversation with John.
So after the defendant spoke to you and said she had left the defendant at the waterfall and you had time to think about your memories, did you react or do anything with that?
Yes, I believe I called Kaylee back.
Why did you call Kaylee?
I didn't have Miss Reed's phone number.
When you called Kaylee back, did you speak to anybody?
Yes, I believe Kaylee and then Miss Reed.
When you first spoke to Kaylee, could you hear anything other than Kaylee?
The screaming.
Was it any different, or was it similar to the first time you spoke by phone?
Similar to the first time.
Regarding the demeanor or intensity, had it changed at all?
Not at all.
You mentioned the first time that you had that phone call, the defendant was screaming your name. Jen,
Yes.
Jen, Jen. Was she saying your name in the second call, or was it just general screaming?
my name. And then when she got on the phone, I had told her, Karen, I saw you guys outside of my sister's house. And then she told me she didn't remember being there. And then she went on to say, she started saying, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? I don't. And then she just was just all over the place, like screaming my name, screaming so many different things. She was hard to follow or understand.
When she was saying to you, did I hit him? Could have I hit him? Was that before or after you informed her that you had seen her out front of your sister's house?
It was after I told her that. She also informed me that she had cracked her taillight.
In that conversation, she told you that?
In one of the conversations I had with her in my bedroom, yes.
When you told her that you had seen her out front, she had said that she didn't remember that night. Was that before or after she was saying, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
Can you repeat the question?
So
Sorry.
she was telling you about that she didn't remember that night.
Mhm.
Was that before or after you had told her about seeing her car?
When I said I saw her at Fairview, then her response was she didn't even remember going there.
Did she ever deny that she came to Mr. O'Keefe's house? I mean, to your sister's house?
No.
When she told you or said to you, did I hit him or could have I hit him or something like that, did you have any idea what she was talking about?
No, I didn't pay attention to it.
When she told you that she had cracked her taillight the night before, did that have any significance at that time to you?
No.
So in telling you these different things, did you ever piece them together at that time?
No.
What was your primary motivation at that point?
I just wanted to help her because she was hysterical. Kaylee was very upset, so I wanted to help her, and I wanted to find John.
So after she told you these things about whether she could or did hit her and the light and not remembering, did the conversation end or did it progress?
At some point, I was then going into like, okay, well, if she brought him there and left him there, where was he? Because he never came in the house and she doesn't know where he is. So now where could he be? So I started thinking there was another gentleman that was supposed to meet us out at the bar who John was friends with. So I thought, okay, well, in my head, I'm thinking maybe they got into a fight. John got out of the car and he connected with this guy because he was at a party on the street.
What was that
over.
person's name?
His name is Tom Beatty.
Did you call him?
Yes.
Did you get a chance to speak to him that night?
That morning?
Yes.
No.
Did you call around anywhere else?
I believe I called my sister. I called John. I called Tom Beatty. I called his daughter.
You called John O'Keefe's phone?
Yes.
Did he answer?
No.
Did it go right to voicemail?
I don't remember.
Did you text anybody?
I honestly don't remember if I texted. I primarily think I was just trying to call as many people as I could and try to figure out what happened.
So you had two conversations at this point with the defendant while you were still home.
Yes.
Was there any further phone calls that you had before you did something?
I'm not sure if I know I went downstairs to make coffee because my plan was to go with my husband. I said, come on, let's just go over to Tom Beatty's. Let's see. Maybe John's there. He passed out on the couch. I'm not sure if Karen called me again or not. It's a little foggy because there was so many calls and everything.
And so that morning when you're receiving calls, did something happen?
Karen showed up at my house.
How did you know Karen showed up at your house?
I could hear her screaming out front.
And about what time is this?
Approximately 5:20, 5:30. I can't be sure.
Were you worried for John at this point?
Not particularly, no.
Were you screaming?
No.
Now at this point, this moment when you hear her outside of your house yelling early morning hours, Did you know a person by the name of Kerry Roberts?
I knew of her. I'd met her once.
Were you friends with her at that time?
No,
Had you socialized with her at that time?
no,
Had you ever seen her before with John?
once.
Tell me about that.
Years earlier, as I said earlier, I used to take Kaylee on Friday nights, and Kerry was the one who would take Patrick on Friday night. So we would each have the kids. And to thank us, one day John told us how he got a discount at Reebok and to get our kids' shoe sizes, and he was going to buy us all sneakers, just as a way to say thank you for helping. So we all went to the store together, and then John took Kerry and myself to the hillside for lunch.
How many years before this moment was that?
Oh, gosh. Well, I think that's when my daughter was in kindergarten or first grade, and at this point she was in 8th grade. So like 7 years.
Had you ever spent any other time with Kerry Roberts before this morning?
No,
Were you friends at that point?
no.
How would you consider your relationship with Miss Roberts on that morning when Miss Reed arrived to your home?
I had met her once, and that was the extent of it. I wouldn't say I knew her at all beyond that one time I went out with her.
I want you to take us back now to when you first hear the defendant in your driveway yelling. When you hear that, do you hear any words, or is it general yelling?
So I hear yelling. So I was downstairs making coffee. I go to my front door and I open it, and she's screaming, "Jen, Jen." She's screaming that 3 times. And then she was saying, we have to go to Fairview. A lot of the, could I have hit him? Did I hit him? She was on repeat.
What did you do?
My husband came running down the hall and was like, tell her to shut up. She's going to wake up the neighbors. And then I said, I'm just going to go with her. I'm going to go look for John. And then he yelled down saying something like, you can't be driving around in this weather, with a broken taillight.
When you saw the defendant at your front door, had the weather changed overnight?
Yes.
Was it different?
Yes. Now the snow had intensified. It was almost like it was dark outside, but it was like whiteout conditions.
How dark?
Dark. I mean, it was dark. It was like 5:30 in the morning.
What was the visibility like?
Not good.
After you meet the defendant at your door, do you let her in, or does she stay outside?
I'm not sure if I just grabbed my coffee and ran out,
Where did you go?
whether she came in. So we went down my walkway. She was just kind of running all around. The driver's door was open. So I told her I was going to drive because I thought she was too hysterical to drive. In the meantime, all of a sudden there was a car at the end of my street and there was a plow behind it.
The car that came to the end of your street, do you know where it went?
I meant the end of my driveway. I'm sorry.
When you say the end of your driveway, did it pull into your driveway?
No, it just kind of stopped right at the base of my driveway.
Okay. How far behind your car was that car?
Not far, not too far.
Okay. Did you know who was in that car?
No.
Did you learn who was in that car?
Yes.
How did you learn who was in the car?
Because I said, who is that?
Did you ask the defendant, or did you walk up?
I asked the defendant, and she told me it was Kerry Roberts.
Did you meet Kerry Roberts face to face in your driveway that morning?
Yes, I wouldn't say we met. It was more of the plow was coming, so then she was having to move down the street, and then either Karen called her or she called Karen, but they were on the phone, Karen's phone over the car, so they started talking.
Did you get into the defendant's car?
Yes, we did. I got in the car with Miss Reed.
When you got in the car, you were in the driver's seat. Was Miss Reed in the passenger front?
Yes.
You said there was an open call. Is this something you could hear on a speaker?
Yes.
At that point, had you had a chance to go and look at the taillight of that car?
No.
Did you have any interest in the taillight at that point?
No.
There was an open call between who?
Karen and Kerry Roberts.
Can you describe what you heard in that call?
Karen was saying that she wanted to go to Fairview, and Kerry Roberts was instructing her that no, we weren't going to be going to Fairview, and she kept saying, we got to go to your sister's house, and Kerry Roberts said, no, we're not going to be driving around in this weather in 2 cars. Let's go back to John's. Let's go to Meadows. Let's go see if he's there. That was kind of the conversation. And then Karen was doing a lot of screaming, and Kerry was kind of yelling back at her to shut up.
Who was taking charge of the situation that morning?
Kerry Roberts.
Were you in charge of it?
No.
Did you weigh in or make any decisions on where you were going to go next, or were you just a listener?
I just listened. Kerry said that Kerry's kind of a take charge person. She said, we're going to Meadows. So I said, okay, I drove to Meadows.
Now, at this point, you didn't know Kerry Roberts other
No.
than that meeting?
Yes, correct.
And you agreed to follow her?
Yes.
So tell us what happens. Take us through the drive.
She might have followed me. I'm not sure, but we drove back to Meadows, pulled into the driveway.
So you knew where Meadows was? You had been there many times for the kids?
Yes.
You think Miss Roberts may have followed you?
Yes.
What was the weather conditions as you were driving?
They were awful. It was, I was driving very slow, cautiously. It was dark. It was hard to see. It was that type where the snow is like coming at your window.
How long of a ride was it from your home to John's home?
Approximately 5-6 minutes.
Was there any other phone calls while you were in the car with Miss Roberts, or did the phone calls end?
I believe that was it.
Can you describe the defendant's demeanor on the trip from your house to John's house?
She was just screaming, yelling things. It was almost like everything she said 3 times. And she just went from one thing to the next. She was quite hysterical.
Do you remember what she was yelling about?
About going to Fairview, asking, could she have hit him? Did I hit him?
How many times did she raise the question, did I hit him? Could have I hit him?
A good amount.
Did you ever speak to her about that?
No.
At some point, did you finally get to John's home?
Yes,
When you got to John's home, who pulled in the driveway first?
I did.
Where did you pull in respect to the driveway?
I just pulled straight in next to the garage.
Did you see where Miss Roberts went?
I believe she pulled in behind me.
After you pulled into Meadows, John's home, and you stopped, what happened next?
We go into John's house.
When you went into John's house, did you all go in the same way?
Yes, we went through the garage.
And before going into John's home, did you do anything?
Before entering into the house?
Yes.
I took off my shoes.
You took off your shoes?
Yes.
Why did you do that?
Because you always had to take your shoes off at John's. He didn't want you to track. He would have yelled at me for tracking snow in his house.
Did you see if Kerry took her shoes off or not?
I believe she did.
Did you see whether the defendant took her shoes off or not?
She just walked right in.
How would you remember that?
Because I thought it was strange.
What was your purpose when you went into the house? What was the number one thing that you were worried about?
We were looking for John.
Anything else on your mind when you went into his house?
Also, I knew Kaylee was there.
Now, at this point, did you have a close relationship with Kaylee?
Yes.
Do you still?
Yes.
What did you do when you went in the house? Where did you go?
I walked through the kitchen, and then I kind of peeked into the TV room. I walked through the dining room, and then before I went up the stairs, I kind of peeked into a living room. I went up to the top of the stairs. I peeked into John's room, and then I went into Kaylee's room.
Did you ever see John?
No,
Why did you go to Kaylee's room?
because I wanted to go check on Kaylee.
Did you have a chance to speak to her?
I did, yes.
What was her demeanor at that point?
She was very, she was in the bed. She was holding on to her phone. She was terrified.
Was she screaming?
No.
Did you provide her any comfort?
Yes. I told her that I was going to go out. I told Kaylee that I was going to go out with them and I was going to find John. And I promised her that everything would be okay.
At some point, you left Kaylee.
Yes.
Where did you go?
I went back downstairs and then we went out to look for John.
Before you left John's house that morning, did the defendant show you anything?
Yes. When we were out in the driveway, I had thought it was when we went in, but I think it might have been when we came out. But regardless, at one point when we were in the driveway at Meadows, Karen showed myself and Kerry Roberts the cracked taillight.
Did you or Miss Roberts get close to the taillight at that point?
Yes, we walked over and the taillight was missing pieces.
Did Miss Roberts have any comment about it?
Yes, Miss Rob.
So she had a comment. Next question.
What was Miss Roberts' demeanor at that point?
She was frustrated with Karen. Had said that had said that Karen basically was telling her to shut up. You were so drunk, you could have hit anything last night. And then Kerry, I remember just thinking, all right, let's go. And I remember Kerry thinking, oh, someone's going to get.
You what Kerry,
oh, sorry.
We don't want to think what somebody thought.
Okay.
I want to know what you heard and what you saw.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. At some point when you were looking at the taillight with missing pieces with the defendant and Miss Roberts, did you see Miss Roberts point anything out?
Yes.
Share that with us.
She pointed a piece that was sticking out and was concerned that someone was going to catch their coat or something on it.
And during that time when the defendant is showing you the taillight with missing pieces, was she saying anything about it?
No, not that I can recall right now.
You mentioned at some point she was saying, did I or could I have hit him after you left John's house? Was that in the car or before you got in the car?
I know for a fact it was definitely in the car, was one of the times, yes.
Now, Miss Roberts' car is parked behind the defendant's car in John's driveway.
Yes.
Was there a decision made to take one or two cars?
One car.
What was the plan?
The plan was to get into Carrie's car and to go and look for John. I wanted to go thinking, let's go to Tom Beatty's, but Miss Reed was pretty adamant that we go to Fairview first.
You said that at times there was some arguing or bickering, or Miss Roberts was raising her voice to the defendant?
Yes.
Who made the decision to go to Fairview?
Ultimately, Carrie said, all right, we'll go there, almost like to shut her up.
When you got in the car, where was everybody? When you got into Kerry Roberts' car, where was everybody sitting?
Carrie was driving. I was in the front and passenger. Karen was in the back, in the middle, kind of peeking her head through between us.
I want you to take us through the ride from John's house at Meadows until you first get to Fairview. So as you pull out of, or Kerry Roberts pulls out of John's driveway, what is the mood inside that car?
I'd say it was starting to get tense because Karen was just continuously screaming. Kerry was trying to focus on driving, and Karen's behavior in the back of the car was a bit erratic.
When you say erratic, can you just give some detail what you mean by that?
Yes, she would go from sitting back to leaning up in between us, and she would yell Kerry's name 3 times. Then she would yell my name three times. And then she would yell, could I hit him? Did I hit him? Over and over again.
When she was repeating these questions or phrases that she was yelling, did you respond in any way?
I don't believe I did, no.
How about Kerry?
Kerry was telling her to shut up and to buckle up.
Was she buckled?
I don't believe so.
You began your drive from Mr. O'Keefe's home at Meadows to Fairview. Is the weather getting better?
No, it's getting worse.
Is the visibility still difficult?
It was terrible.
As you began that drive to Fairview, was there anything that you were doing on the way?
Yes, I was just kind of looking out the window intently to see if I saw anything.
What were you looking for?
I guess John, which I know it sounds crazy, but I didn't know where the hell he was.
Did you have any difficulty seeing from the car the side of the road?
Yes.
Did you see what direction Miss Roberts was looking when she was driving?
Well, she, it was hard because she needed to focus on driving because the conditions were that bad.
Did you have a chance to see the defendant on that drive at all?
Yes.
Was she looking out the windows with you?
No, she was popping back and forth and screaming.
Was it constant screaming or did it change at all?
She would scream and then kind of sit back and she'd almost be like quiet for a minute. It was like, okay, good. And then she'd start again.
In those quiet times, do you know what, if anything, she was doing?
I didn't know what she was doing that morning, no.
How long did it take to get to Fairview?
I don't know. I'm going to assume maybe 10 minutes, like with the weather, maybe 10 minutes. I'm not, give or take approximately.
As you're approaching 34 Fairview Road, before you get there, is Fairview going to be on your left side, driver's side, or on the right side?
As we're pulling up, it's on the driver's side. Carrie's going to take a left down Fairview off of Chapman.
I want you to take us back to that morning, about 20 or 30 yards before you get to Fairview.
Mm-hmm.
You're in the car with Miss Roberts and the defendant?
Yes.
What's happening in the car?
Karen's is screaming, and at that point she had asked if John could be cheating on her and if John could be with Bella's mom.
And then what happens?
I didn't know what the hell she was talking about. I was like, what are you talking about? Why would he be with Bella's mom? And then Carrie said, well, do you think he could have walked to, there was another woman years before that John had dated who lived on the next street over to her house.
And as you approach that area before you get to the flagpole, does anything remarkable happen?
No.
Okay. What happens next?
As we're driving down the street, I just say to Carrie, because she doesn't know where my sister lives, oh, her house is just at the bottom of the street.
Visibility still difficult?
Yes, awful.
What happens next?
We continue, driving, and we're driving slowly past, the line of, I guess, bushes and the flagpole area. And all of a sudden, Karen's screaming from the back, there he is, or something to the effect of, there he is, let me out.
Did you know what she was talking about?
I had no idea.
When she was yelling that, did you look out the window?
Yeah, we had our eyes peeled out the window.
Did you see anything?
Nothing but snow.
How long was she yelling about whatever it is she was saying?
Carrie, she screamed, stop. So Carrie stopped pretty quickly. There he is. She could have kicked the door, like, let me out of here.
When she was kicking the door, what were you doing?
I was just like, what the heck? What is going on?
What happens next?
She gets out. Carrie looks at me and said something. I said, like, she's batshit crazy.
Then what happens?
Then Carrie got out. Then I got out of the car, walked around the back of the car, and was walking like over to where I could see the girls were.
Now, at that point, you were in Kerry Roberts' car.
Yes.
It had his headlights on.
Yes.
Was it facing up the street of Fairview?
Well, we had come down the hill, so yes, up the street.
There was no other lighting in that area?
I do not believe so.
No fire engines or ambulances at that point?
No.
No police cars?
No.
Any street lights?
It was dark.
When you got out of the car, did you look towards the area of the flagpole?
Yes.
Could you see anything at that point?
No.
How close did you get to the area of the flagpole before you could first actually see something?
Well, I saw the shadowy figures of Carrie and Karen, and it wasn't until I got very close over to them that I saw Kerry removing the snow from John's face.
Is that the first moment you realized that that was John O'Keefe on the ground?
Yes, it was.
When you see Kerry removing the snow from John's face, what do you do?
I was frozen. I was shocked. I couldn't believe that was him just lying there.
Tell us what you're seeing.
What do I see? I see Kerry just wiping the snow off. Karen had straddled him and had lifted her shirt and his shirt and was laying on him, and Kerry was screaming at her to get off of him. And I was literally just stunned. I mean, there he was.
What did John look like when you saw him?
I couldn't see much but his face, because the rest was snow and Karen was moving over him, but he just looked like just him, but just like frozen.
What did you do?
At first, I just stood there for a minute because I couldn't believe it was him. And then Kerry Roberts and I made eye contact. And I knew, I was like, all right, I'm going to call 911. But I think I knew in that moment that John, was dead.
Did you call 911?
Yeah, I started to call 911, and Kerry and Karen were just screaming. And so I walked back towards Kerry's car, and then Kerry was also yelling at me to go to the back of the car to look for blankets and towels. So as I was calling 911, I was at the back of the car looking for the towels and the blankets to bring over to Kerry. And while I was doing that, I believe 911 answered.
Did you speak to 911?
I did, yes.
Did you get the towels and blankets that Kerry had requested?
I did, yes.
After your phone call with 911 and you had the towels and blankets, tell us what happens next.
So after I called 911, I went back over to Kerry, Karen, and John. And at that point, Kerry asked if I would take over compressions. So she got up and I started doing compressions, and Karen was doing mouth to mouth.
When you started doing compressions, were you touching John over his clothes or touching his skin?
I don't remember.
Did you at that point get a chance to touch John's body and see how it felt temperature-wise?
I just remember when I was doing the compressions, I don't really know how to explain it. It just felt very funny.
I'm sorry, very
It just wasn't like normal.
Why?
I don't. I can't think of how to describe the way it felt when I was trying to press down, but it was like resistance.
How long did you try to give compressions and give aid to John for?
Until the police came.
Mr. Brennan, why don't we end here?
Thank you.
All right, Ms. Lydia, we're gonna need you back tomorrow. You can stay. Okay, so
Oh, right. Sorry. And there and Judge Beth and God love it. Well, not that did that very good anyway, but I don't remember her talking about CPR last night, because I watched this trial last time and I watched it in its entirety, and I don't remember her talking about CPR and talking about that. I absolutely do not remember that. Our trial is still going, is still ongoing, so we're gonna jump back on it until the end of the day. But I don't believe what Jennifer McCabe was saying, like 100, like not 100%, I think even more than 100%. I don't believe one bit. What we can do is, because obviously now our court of the Christopher Schurr case, they are on break. I think they said that the witness that they have after the last one, the boring one that we decided to skip, he finished, is dismissed, is not going to come back to testify. But the witness that we are waiting on, they said that, oh, excuse me, they say they have one witness, but the witness was not in the building at the moment, and they were gonna take their, well, judging the morning break, but I'm sure she meant afternoon break. So yeah, that confused me. We're still waiting on the court to get back. But the guys, like, they are giving a little bit of explanation of his testimony, which probably will be good for us to listen, since we did not listen to anything because it was boring. And then we'll do the last part of that, and then tomorrow what we're going to do is to start with this trial, right, see where it goes, and then after watch Jennifer McCabe testimony on like 1.25, so it's quicker and we don't have to it's gonna be insufferable, but we can do it on 1.25. It's gonna be quicker. So yeah, so just let's watch what I was gonna say. Let's watch that I was saying of the not our court that they are explaining the testimony of the previous person.
No, I think,
Well, they are
chasing him, it depends on where that chase goes. If the chase goes back behind the car, behind the police car, and keeps going down the street in the direction that Officer Schurr is facing there, you have the same problem. Don't chase someone away from an occupied vehicle.
Okay, so at this point, it's reasonable for Officer Schurr to make the decision to continue to try to apprehend Mr. Lyoya.
If he can do that in the context where he can keep visual contact on the car and not worry about an assailant approaching, especially undetected, sure, I think that falls within the zone of reasonableness. I also think it could fall within the zone of reasonableness to say, look, I'm not even going to scuffle with this guy, because if I do start to scuffle with him here and the passenger gets out and helps, I'm immediately outnumbered, right? So again, I think the initial grabbing and this initial point is, you could, I don't think there is one path of reasonableness there for the officer.
Afterwards, Borgula attempted to have Stoughton walk through the video and make the determination as when Officer Schurr had given up his tactical advantage. You'll be surprised to hear the moment Stoughton believes that happened.
At this point, he's still within contact of the car. We don't know which way Mr. Lyoya is going to go. This is reasonable.
Sure, he's not chasing him, I don't believe yet.
All right, we're going to play it, and you tell us when it becomes unreasonable to chase him.
Right there for sure. As soon as it's clear that he's running past the car.
Well, his car is the gray one right there. You see that?
Yeah.
Do you think he's past the car?
I think he is running past the car. Yes.
Okay. So is the critical point, if he gets beyond the car, then you have to let him go?
The critical point is don't create a tactically disadvantageous situation by putting a potential assailant who has access to the car and everything in it that hasn't been cleared yet, that might have evidence in it or weapons in it or whatever. Don't put that at your back. So at the point where it looks like that might be what happens, if I, the officer, continue down this course of action, yes, you should stop that course of action.
Okay, so he should have let him go at this point.
When you say let him go, he should have not continued to chase him on foot. He should have directed his attention to the passenger. That gives him a pretty high likelihood of identifying the guy who just ran away, assuming he hadn't identified him yet. And that means you can always go and get a warrant for him. So let him go. No, the law will catch up to him. It just may not be in this 5-minute period.
You're making some assumptions there, right?
Yes.
Like the passenger knows his last name, right?
Yes.
And that he has some ID, right?
You're making that assumption that.
No, he doesn't have to have ID. If the passenger knows who he is, then you can start your investigation that way.
What if he doesn't know who he is?
It is possible that he gets away. But what is foreseeably likely to happen is you will probably identify him and catch him later. Now, might that not happen? Might he actually get away? Sure, that's possible. But letting someone flee from a traffic stop for an improper plate is certainly better than getting into a fight and losing, or getting shot in the back by an assailant that you couldn't keep an eye on because you were running away from an occupied suspect vehicle.
There was plenty more said today in court. We're going to be breaking that all down as court continues. Court is right now in recess. We're going to be showing that feed at this time.
Man, they're now showing the live feed. I was planning on them to do the talking for me and not me having to talk like, ma'am, I'm sorry, come back and talk, because we did not agree on this. I agree that I am absolutely in love with goldfish right now. It's the rainbow one. It's nice, but I want yes, I am a sweet tooth. Warheads is my favorite. It's amazing. Oh, it's a reference to NFL. It's easy for people to talk about how a football game should have went when the following day after the fact. Oh yeah, that's true. That is absolutely true. I agree with you, Paula. It is always easier, and we're not in their shoes too. Ooh, pretzel goldfish. So, how many types of goldfishes is there? Because I've heard you guys were talking about earlier about pizza flavored goldfish or something like that. And then now there's pretzel goldfish. I need to Google this. Hang on. Let's Google this. I need to Google types of goldfishes. Probably that's not going to be a very good result, is it? But hey, here we go. Types of goldfish. The crackers. Let me specify that it's the crackers, because otherwise, oh wow. Apparently there is a lot. Hang on. Allow all cookies. I want cookies. Let's shop for some. Let me share the tab. I'm still keeping an eye on it. So this is barbecue. But wait, this is goldfish crisps. Is it the same thing? Yeah, I think they are waiting for the person to get in, so I don't know. Yeah, it was gonna get spicy, but Judge Bev said let's stop now. Oh, court is back. Hang on. Hang on, we're going back to court. Hang on. Back to court, yeah.
He's not, still not here, huh?
Alright, is there anything we need to address before this here?
Not here, huh? This time, right?
So, do we have ETA?
I told it 10 minutes, which was about 10, it should be pretty soon. Yeah.
So, I guess we can just continue or start back a break, because obviously there's nothing else to do other than have that witness come in, and they're not there yet. I'll just wait here. We'll just go off the record meanwhile. It gets here.
So the next person that is to testify, it's not there yet, and they say it's going to be about 10 to 15 minutes. So, so they are not there yet. But hang on, goldfish crisps. We're going back to the goldfish talk, guys. And goldfish crackers are not the same thing, or are they the same thing? Because all of these they say here crackers and crisps, so they are different. Let's go shop for the crackers. Ooh, okay. I'm keeping an eye on the feed. Don't worry. Oh, hang on. Thank you very much. Yeah, we're back on this, people. Yes. So let's go. That's the normal, and I think that's gonna be my favorite because I really like the cheddar one, the normals. Oh, crisps are flat. I found them. Yes, thank you very much. You are amazing, Paula. Thank you. And puffy and hollow. Okay, but I'm still gonna try both. This one, the Frank's Red Hot bag, definitely not gonna try them because spicy. Don't do spicy. No, this one is the one that I have with the rainbow. I think that's the one with the several flavors. Baby, what is kind of there is baby cheddar? Are we eating it? Oh, I'm sorry, I'm not gonna eat. Um, I know, I am so sorry. And I bought yellow you again. I can fix that now. Um, why is the difference of the baby? Is it smaller than the normal ones? They are already pretty small. So, they're tiny, right? Okay. All right. Oh, Parmesan. Oh, that sounds nice. Oh, original. Original. It's it. What flavor is the original? Um, is the original just salted, or like just what is the flavor? Hmm. Okay. Interesting. So, oh, pretzel. That's the pretzel ones, and the pizza one. That's the one. The ones. Okay. So I'm gonna tell you the ones I would buy. Right. Let's go. The pretzel, the pizza, the original, the parmesan. Colors I wouldn't. So, the baby cheddar, the normal one. Oh, Court is being rude again.
So the background record in People versus Schurr, all parties are present. Maybe we'll have the jurors come in so that you can call your next witness. Welcome back. Remain seated. And Mr. Becker, you will call your next witness.
Calling Nicholas Bloomfield, Your Honor.
And sir, before you take your seat, if you could please raise your right hand, my clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give in this matter will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
Thank you. You may be seated.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Becker.
Sir, could you state your name and spell it for the record, please?
Nicholas G. Bloomfield. First name spelling is Nicholas. Middle initial is G. Last name spelling is Bloomfield. Bloomfield.
Could you tell the jury a little bit what you do for a living?
So presently I'm where I reside is in Farmington, New Mexico. There is a nonprofit, community-owned hospital where I reside, and presently I am employed there as a regulatory manager, which means I'm responsible for making sure that the organization is in compliance with all federal and state regulations.
Was that your job years prior to that?
It was not.
What did you do before that?
Prior to that, I did a 20-year career in law enforcement in the state of New Mexico, was a certified officer. I retired in February of 2023.
And in terms of what roles did you have, what departments did you work for in the state of New Mexico?
So I worked for two separate agencies. I began working with the local sheriff's office. After completing the academy, I was assigned to the patrol division where I worked as a patrol officer. After a couple of years, I became a field training officer where I was responsible for training new officers and making sure that they were within compliance of both organizational policy as well as their training so that they could begin practicing on their own. Following that time, I made a transfer to the narcotics division. I did 3 years working as an undercover narcotics agent, where our primary responsibilities were to identify, infiltrate, and dismantle drug trafficking organizations. Following that assignment, I promoted to the rank of corporal. Short time later, I promoted to the rank of sergeant. I was assigned to the patrol division for both of those assignments, where I supervised officers who were working on a standard patrol shift. In addition to that, during my tenure at the sheriff's office, I was a SWAT team member. I did that for a number of years, approximately 6 years or so, and then I became a team leader once I was promoted. I worked at the sheriff's office for approximately 10 years, and then I transferred to our local municipal police department, Farmington Police Department. I went back to patrol there. After being on patrol for a short period of time, I assessed for the SWAT team, was selected to be an operator on the SWAT team. In addition to that, I also went into our training and recruiting division where I was responsible for basic and advanced training. After that assignment, I promoted again to the rank of corporal and then to the rank of sergeant. As a sergeant, I was assigned to stand up a use of force investigation division within the organization. So myself and another supervisor were responsible for investigating all police uses of force within the organization. During my tenure, I reviewed approximately 200 cases. In connection with that assignment, I was also responsible for developing use of force policies and practices, as well as training related to the use of force. And following that assignment, I was assigned to a special task by the chief of police to reach out to and to work with academics in the field of criminal justice. Specifically, we were interested in conducting research related to a phenomenon known as contagious fire within the policing industry. Essentially, that's a situation where the question is when groups of officers are in a situation where they're applying deadly force through the use of their firearms. The question is that do officers fire rounds because they are viewing subjectively what they determine to be deadly force criteria, or are they shooting because other officers are shooting? And so again, the term that is used within the industry presently is known as bunt shooting or contagious fire. And so I was able to reach out to some academics and partner with them from the University of New Haven and conducted research. And so I kind of finished up my time working that assignment as well as a patrol sergeant before I ended up retiring in February of 2023.
Take a little breath there and grab some water.
Thank you.
You just landed from New Mexico too, didn't you?
I did. And I'm tired.
So I guess in terms of the use of force, primarily what you're here for, the use of force, how long exactly were you part of the training unit, if you will, for use of force with your department?
So assigned specifically to that role, I, again, did a number of iterations within the training division, both as just a training officer as well as supervising that division. Throughout that time, there was, so there's 3 periods of time during my career where I was specifically involved in training officers related to the application of force. And that ranges through all force options that officers generally have within the industry. Officers have a variety of force options which are available. And so they exist on a spectrum ranging from low-level applications of force all the way up to what we term deadly force. And so you have essentially empty hand techniques at a lower level of force, which is essentially is things to overcome low levels of resistance that an individual may be demonstrating, like resisting being placed in the handcuffs, resisting an officer's attempts to stop their freedom of movement, things of that nature. And in addition, going forward from that, there's another type of empty hands, which is kind of classified as like a hard hands, which would be like hard strikes. And those things are used, again, more for higher levels of force where a subject may be demonstrating combativeness or aggressiveness towards an officer. All those things together fall into a category of what is commonly termed in the industry as defensive tactics. And so the defensive tactics, once you get out of defensive tactics, then you start getting into officers' actual tools that they have available. Generally speaking, the most common tools employed by policing within the United States are OC spray, commonly sometimes referred to as pepper spray. Then from there, you have a baton. There's different types and makes of batons, but essentially batons kind of fall under the same category. From there, you have electronic control weapons. The most common one within the industry is the taser, which is a proprietary electronic control weapon made by Axon. You also have canine deployments as well, where officers sometimes will use canines that are trained specifically to be used in force applications. And then in addition to that, you have deadly force, which is the most common form of, or the most common way that officers are taught to employ deadly force is through the use of their firearms. So again, these exist on a spectrum. And so in each one of these areas, I was responsible during my tenure as a use of force trainer and investigator to develop policies related to these things that are consistent with current industry practices and standards, as well as to develop a training curriculum for officers so that they could develop core skill competencies in these areas.
Now, in terms of training, did you only train officers in your New Mexico department, or have you been involved in training other officers as well outside of your department?
So since approximately 2007, I have, in addition to practicing in law enforcement, I am a full partner in a training and consulting company, Progressive Combat Solutions. My partner is Kenneth Good. He's a former Navy SEAL. And we have trained thousands of officers, both at the state, local, federal level, all across the country, related to these areas, use of force. Primarily what we're known for is training officers in the area of tactics, related primarily to generally what a SWAT team or a specialized unit would do within law enforcement. In addition to that, I've been retained by other agencies to assist them in use of force policy development, as well as teaching administrators how to review force applications within their agencies to make a determination of whether or not the actions of their officers were consistent or inconsistent with their organizational policies. And so my work has, again, taken me beyond just my local police agency that I work for.
Okay. And now in terms of when you talk about doing the different trainings, can you give an idea how many times, I mean, with your department, outside of that, how many different trainings have you done for various officers across the country? Ballpark.
I don't know if I could even ballpark it. Numerous, like I said, since 2007. thousands of officers. I would say less than 50, somewhere between 30 to 50 agencies are. And again, when we conduct trainings on my specific CV, you won't see that many trainings outlined, but at these trainings, they're typically regional. So we'll have officers that will come from, up to a dozen different agencies that will send participants there.
Okay. Just in terms of, you talked also about doing use of force, like 200 use of force reviews. Were those use of force reviews simply for your department, or those other use of force reviews?
The 200 use of force reviews that I conducted were for the department, approximately 200. Outside of that, since 2020, I began having attorneys and police organizations reach out to me and ask me to review cases involving police officer force applications. To date, I've been involved in I've been retained in, I believe it's somewhere around 24 cases that I testified in all across the country. And so, again, these are outside or beyond just my work that I did.
So just so I understand, because the 200 were just within your department originally, and then there's 24 on top of that?
Yes, 24 where I was actually retained as an expert witness.
In terms of the 200, when you're looking at your department, what were you looking at for specifically that was part of your job? What were you looking for in those instances?
So when you're conducting force reviews, I think it's important to understand that there's different types of reviews that are being conducted. When you are looking at an agency, you're essentially conducting a review to determine whether or not the officer's actions were consistent or inconsistent with organizational policy. And so that was my primary focus while conducting reviews for the Farmington Police Department. That's also what I trained other agencies to do as well. Beyond that, when you start getting beyond that, again, there's different standards that you could review a case. In my work as an expert witness, that review is essentially to determine whether or not the actions of an officer were consistent or inconsistent with generally accepted police practices.
Okay. Could you go into that? We've heard a little bit, but what are your definition of generally accepted police practices? How would you define that? And where's it come from?
So if you look across the country, there's approximately 18,000 police agencies within the United States, nearly 1 million officers. And so within the industry, there are generally accepted practices where essentially anywhere that you go in the country, you will see similar practices in the way that officers are taught to apply force, as well as the training that officers go through. One of the most common examples I could probably give you would be something like a traffic stop. It doesn't matter where you go in the country. If you see an officer conducting a traffic stop, the techniques, the tactics that officers employ are essentially going to be similar anywhere you go in the country. The way that this information gets disseminated across the country traditionally within the United States, this was done through just sharing trade knowledge. And so officers would essentially, through experience, begin to share trade knowledge with one another. Eventually, you had more legitimate trade publications that would come along within the industry that would share essentially this type of information. From there, you started to have expert bodies that began to opine on generally accepted police practices. For example, the most well-known and prolific entity within the United States is the International Association of the Chiefs of Police. They're over 100 years old. They're well respected within the industry, not just nationally, but internationally as well. They provide things such as model policies, as well as a number of recommendations related to training and standards that law enforcement agencies can adopt and utilize to make sure that they're operating, again, in compliance with generally accepted police practices. From there, you have other entities, including the Department of Justice. So the Department of Justice has an enforcement arm where they essentially are able to investigate police organizations where there have been complaints of essentially patterns and practices of unconstitutional policing conduct. And so the DOJ can go into these agencies, essentially conduct an investigation. If they determine that there are deficiencies by that agency, that again, they're not meeting generally accepted police practice, that would legitimize them as conducting constitutional policing, they will essentially sue them and can place them under consent decree. They always keep this stuff very transparent. You can go online and you can look up any of the consent decrees that agencies have been placed under. Where I did my law enforcement career in the state of New Mexico, Albuquerque Police Department was placed under consent decree in 2012. The interesting thing about the Albuquerque Police Department consent decree was, unlike other consent decrees in the past, this was the first time that the DOJ heavily cited use of force issues in policing, and essentially what they held Albuquerque PD accountable to was a signal to the whole industry that those standards are essentially what the DOJ considers the industry standard for constitutional policing as it relates to the use of force.
Okay. Now, I guess in terms of, does that, because you retired, you said you retired, and you were retired for a few years, now you're doing compliance things with a hospital or a nonprofit hospital.
Mm-hmm.
Do you keep up to date then? Is that how you keep up to date, is right, reading consent decrees, or are there other ways you keep up to date in the use of force area since you kind of retired from the police officer as a police officer?
So I continue to stay up to date. I'm presently still practicing in law enforcement. There's a small agency within the area where I reside. It's named after me. It's the Bloomfield Police Department. It's not, but
They didn't name it after you joined. Did they?
no. But I am a reserve officer. And so through that, I still continue to practice. I volunteer my time and assist agencies, but also through doing work like this. I keep up to date again with the generally accepted practices through continuous review of trade publications. Like I said, there are trade publications that are used heavily in the industry. One example is Police One. They've been prevalent in the industry for many years. And again, that's a place where a lot of trade knowledge is shared. In addition to that, I continue to follow IACP as well as my colleagues that are also expert witnesses. We have essentially a large group communication where anytime there's new research or things that is coming out involving police standards or police use of force, we typically start a dialogue and see if that information impacts the way that we do this work. So
This time I move for his admission as an expert in generally accepted police practices and use of force tactics.
An expert in generally accepted police practices, right?
Maybe just police practices. I probably kind of got in my head. Police practices and defensive use of tactics.
I'm sorry. First you said use of force in police practices, but you meant.
Sorry.
You said you moved for his admission as an expert in use of force in generally accepted police practices.
Police practices.
And then you said police practices and tactical something.
A long day. So just police practices and use of force.
Okay. Any objections?
Limited to that, Your Honor. Can I ask a few questions? Can I have my other witness?
Okay. About his expertise.
Yeah, so just before I. Good afternoon. I understand you had a heck of a time getting here, so I appreciate. We were all wondering if you're going to show up with a suit and tie. So, we would have forgiven if you had showed up in jeans and finished. So police practices.
Mm-hmm.
You're an expert in police practices, not GRPD police practices, right? GRPD is Grand Rapids Police Department.
say that one more time. I am an expert. I think I'm tracking. I am an expert in generally accepted police practices, yes. Specifically GRPD, I would say no.
And same question for use of force policies. You're an expert on the use of force in relation to generally accepted police practices, but not necessarily specific to Grand Rapids Police Department?
That is correct. What I will state, just to add a qualifier there, is that during my review of the materials in this case, I was provided the policies of the Grand Rapids Police Department related to use of force. And I determined that the policies of the Grand Rapids Police Department are consistent with generally accepted police practices.
Oh, all of them?
The ones that I reviewed, yes.
So you didn't review every single policy?
I can't recall right offhand every single policy I reviewed, but the ones that were provided to me.
Okay. All right, Your Honor, with that caveat, you may proceed. We don't object.
All right, then he shall be considered an expert in those fields of use of force in police practice.
All right, you were hired specifically to review this case, correct?
That is correct.
Do you recall approximately when that was, when that took place?
I don't recall it after
It's been a few years.
It has been a few years, yes.
What do you do when you get hired in to take a look at a case? What transpires? How do you start that review?
So generally speaking, all these cases involve some type of preliminary discussion where I'm essentially provided a brief synopsis of the case. There may be a discussion as far as where I provide my CV and what type of expertise I can offer. If an entity decides to retain me through a formal retainer, at that point I'm provided materials. Materials varies based upon the organization. I've had some cases, and again, sometimes this is just due to the nature of the incident itself. Some incidents simply consist of just reports by officers of witnesses where there's no video, there's no additional information. Others, there's extensive multimedia in the form of video, audio recordings, things that can assist in the review. So it varies from case to case, but essentially I rely on whichever entity is retaining me to provide me with the materials. I take those materials and I conduct an extensive review. My purpose in the review is to try to essentially determine what the facts are within the case. Once I have the facts laid out, I typically go back and to those who have retained me and essentially just go through to make sure that my understanding of the facts is consistent with their understanding of the facts so that we're all on the same page. And then from there, I'll begin to formulate opinions based upon the actions of either a solo officer or sometimes these incidents involve multiple officers. And as I work through these opinions, what I'm doing is I'm comparing again the actions of the officers to generally accepted police practice. And what I'm basically stating is whether or not the actions of the officers are consistent or inconsistent with generally accepted practice.
Now, you talked about some of the things you reviewed for this case. Some of the things that you did review would be the videos.
That is correct.
What videos do you recall that you specifically reviewed?
There was a couple of videos. There was a video that was captured by the officers in-car camera. There was body-worn camera footage that was also captured by the officer's body-worn camera. And then there was cell phone footage that was captured by a bystander.
Okay. I'm going to go to maybe start, I believe, switch it to our side. Try exhibit 2, please. Exhibit 2. You get a light, please. There should be a laser pointer right up there for you. Now, in terms of, do you recall viewing this? So it would be People's Exhibit 2 right about 2:02 of the time frame. Do you recall viewing this video?
I do.
This would be the in-car video.
It appears to be the in-car video, yes.
Now, in terms of use of force, you talked about some uses of force. I'm going to play this for you a little bit. Stop right there. Yeah, you talked about techniques. Now, the techniques here, what techniques did you see that were being used specifically in this instance?
So a couple of things here. When it comes to officers applying force, there's essentially two kind of categories. There are improvised techniques, which are essentially untrained techniques or techniques that an officer, where it doesn't mean that those techniques are not reasonable to be used, but at the same time, they're not necessarily formally trained, like in a defensive tactics setting. And then there are techniques that officers are generally trained in. So I see a combination of those two things. So let me give you an example of an improvised technique. If an officer is engaged in a foot pursuit, in order to terminate that pursuit, they may choose to essentially tackle the individual that's fleeing from them. I don't know of any law enforcement agency that trains officers to tackle formally because, again, the likelihood of injury would be too high in most cases. However, when you look at proportionality, as far as the level of resistance that an officer is witnessing, that could be absolutely reasonable. It's just not formally trained. As far as what I see as being formally trained here, is the officer in this particular instance is applying some knee strikes. Knee strikes are a commonly taught defensive tactics technique within the policing industry. Knee strikes can be used defensively. So they can be used by an officer to essentially protect themselves if they are being attacked, but they can also be used to overcome levels of resistance. And so in this particular case, the officer appears to be in a position where he is essentially on top of Mr. Lyoya. In this particular instance, attempting to keep Mr. Lyoya down on the ground. Mr. Lyoya is clearly being successful in being able to rise to his feet. And so the officer is electing to use knee strikes in this particular case. It's difficult to see where those knee strikes are being applied. Generally, in order to overcome a level of resistance, knee strikes are generally taught to be used by officers to target essentially the lower extremities, like the thighs and those areas. Again, because it's not being used necessarily in self-defense in an instance similar to this one, it's being used to overcome that resistance. And so I see the application of a couple of knee strikes here, which appears to be targeted to the lower extremities.
And so that would be typical. There's nothing untoward about it. There's nothing wrong with that. That would be a typical thing that you would teach as a use of force.
Yes, based upon this video and based upon, again, the way that officers are taught this technique and how to deploy it, I would say that an officer in this situation, that this application of force would be reasonable and consistent with generally accepted police practice.
Maybe focus on a little bit more. I'm going to stop it here, Your Honor. Yep, this is exhibit 3. I'm going to start it right about 2 minutes, I think. I can't read. 2 minutes. Now here, a little bit more focus on the hands. You can see the hands. You can describe for the jury what they're seeing here.
So in this instance, the video appears to show that, again, Mr. Lyoya is down on the ground. He's attempting to get to his feet. The officer is on top, attempting to control him. So it's common within the industry that officers are taught defensive tactics related specifically to working with individuals on the ground who are demonstrating resistance. Again, you have two different areas on the spectrum. One is to overcome resistance. The other may be defensive. So recently, within the last, since I've been in law enforcement over the last 20 years, grappling, jiu-jitsu, those techniques have been heavily adopted within the policing industry all across the United States. The comprehensiveness of an officer's training in that area may vary. But at the same time, officers are taught grounded techniques of how to control subjects who are resisting, as well as how to actually defend themselves if they find themselves under attack, well grounded. Here in this particular instance, everything that you see in terms of hands being placed to attempt to keep Mr. Lyoya on the ground, I would classify this as essentially, again, just techniques that officers are generally taught. A little bit of improvisation also appears to be occurring here, but the positioning and everything that the officer is attempting to do, again, I would state that an officer in this instance, that all of these applications of force in an attempt to keep Mr. Lyoya on the ground would be reasonable and consistent with generally accepted practice.
Now, I'm going to move along a little bit. At some point in time, there's a taser introduced. Is that a fair statement?
Yes.
I think we're still in exhibit 3, right? Okay, there's a taser introduced. Could you give the jury a little bit in general, in training and generalized general police practices? When do you introduce a weapon? When is there any criteria? Can you give a jury an idea of what goes through that?
So as I briefly talked about during my initial questioning, officer use of force exists on a spectrum. And so officers have many force options that are available to them to overcome resistance. I need to talk just a little bit and lay a little bit of a foundation in terms of how an application of force, what essentially allows an officer to make a decision from going from a lower level of force to a higher level of force. So the first thing is proportionality. And proportionality, we primarily first want to talk about levels of resistance or aggression that may be exhibited by an individual. So when an officer has essentially a valid legal reason to detain an individual, whether that is to detain them to investigate a crime or to detain them, essentially taking them into formal custody, if an individual resists the officer's actions, the degree of resistance that they exhibit is what opens up the options related to an officer's use of force selections. And so at the lower end, if an individual is displaying a low level of resistance, maybe they're passively, or they're walking away from the officer after the officer's told them that they're not free to leave, or they attempt to lay hands on an individual, tenses their arms, flexes, pulls away, things of that nature. That would be low level resistance. And the thing is, again, I think it's important to understand that the term resistance is key. Resistance does not suggest that an individual is trying to harm the officer, but they are simply, trying to resist an officer conducting a lawful objective. And so from there, we get into what would be constituted as aggression, where somebody is actually physically trying to harm an officer. Harm can come in all different ways. Physical assaults, an individual could attempt to use a weapon on an officer, things of that nature. So then when you get into that area, now we're looking at much higher levels of force that would be appropriate to be used. And then eventually we'll get to the application of deadly force. In this particular instance, so when electronic control weapons. And this is a Taser 7. This is the same model of Taser that I carried towards the end of my career. The Taser, when it initially arrived and became prolific, it was in the early 2000s roughly, and it became more and more common within the policing industry. The Taser has a couple of different options available with it. So first and foremost is the proprietary nature of the Taser that Axon developed was the Taser was capable of achieving what is known as neuromuscular incapacitation, or NMI. Essentially, NMI, if you've ever seen somebody actually be tased with a Taser, it manifests that NMI has been achieved by watching somebody essentially lock up, where essentially they've lost motor control for the period of time when they are under a cycle of the Taser. And again, this is going to get a little detailed, but it's important I have to again lay this foundation so we can understand when the Taser would be appropriate to be used and where it kind of lies as a force option.
Objection, Your Honor. This is all about expertise in tasers, and I don't believe you can qualify as an expert in tasers. It's not about tasers, it's about what you just said, when the tasers are appropriate as a use of force option. So he's trying to talk about when a taser can't be introduced. He's not talking about the specific instances of taser, it's just when it should be introduced in the spectrum of what an officer has.
So I'll overrule the objection because I do believe he's testifying about it in the use of force context. You may answer that question.
So yeah, it could just going into it in terms of, trying to get into how is it determined appropriate when you have other options, a baton, OC spray, taser.
So going back to the Taser, so the Taser is capable of achieving neuromuscular incapacitation, or NMI. In addition to that, it also has the ability to not create NMI, but essentially operate off of the principle of pain compliance in what is commonly referred to as drive stun mode. So if you essentially remove the cartridge or the multi-cartridge from a Taser, this particular model of Taser has multiple cartridges. There are essentially probes that are on the end of the Taser where essentially you can contact somebody with that, pull the trigger of the Taser, and it'll cycle. This is not achieving neuromuscular incapacitation. This is just achieving pain sensation, and so it's known as pain compliance. OC spray also operates off of the principle of pain compliance. And so when an officer applies OC spray, it's essentially you're relying on how susceptible the individual is to that burning sensation in terms of how effective it's going to be. So you may have individuals that are sprayed with OC spray where it's highly effective. You may have individuals where it's as if nothing happened. And so just wanted to clarify that those are kind of the two different ways that this tool can be used. There's kind of a third one, which I won't get into. But essentially, at the lower level, because drive stuns operate off of the principle of pain compliance, that is considered a lower level application of force than a full probe deployment. So when an officer actually has a cartridge attached, there's two probes that fire out at the end of the cartridge. Those probes, if there is a successful spread in those probes, that's the highest likelihood that NMI may be achieved. And again, it's not always a guarantee. There's a variety of things that could happen that could impede NMI from actually occurring. But when you see an officer deploy the Taser in probe mode, the goal or the intent is that NMI is going to be achieved through that. And the other thing is that what probe mode allows you to do versus drive stun mode is you can actually attempt to energize a subject from a distance. Okay, depending, these cartridges come in different lengths, and so you have 21-foot cartridges. You can get longer cartridges, which are sometimes used for specialty situations. So again, going back to when it is appropriate. So an individual that is demonstrating active resistance towards an officer. Now, here's where I'm going to talk a little bit about differences in industry standard. There are officers throughout the country which train officers, and it is also within their organizational policy that a drive stun can be used to overcome lower levels of resistance, again, operating off the principle of pain compliance. When it comes to the actual application of the taser in probe mode, again, that can be used for higher levels of resistance. And in this particular case, what makes this decision of the officer to deploy the taser appropriate is the fact that the officer, has already used other lower levels of force in the form of what we've already seen, empty hand techniques, trying to keep Mr. Lyoya on the ground, knee strikes, things of that nature, and those things have failed. And so there is a principle in policing where if a lower level of force, and this is generally going to be within the spectrum of all levels of force that are less than deadly force, that if those levels of force fail and the individual is continuing to display resistance, the officer can escalate their application of force, which appears what is happening in this particular instance. And so, again, an officer in this case choosing to deploy a taser in probe mode, although I would say that the method of deploying it is tactically unsound, but the decision to actually utilize a taser would be consistent with generally accepted police practice.
In terms of you talking, are OC spray and taser? You talked about the same thing. Are they on the same level? I guess of force.
They're not. They are not. But again, let me clarify that when you talk about the taser being utilized in drive stun mode, not in probe mode, the drive stun mode, because it operates off the principle of pain compliance, could be categorized essentially alongside OC spray in that sense. Generally speaking, tasers are considered a higher level of force application because the intent of the manufacturer, as well as the opinion of expert bodies within policing, a probe mode deployment is considered a higher level of force on the spectrum than OC spray would be.
Okay. Now you mentioned though the decision made to use a taser is appropriate within the spectrum, but tactically there's an issue here. What do you mean by that?
So when it comes to the application of force, but also when it comes to police activity in general, police throughout the nation are essentially taught tactics. Tactics fall under what we generally categorize as officer safety. And so essentially officers are taught in the basic academy, and this is consistent all across the industry, where officers are provided common tactics of how to safely go about accomplishing their lawful objectives. I mentioned traffic stops earlier. Everything that an officer does, from the positioning of their vehicle to where they choose to make a stop, if it's within their power to do so, to the way they approach a vehicle, that is all done with purpose and intent. And done so to not just protect the officer, but also to protect the individuals that they're contacting, as well as other bystanders that may be in the area. Essentially, what we talk about when it comes to police working and accomplishing their objectives, there's always risk involved, right? There's always risk involved in this type of work. However, through sound tactics, if officers rely upon sound tactical principles in the way they go about conducting their work, they can prevent risks from manifesting as threats, and from threats, if there is a threat present, potentially manifesting as harms to the officer or others. And so again, tactics are very key in this whole conversation about the application of force. So in this particular instance, the issue as far as, well, the selection of the taser was an appropriate selection and an appropriate option at this point to overcome the level of resistance that was being demonstrated by Mr. Lyoya. Officers are taught within the tactical arena, as well as in defensive tactics, something that we term weapon retention. So weapon retention is a key principle where essentially if you're going to employ a tool on an individual, part of your calculus in choosing to deploy that is you also want to make sure that that tool cannot be taken from you and potentially used against you or others. This is really prevalent when it comes to police firearms. There are many case studies out there where officers have been killed with their own firearms, have been successfully disarmed. This also applies to every other force option that an officer has at their disposal: OC spray, baton, taser, etc. And so officers are taught techniques and tactics to essentially retain and keep their weapons. In this particular instance, there's two things about the taser deployment here. If the taser is going to be deployed in probe mode, the manufacturer, and this is common in because the training that officers receive as far as as taser goes is consistent throughout the industry, because taser actually provides the training to police agencies. And so according to taser themselves, in order to have the greatest likelihood that when the probes are deployed that you're going to get a far enough spread apart and get what they essentially term splitting the hemispheres, which is where you have a probe, the belt line, you view the waistline as the hemisphere, having a probe, one probe above and one probe below and large muscle masses is going to give an officer the highest likelihood of achieving neuromuscular incapacitation. In order to get that spread, you have to have distance between you and the target. And so generally speaking, that distance, again, needs to be, what taser recommends, roughly 7 yards to get that accomplished. So two issues here is deploying a taser this close when the environment does not force an officer to have to deploy the taser this close, meaning that in a confined space where the environment precludes an officer from being able to create space to do this. That's one thing, but that's not this particular instance. The officer has the ability to create distance. And
Let me stop you right there real quick.
Yes.
And I just want to get into that distance aspect. Is distance only with the taser, or are there other things in police defensive tactics where distance is important too?
So distance is always important. It is one of the largest factors when it comes to these type of confrontations. Time and distance are the two biggest factors. So we talk in policing, it's not always about creating distance. It's about creating the right distance. Sometimes the appropriate answer is to close distance. Sometimes the appropriate answer is to create distance. Depends on what the force option is. It depends on what the situation is. Officers are also taught that if they are in a situation where they're applying force, and generally this happens solo, if they are unsuccessful in overcoming an individual's resistance, and they are essentially failing to overcome that resistance, sometimes the best option is what we refer to as a tactical retreat, where we create more distance, we keep eyes on, we summon more resources. That could be an option. The other thing is if an officer is being attacked, if they have the ability to create distance, they can do so. And so again, it's multifaceted in terms of what may determine that.
So going specifically with this instance, so it's distance not only for the taser, but there's also distance just in general for police practices.
Correct. And so in this case, by creating distance, that would allow two things to happen. One would be there'd be a higher likelihood that neuromuscular incapacitation is going to be achieved, because now we're at a appropriate standoff distance recommended by the manufacturer that's going to give us the greatest likelihood of achieving NMI. Number two is I'm also, by creating distance, I am preventing anybody from grabbing a hold of the taser. So that's also the best option, because it's the most tactically sound option. And so that's why the failure to create distance in this particular case is tactically unsound, although the decision to employ the taser was reasonable.
So disengagement is part of police training. Is that part of police training in generally accepted police practices?
Yes, it is.
It's not a matter of you're being a coward or running away or.
No, what we find statistically speaking, again, is when an officer essentially is in a situation, and again, it depends on the circumstances, right? So let me qualify this by making the statement that the highest priority that American law enforcement has is the protection of life. That is the highest priority. So if you have a situation such as an active shooter, an active killing event, officers are taught to close the distance immediately with haste to essentially locate pressure and stop the action of the shooter or whatever it is that's preventing imminent threat of harm to life being lost. That just doesn't fall on the part, that just doesn't mean officers, that also means bystanders. In addition to that, officers are also concerned about preserving the life of the individuals that are resisting them, that they're attempting to take into custody, or that are involved in some type of law enforcement action. And so what we find is that, again, because we have enough data points within the industry and enough experience within the industry, we know that sometimes a tactical retreat is actually the safest option for the officer. It's also the safest option for the suspect. It's also the safest option for bystanders. And again, sometimes you get into a situation where, you know, for lack of a better term, you may be in over your head where you don't have the resources to safely do this alone. Foot pursuits are a big example. It used to be in the industry that, you know, foot pursuits were very commonplace. Officers would take off solo. And we had a lot of instances of officers being seriously injured or killed, as well as suspects. Now the generally accepted practice, and again, this has been recommended by all kinds of expert bodies. It's very common within the industry. The officers need to make a good tactical decision as far as when to pursue and engage in a foot pursuit, particularly solo. That would depend on the nature and severity of the crime. Sometimes it's just not worth it for low-level crimes to initiate in a pursuit, especially where officers may be placed in greater jeopardy by initiating in that pursuit. Officers are taught as another option to essentially keep eyes on, continue to follow from a distance, but to summon other resources and essentially close in and wait till other resources arrive. And again, what we find in those cases is a reason why that direction has changed in the industry is because we find that officers, suspects, and bystanders are safer as a result of that type of disciplined decision-making.
Can I ask, I see it's 1:45, I can see the clock, so.
Yeah, so we're gonna stop here and we're going to trial morning at 9 a.m. And so meanwhile, jurors, please again leave your nose upside down in your seats and remember to not discuss the case with each other or with anyone else. And also avoiding media reports about this case and
And that concludes the second day of the trial of Christopher Schurr, a very tense day in court today. Unlike the first day, instead of seeing 8 people, we only saw 3 witnesses, but plenty of questioning information in those witnesses. The coverage does not stop here. We will continue to break down what we saw in court today, not only in our evening shows, but on Evening Plus. Please tune in.
I know it's over. Gru was cut short. Sorry, it was Festa. It was Festa. Festa that was on the thing. So it all depends on the skill of the guy wielding the stun gun. Pretty much. Get close. And your training will pay off. Hello, Paula. Hello, everyone. Hello, K-Swan, and hello, Zizi. And Zio. I'm not forgetting the Zio. Hi, Bill. Well, I had to take over because TCA needed I don't know what to call it. Let's say a 5-minute breather so she doesn't go, well. Yeah, she gets very odd fainting fits sometimes. So it happens in the heat. So when she gets too hot, she tends to get this feeling where she needs to sit down or lie down so that her blood pressure goes back up and then she's fine again. So She will be back on in a second, I'm sure. Yeah, well, I'm used to it now. We've had 2 years of it. We've had a lot less of them happening recently, which is nice. Oh no! We're talking about TCA, but yeah, that lady was gonna have some comments, but we're not gonna listen to that because I'm sure any second now TCA will get up and relieve me eventually. Yeah, that would be funny. Well, yeah. Well, I've had an interesting day. Hello, Rubber. It is nice to see you. And are you just waking up because you just see me and then? Yeah, a day might be over. You might be right. Unless somebody gives me something else to play and be interested in. Yeah. Oh. Well, thank you all for tuning in. This has been an interesting stream, I'm sure, for TCA. Yes, okay. I see. Well, make sure you like and subscribe before you go, if you haven't already. And TCA will thank you in the morning or afternoon for us. Good night, everyone, and I'll try and find the outro. It may take me 5 billion years to find, but I'll find it somewhere. Media assets. Nope, that's welcome. Why are these so hard to find? Thanks for tuning in. I think that's that one. I need an auto outro button. Yes, that would be brilliant. Just press the button. Oh, there is an auto outro. Yeah, I still need training on this.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.
Right, where's the end stream button? Oh, it had it on the end stream, but sorry, you're going to listen to it.
And I'm a real-time crime professional.